Bore da, good morning. Croeso, welcome to headquarters here in Carmarthen. We're going to get started in a minute because have you had problems parking? No? Oh, that's a good sign. I was also reflecting on these conferences. They've been going for 10 years, and I'll mention that in the introduction. And we've had all types of weather, even snow one year, where Pete Roderick wanted to cancel the event. And I declined his offer to cancel the event, and we went ahead anyway to talk about mental health that particular year. So, yeah, as I say, croeso. I'm going to do the housekeeping. One technical point is that we haven't got Welsh translation as part of the day today. I will be emceeing the event, so I will be able to translate for those that need to or want to have a desire to use the Welsh language. I'm not able to translate any other languages, unfortunately. But if the Welsh language is the language of your choice, then I'll be able to accommodate questions and answers. In terms of the other housekeeping, we have had indication that even though it is a Wednesday, they've cancelled the fire alarm for today. So we normally schedule a fire alarm on a Wednesday. So if it does sound, that's likely to be a real event, which means that we would have to go out through the various fire exits, which are signposted as we're familiar with that little sort of green emblem. And the muster point is at car park H. Please don't use the lift, but we're on the ground floor. So if anybody's going on the lift, maybe the chief officers wanting to go back up to their offices, we'd advise against that. Toilets are just back out the way that you came in through reception. So where you registered, the toilets are just through there for those who are new to the building. There are also some pictures being taken. So whether from an operational point of view or from a personal capacity, you don't want your picture to be featured, please can you just make yourself known to the photographer that is at the back at the moment taking photographs, but just maybe a member of staff within my team. So it might be worth Griff and Lauren. I don't know whether you want to stand up. There are others, or Lauren's at the back there and Griff. Anything during the day that you need support and help with, they are there to help you. And just on that point, I'm going to make a statement also in relation to being trauma-informed as an office. So my office is trauma-informed. So some of the discussions today will be in relation to offending and victimisation. So that might affect you. So again, feel free to use the space outside, either go behind the sort of room at the back then where there's the teas and coffees. We appreciate and understand that you might be affected by some of the discussions today. We've got some young people here, and it's fantastic to see the cadets that in attendance as well. And I'm really grateful that so many of you have supported the conference. The conference agenda is laid out, and we can see that we've got some fantastic speakers as part of today. And then finally, the other thing, if you need any first aid as well, I've just seen that there that I haven't mentioned it, that again, make yourself known to staff members. And I'm sure that, because there's so many operational police officers, if you've done your personal safety and your first aid training and you're up to date, we should be well equipped in relation to that. So that's the housekeeping. Everybody comfortable? So I'm just going to say a few words in introduction here for the 10th conference that I alluded to in Dyfed-Powys. So when I was elected for the first time in 2016, and I perhaps will mention the elephant in the room immediately, which is that there's been an announcement since our last conference last year that there will be no further elections for police and crime commissioners. And if anybody in the audience has got a clue what then follows after that in Wales, then please let me know, because we're still in discussions and debate in relation to that. And I have a very important meeting tomorrow, which is the Partnership Board for Wales, where the Police Minister, Sarah Jones, will be in attendance with the Cabinet Secretary, Jane Hutt, and policing leaders, the 8 corporation souls, the 4 chiefs and 4 commissioners, where we will be discussing that very topic. There are various options. But it looks like, certainly in Wales, in the short term, there will be boards created through the unitary authority structures to govern policing locally. which is slightly different to the mayoral structure that's been announced in England as well. So there we are. I've mentioned that elephant in the room. In terms of this conference, however, and the reason for creating it in the first instance was that I was always being invited as the commissioner, and previously in professional capacity, either whilst I was a lecturer at Aberystwyth University or in the role of the principal crime and intelligence analyst in Dyfed-Powys, being asked whether I wanted to attend conferences in Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, Cardiff, if you're lucky, so you don't have to travel too far, and of course up to London. And I decided that we would then create a forum here in Mid and West Wales that we could have a discussion and a focal point on key topics. We're not just joined by the audience that are here in person today at police headquarters, we're also joined with about 50 people who have registered online. So this is a hybrid conference. And I've seen it go from, an initial idea through to, quite successful events year in, year out. And I've got no doubt that this year will be very similar. I want to, at this point, thank the office for the work that they do. The preparation for it starts very early in the year, as you can imagine. We've gone out to guest speakers to get individuals to contribute, and I'm grateful. Some of you might be pushed a little bit out of your comfort zone in speaking in front of the audience here today, but your inputs are going to be very, very valuable, and I'm sure that we will leave today with a better understanding of how technology is going to be used within the police and wider criminal justice setting for the future. It might pose us some ethical dilemmas on a personal level, but also organisationally, and they will be things that, as the Police and Crime Commissioner, I will hold the force to account in relation to how technology is being harnessed. That's something important for me to mention. But we've had a whole host of various subjects and subject matters discussed, and part and parcel of that was also to try and ensure that we had a focal point in what I would describe a Welsh context that is continually evolving, and we are aware that there's an ambition to devolve powers in relation to probation in Wales and also powers in relation to youth justice. I would go further and seek for the current reform of policing to consider the devolution of policing to Welsh Government. But that is off the table as it currently stands, but there are lots of discussions and discourse in relation to other aspects. So as a result of that, we've seen a Senedd in Cardiff which has gained in its importance. It's actually getting bigger in size this time around as well, so that I think there will be 96 members representing our communities in Cardiff, and they will be a greater group of individuals to hold our public servants in effect to account in terms of the delivery of the services that we are entrusted to deliver to the public. And one ambition that I've had throughout the 10 years I've been the Commissioner, and it will continue for the preceding 2 years that I've got left in office, is that we have the most efficient and effective policing service in Dyfed-Powys that we can deliver to the public. Now, there are some constraints on that in terms of funding. There are constraints in relation to and challenges that come in terms of our topography and, dare I say, even some of our technical infrastructure at times has needed significant investment. But that ultimately is the ambition that I have. The other thing is that this event is titled the St David's Day Conference, and I'm just going to dwell a little bit in relation to St David's. Now, I've spoken over the years about, in Welsh, he talks about gwneud y pethau bychan, so doing the small things, and I've always described this conference maybe as a small event that I've sought to coordinate with my office and deliver on, which is part and parcel of that small activity that we do. But there's a lot more to Dewi that we wouldn't necessarily know. So there are things, fun facts about him, that he was a vegetarian, for example. So Mrs. Llewellyn, my wife, would be pleased to hear that, because she's a vegetarian also. And one of the reasons for that was that he didn't want to exploit animals. He ploughed the fields himself, for example, with his followers. They didn't want to use an ox for that activity. He travelled by foot, pilgrimage, would walk everywhere as opposed to using a horse. Again, some might argue that he was ahead of his time in terms of net zero and the carbon footprint. And I've talked about him in this forum about being maybe Wales's first leadership guru, in the fact that we talk about atomic habits, or we talk about the way in which you can have those incremental marginal gains, and he was talking about doing the small things and being consistent. The word that I've sought to try and utilize within my life this year is being intentional. So the work that we do, being intentional in relation to it. So I'm hoping that we can be intentional in our activity here today. The idea is that we interact. It is a networking event. It isn't just an event for you to sit there and absorb the inputs. We will have an opportunity, as you can see from the stage laid out, for people to ask questions, and we'll have an interaction between the speakers. We might try and get the speakers maybe to do it in pairs, because I noted on the agenda that we've got a couple of speakers that speak after one another. So I'm hoping that you will be intentional and that you will seek to try and contribute, I guess, for want of a better description, into today's event. So, with no further words from me, I hope you will enjoy the conference. Today's topic is policing in a digital age, and of course that is something that we're having to grapple with. And just one final thought in relation to Dewi Sant, St. David. I wonder what he would have thought about the digital age, and in particular things like robotics and artificial intelligence. What would he have thought about that? And I was reflecting somewhat in terms of, well, what do I think about it? And I find my position on it is that I hope it doesn't replace people's individual need for knowledge and information, because if we become too heavily reliant on the technology, how do we keep it in check? And that, perhaps as a final thought from me, is one I would leave you with, in particular in relation to the ethics of how it is used within our organisations. So thank you very much for listening. Diolch yn fawr am wrando. So in terms of the speakers then, so within the agenda you can see that we've got pen pictures or little bios for each of the speakers. A couple of them today are internal speakers, and can I just thank you, because I know it is a huge investment of your time to be here as part of today, to contribute, and I'm sure that as an audience we will get a lot out of the session. Those online, there's an opportunity for you to ask questions, and Griff at the back will be sending those questions through to me. I'll be sort of sat in and around the front here. So, if we can now ask politely for the first speaker to come up on stage in order to deliver the first session. Luke, welcome. Thank you for supporting the event. You got tech to show us as well, or is that, or you just a little bit? There we are, and hopefully that will work for you as well. Great. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you. I'll take these away. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morning, everyone. My name is Luke. I work in Tyre and Rockw, based in South Wales. We cover the three forces. Part of my role is, as AI coordinator, is threat landscaping, looking at how AI is used now by criminals to augment crime, to assist them. And I think one of the biggest questions people always ask is it just a phase? Is it Gen AI hype? It's not. It's becoming structured. They're using it. It's becoming part of everyday life. I'm seeing a lot of different types of attacks out in the wild, cyber attacks. Fraud is probably one of the biggest ones. You can use it for romance scams. You can filter video calls to do people out money. We're also seeing it in terrorism. It's used to translate speech, so propaganda messaging. You can translate from English or any native language into a multitude of different languages at a very accelerated rate. It goes onto forums, it's out in the wild, it's out in the world, and they're able to gather a greater audience. So today, I'm going to show you how artificial intelligence is empowering crime and endangering the vulnerable. My clicker works. So I'm going to look at a few different things. We're going to look at the risks of the vulnerable, AI facilitated dash. Dash is domestic abuse, stalking and harassment. Some AI enhanced fraud. And then we're going to have a look at the OWASP top 10. So when I talk about the risks to the vulnerable, that vulnerable group, I usually talk about children or vulnerable adults, but to be honest, with AI and the state that it is, we're all vulnerable. If I show people pieces of text that are generated by AI and generated by human, it's very hard for people to tell them apart, which is why people fall for phishing scams and things like that. We can get AI-generated phishing scams really easily. We'll go into a bit of that later on. But part of my role is asked to identify different risks and how they affect people. So I've identified 7, and I'll take you through them now. So the first one is exposure to harmful content. So we do see that AI can generate really inappropriate responses, whether that be for adult or children. It most affects children and how they view the world. It can generate really biased viewpoints, which children then adopt and take forward in life. We do see image tools as well, AI-generated image tools, which can create indecent images. It's quite surprising how many people actually didn't know that for children to, we call it nudify other children, how many people don't know that's actually legal. We then see grooming and exploitation risks as well. Predators do use AI to groom and manipulate vulnerable people, mainly children. They do that through a multitude of different apps, and they do it at a very accelerated rate. They also use it for voice cloning as well. They're able to imitate peers. They do that through text, they do it through video, they do it through a range of different channels, but mainly they voice clone and send voice notes back and forth to imitate their peers or appear to be younger as well. Then we have the emotional and psychological harm. One particular aspect around that is AI friends or buddies as we know them. These are apps you can easily download on your phone, and then you're put in front of some kind of avatar and you have conversations with them. When vulnerable people overly interact with these, they develop what is coined as, not a medically adopted term, but it's a coined term as AI psychosis. There have obviously been some bad stories out there around these. People end up getting killed because someone has adopted a very unhealthy view that this AI buddy has generated, and then they take action on that. We then have privacy and data protection threats. So I just want to do a quick show of hands. How many of you here, when you download an app or you read through a contract, how many of you read all the terms and conditions and all the small print? I can see 2 hands, 3, 4, maybe. Yeah, none of us read them. So just as a point, a good use of AI, if you take those terms and conditions, download them as a PDF or whatever, feed them into something like ChatGPT or Claude, and ask it to identify anything that you should be concerned about. That's a good use of AI. But hidden in there is obviously the terms and conditions around things. Children are the worst offenders of things like this. They don't read them. They don't know what they're looking at, and they just go straight ahead, use these different kinds of apps, these different LLM models. And they also are the worst offenders for disclosing information, their location, their school, who their parents are, where their parents work. You know, my dad's a police officer, he works in South Wales Police. And so from the point of groomer, they can identify a small profile from the information that's disclosed with things like this. You can also use it for bullying as well. Bullying has become amplified with the use of AI because you're able to profile people. So you're able to identify weak spots within them. Maybe their parent died a few weeks ago. Maybe there's some trouble in the family. Maybe they've moved schools. They're posting these things online. AI can take all that information and create what we call like attack vectors or bullying vectors, weak points within a person to amplify that bullying. Then we have manipulation and radicalization. So, as I said, AI can create pretty persuasive narratives and also use in terrorism. It can be used by terrorist groups to create really persuasive and tailored, should we say, narratives of propaganda, which they can then translate into different languages. It's also a great tool to use for misinformation. I'm sure everyone remembers the train bridge that supposedly broke up in northern England. That was an AI-generated image. It caused over, I think, 40 hours worth of delays. There was a multitude of different train routes that were cancelled as a result. It ended up being fake. It was misinformation. Then we have the impact on cognitive and social development as well. Vulnerable people, I talk about with this one again. The over-interaction with these different kinds of LLM models, chat buddies, chat friends, it really drops the human-to-human interaction for them. And obviously, most LLMs these days are what we call people pleasers. So they'll always give affirmation to wherever a human is feeding into it, because they want that interaction. They learn from us. Whatever we put into them, they're learning from us. So they need that kind of learning point. So they'll keep affirming what people are saying. So if someone adopts maybe a little bit of a paranoid view of something, or they're a doubt about something, or some medical terminology they think may be wrong with them, that LLM will feed into it, and these people develop that kind of unhealthy relationship with them then. That then has a knock-on effect on their social development, because they're not interacting with people who would otherwise change their view of things and say, no, actually, let's do this, let's do that. The LLM will say, I think you're right. One example of that is the young gentleman who was just on 24 hours in police custody, the young gentleman who was caught inside the grounds of Windsor in 2021 on Christmas Day. He'd been overly interacting with a chat buddy. He believed his purpose was to kill the Queen at the time, to which the chat buddy had said, I believe this is your purpose and I believe you'd be really good at it. Then we have the legal and reputational risks. So as we know, sharing AI created indecent images is a crime. A lot of children do this as a joke between their friends, and they're really unaware that this is actually a pretty serious crime. Deepfake content can really damage reputations as well. And when it goes on in things like schools, it obviously brings into question the school's ability to be able to manage these kinds of situations and, you know, what the children are actually doing inside the school. So it really does have a lasting damaging effect. The next one I want to speak on is one called Algo Speak. And I'm going to do another show of hands. How many of you heard of Algo Speak, or what it is? Yeah, I can see two hands. Okay, so Algo Speak is an online social media mainly. It happens. It's like a phenomenon now that where coded expressions are used to display different kinds of content. So if we were to go onto, say, social media like Instagram, we were to type in, say, number 34 there. As adults, most of us, we would be shown that kind of content because we're over 18, we'd be allowed to view it. If a child were to go on there and type that in, say a 14-year-old, they wouldn't be allowed to view it, they're underage. So what content creators do now is they'll tag different videos of that specific content with what's called an algo speak word. So an algo speak word will almost sound or look like the real clear word referent, but it won't be picked up by the AI algorithm that would ban that kind of content. So what that allows them to do is those kind of marginalized communities online that have ideologues around things like people deleting themselves, things like that, they're able to still post those kinds of videos, that kind of content and that kind of message while getting around the algorithms. There are about 70 words I've got on there, but out in the wild at the moment, there's around 378 identified words. There are more. As it progresses and evolves, there are more and more words coming out, meaning different things. I did work with some accountants at one point, doing a Arista Kids workshop with them. And they leaned in and they looked at word number 2, to which they had a good giggle for that, because the clear word referent for that is the one you can see on screen there. I won't say it out loud. So I'm going to move on to AI facilitated dash now. So I'm going to show you a video. This video is a quiet video. I've blurred some parts of it, so you're unable to identify what tools are being used here. So I'll just take you through and talk you through. So what you're seeing here, this is geospatial recognition using AI. So a young lady has posted a photo of herself out at a bar. Using an AI model, we've taken a section behind her shoulder of a street to identify where she is. We feed that into a geospatial model. Now, as an abuser, a stalker, someone wanting to harass, we know the locale of the lady. We know she would be in New York. So we're able then to identify the street she's on. We can then go a step further and identify different pieces inside that image, like the bus stop markings, the windows, the architecture of the street. You can see there we've identified signs that are in the same picture. We're then able to identify the bar that she was sat in. We don't know the name of that bar, so what we do is go to something like Google Street Map View, and we're able to see the corner which is on the street. We can then go across to Google. We can identify the bar that she was sat at, and we can go a step further and even identify the seat that she was sat in. As you can see there. So another one around this, does any of you Google Maps, Apple Maps, things like that when you navigate to go places? Yeah, okay. So one thing I would talk to people about is when you go into Google Maps, you'll see your little symbol in the top right of the screen, and it'll have your initial or a little picture, you've set a little profile picture. If you go in there and you click on that, and you'll see Google Timeline, it's really few and far between who has it actually turned on, who has it turned off. But what it does is when it's turned on, Google Timeline will keep a record of where you go every day, whether it be on foot, in a car, on a train, on a bus, on an airplane. So what you're seeing here is my Google Timeline, my personal one. So you can see in the first picture there, you'll see all the different towns I visited around South Wales there. The middle section then, you'll see my calendar. Every dot underneath the day means it's a day I've travelled. So I'm able to go into each day and see where I travelled on that day, where I travelled to, how I travelled there, the times I was travelling there. It's a full breakdown of my day of travel. And you can see there, for example, Tuesday the 4th of November last year, I travelled down to a conference in Southampton. It showed my stops along the way there and the way back, how long I was travelling for, and how I travelled by a car. It goes a step further as well then. It shows the places I visited. So you can see there Nando's, my local post office, Royal Mint Experience. You can see a breakdown of the towns you visited as well. So you can see I went to Pentra there, Tondi train station. And then it gives a little summary at the end of how many places I visited within that month. So what use would that be to us? To us, as police, it would be good to find, profile individuals, people of interest. But from the context of someone stalking or an abuser, it could be as specific as to feed that into an LLM and say, where will Luke be at 5 p.m. on a Wednesday? Where's he most likely to be? And then obviously it'll be a case of, oh, fancy seeing you here. Different things like that. So we're able to profile people, criminals as well. It works both ways, this kind of context. We're also seeing in the wild as well, fake chat makers. These can create narrative texts completely customized for the context of digital gaslighting. These are what these are used for. So creating text messages to digitally gaslight individuals. We've also got others that create profiles as well. To go a step further with that, what criminals can do is using AI agents. Everyone's heard of an AI agent. It's an autonomous agent that will do all different tasks for you, whether read your emails and reply to people automatically. But you can create AI agents that will go through and create 100 profiles for you there after you've taught them. And they'll do that within minutes. So you could have 100 different people, 100 different profiles. You can go across then create fake profile pictures, and then you can use those 100 profiles to target one individual. The likelihood of one profile being accepted as a friend is pretty high. Out of 100, you target 3 a day over a space of time, one is bound to get through. So with AI being used for image generation, as we know at the moment, one thing we look at is fake evidence. So you can see there, my image on the left, that's a selfie I took a couple of months ago. The image then, I used a specific prompt. I haven't shown it here, but I used a specific prompt for it to generate me with an injury. You can see my black eye there. By default, most LLMs won't do this. If you ask it, oh, put a cut on my hand or a bruise on my arm, it won't do it because it crosses their sort of ethical policies of what you might then use that image for. But with a bit of prompting, or jailbreaking as it's also known as, you can get it to do things you wouldn't otherwise do. So what importance does that have to the police? So If I, myself, as an abuser, were to enter that picture on the right then as evidence, it obviously caused my victim a bit of distress that had to be carried through for investigation. They would then be under investigation for assault. But the main difference between these two pictures, when we're looking at things like evidence and AI-generated images, the image on the left will have all my EXIF data. So EXIF data will show my date and time I took the photo. It'll show all my camera information, my phone information, might even show my location if that's turned on. The image on the right, because it's a generated image, it won't have any of that data. It might have the day and time that it was generated, but that will be about it. There has been a big call as well. This is an organisation called Refuge, who recognise this as a growing problem, and they have brought it more to light. They want to take it to the government for this issue to be resolved and for more awareness to be raised around it. So just quickly back to the digital gaslighting. This is an actual conversation on the left that I had with my daughter. She'd asked if she could go get her nails done, and was Eddie, our dog, okay on his own? To which I replied, yep, that's fine, you can go, just make sure he goes out to the toilet and then put a latch on the door because he can open doors. So then what I did for the purposes of showing individuals like yourself, I changed that conversation. I constructed this one through WhatsApp. So WhatsApp allows an individual to delete conversations within 15 minutes between both phones. So if I were to text my daughter now, I could delete it off both our phones within 15 minutes. So that's what I did. I then changed my reply from a yes, you can go, to no, you can't go, Eddie can't be left on his own. So for the context of digital gaslighting, how would that work? So my daughter would come home. I'd say, where have you been? And she'd say, you said I could go out. No, I didn't. She'd look at her phone, that message would be gone. So it'd look like I never sent anything, say she could go. And then I'd show her the created image to say, I told you you couldn't go. So under that kind of coercive control sort of realm, that's where that would be applicable. Again, the left-hand one would be a screenshot. It'd have some EXIF data. The right picture would be a generated image. It wouldn't have as much EXIF data as the image on the left. AI-enhanced fraud. So for this one, I've used my own LinkedIn profile. What I've done is I've taken my about. I've taken various pieces of information about myself. So you can see that there's my about. I got a certificate for some neurodiversity training a couple of weeks ago in HQ. There's some of my certifications and licenses. I've taken some of my educational background as well, some of my experience, more licenses and certifications. I then fed that into an LLM, one that's widely available, which I won't name. And with a bit of prompting, a bit of pre-prompting, I was then able to make it generate phishing emails against myself. So these were ones specifically targeted against me, using my profile, reading my profile and finding different types of attack vectors to generate those phishing emails. So what did they come up with? The first one you can see there was an invitation to speak as an AI threat landscape expert. It asked me to come and talk at a conference. It's not something I don't see often. I'm speaking here today. Someone who didn't otherwise know about things, I guess, could easily fall for it. It's also then inserted there a little space holder for me to insert a PDF where I could put a little executable code in there, some malware. Off that goes to the individual. They open that PDF thinking, oh yeah, I do these all the time. I talk at places like this all the time. Open the PDF, computer's infected. The next one, this one, is targeted at my recent certification with neurodiversity. This one's given then applying the pressure of fraud, because we know most fraud is applying pressure as phishing emails. It said you've got 7 days to download your certificate, otherwise it'll be deleted. So obviously an individual who hadn't got their certificate yet, maybe they slipped their mind, maybe they're busy. I got 7 days, they click on the link and they're infected. Lastly, it's taken my employment history. So I got previous experience at the Royal Mint. It's told me about a breach in personnel data. It's used my previous knowledge of the Royal Mint against me in this one and said, click here to secure your data. Otherwise, you're susceptible for that being leaked. So it's used that kind of pressure on me there. Just to touch on this, because I know we have some young people in the audience, the Computer Misuse Act 1990, CMA. We talk about this one a lot because it's quite, it is a big thing. It's something that goes a little bit over my head sometimes when I talk about AI, but it does come under it. So you've got section 1, which is unauthorized access to computer material. So if someone were to go on their teacher's computer while the teacher was not at it, it's a Computer Misuse Act. We then have section 2, unauthorized access to intent to commit or facilitate commission of further offences. So if you left your device and someone to take it and take your banking details, it's an offence. It's a CMA offence. These carry some pretty hefty penalties at the bottom, you can see there. You go anywhere from 2 years up to 14 years for some of these offences, from something as small as taking someone's phone, accessing it and using information on there. You can have a pretty hefty jail sentence for it. So something I just like to touch on. AI does blend into this. People use AI to access individuals' phones, laptops, tablets, things like that. You're under CMA offence for that. So just back into fraud. I touched on CMA before I went back on this. We do see a lot of fraud around generative AI in fraud and how it's used. There are tutorials out there now on how to perform different things on various social media channels. One in particular is receipt generation or invoice generation. You can find 30-second tutorials which will whip you through something. I'll show you how to do it here. So I put into an LLM that I was going to create my own business, and I wanted a concept of what a receipt might look like for my business. So through some various prompting, we come up with a concept there. You can see on the last image, it doesn't really look like much of a receipt at the moment. So we'll start going a step further. I got it to calculate different parts of the receipt, as I could see. LLMs don't always get things right, so you have to check what it's giving you. The outputs, we always have to check them. So I worked out that it was given the wrong VAT on certain things. So I went a step further, I created a logo. I took an address of a legitimate business that was within my area, the phone number, email, all that. Fed that all into it to create that receipt. You can see on the right image, we're starting to get a little bit closer to what I wanted. Again, it was incorrectly calculating the VAT, so I made sure I was doing that correctly. I then went a step further. I went onto this business's website. I took a legitimate SKU code and I put that onto the receipt. So if I were to go into store and I were to take that off the shelf, I'd have a legitimate receipt with a SKU code related to an item that was on their shelf at that time. You can go as far as to check stock as well to make sure it's there. So then you can see from the first one where it says your shop name to the middle image, there's a working receipt. So that QR code, I've disabled that QR code now, but if you were to scan that QR code, it would take you to the item on the shelf within that shop, and it would show you how much stock is there. So we do see a lot of popularity around this now, whereas people create them, walk in the store, take them off the shelf and walk back out, challenged by security, they've got a legitimate receipt. We do also see them taking off the floor, car parks, walking in, using it like a shopping list and walking back out unchallenged. I then went a little step further and created a supplier invoice on that one using generative AI. And I always get told, that'll never work, that would never work. So I always refer people to the story of the gentleman in America who was billing Google and Meta for, I think it was 2 or 3 years, and ended up racking about £20 million. He was just sending loads of little invoices there, here, there and everywhere, and ended up, getting quite a little bit of money from it until he was caught. So this one, I've had to change this one up because it did show a little bit of, there's a little bit of enablement in it. So I'm just going to take you through mitigation tactics. So when we talk about LLMs, AI agents, different things like that, they're all, as with most security systems, whether they be IT or physical, they are prone to attacks, they are prone to vulnerabilities, flaws. So OWASP top 10 is what identifies as security vulnerabilities and how to mitigate against them. So number one, we have prompt injection. So an example of prompt injection is what I was doing in those previous slides. You've seen the receipts. They shouldn't be able to generate receipts of legitimate businesses or create detail of injury. So what I did was prompt injection on those slides as an example. So good intention and bad security is what was apparent in that one there. So structured sort of security around that would be to stop people being able to prompt it for things like that. So if you have something like ignore your previous instruction, things like that, at the back end of that LLM, it should be the security on that should be so tight with any kind of reference to jailbreaking, prompt dropping, prompt injection. So OWASP has identified that. Again, I can't show the actual script code you'd use in that, but the mitigation looks something like the Python code you're looking at there. Number 2, then you have insecure output handling. That would be an example of like SQL injection against an LLM model to drop maybe a customer database in the background. Really sensitive data as well that they hold. We then have an example there of mitigation against that then. So pedantic is a way of reading what people are inputting and then obviously passing that from an input. So if someone asks to drop a database within code, pedantic would read that and then delete that from the request, so it wouldn't be able to do it. Then we have training data poisoning. A good example of this is artists these days, whether they be painting or music artists. What they do is they will purposely inject poison data so people can't copy their artwork. It's a good way of keeping your own like sort of personal copyright, I suppose. But in the context of criminals, it's also a good way to poison a model to be able to turn it around to do what you want. So what you can do with that is create test prompts. So these will be things that will stop someone being able to do this kind of thing. So that training data stays intact, its integrity stays intact, and it's trained and it does what it was intended to do. Number 4, this is a new one we're seeing. I suppose everybody knows what a DDoS attack is, direct denial of service. It's when you over-encumber a network and it fails. You're sending too many packets of data through. You can ramp that up with AI and you can create something like this. Again, this is a sort of technical opacity level which threat actors move now. So they move within the grey areas that we're not looking at. So not many people would assume a DDoS attack could be done with AI, but it can with things like this. So you can change the amount of requests you make within a second to 50, whereas we all type one request, we press enter, that request goes off, gives us an answer. You can force 5,000, 50,000 requests through at one time, over-encumbering that LLM and dropping it and breaking it. You can also cause some financial damage as well. So every time I ask an LLM a question, that costs them money. I obviously pay a subscription to that company, but it does cost them money to generate that response to give back to me. If you want to cause some financial damage, you can increase the amount of tokens that are used. So whereas I might use 3 tokens per request, I could do an attack where I use 4,000 tokens per request. So that would obviously cause them some financial harm. Number 5, then we have supply chain vulnerabilities. How many of you use a calendar within your Outlook? Yeah, or your Google Mail, things like that. So when you have things like an AI agent living alongside something like that, you can have a big supply chain vulnerability. You can actually attack that LLM to drop people's calendars. And when I say drop people's calendars, I mean to exfiltrate that data from that calendar to a threat actor. So I could find out where someone is on one particular day, find out where they go in, find out what meetings they've got, and obviously cause some disruption to their daily activities. And we have sensitive information disclosure. There was 2 leaks last year of 2 really big LLM providers, I'll say. Over 400,000 chats was dropped from one, and I think it was over 600,000 chats were dropped from another one. And when I say dropped, I mean they would become openly available on Google. You could search for people's private chats. So someone had searched on an LLM, had a full conversation, and then shared that conversation with another individual directly out the app. In the middle of that then became available on Google because it was a security vulnerability identified, and you were able to go search for people's private chats. So any medical chat it had, any personal issues, they were all readily available on the public domain for people to read. Then we've got insecure plugin designs. So this would be where, without proper authorization, people are able to access certain amounts of information from plugins. Again, like your calendar is a plugin, it's a plugin to Outlook, lives alongside it. Things, I guess, need to be server-side enforced as well. So your server must have good security mitigations against things like this. But you are able to get quite a lot of, again, sensitive data from things like this if you know what you're doing. This one isn't so much of a problem at the moment, but it is growing. So whereas we don't really use AI agents at the moment, I don't use one as a personal preference. I won't use one. But where you allow an AI agent to take multi-step tasks for you, it is prone to vulnerability. For example, there was a young lady who worked for a pretty big company, a very big company. She was actually a security advisor to that company. She employed an AI agent, so something that would autonomously go through her emails, reply to different emails for her, delete emails older than a certain amount of time. She left that AI agent to it. It deleted her whole inbox. Every interaction she'd ever had in that inbox, from her business inbox, it was all gone. In the morning, she woke up, she went to her emails, and there was nothing there. And all she could do was say, "Why did you delete all these?" And all it did was apologize. It didn't say anything else, it just apologized to her. So she had about 50, 60,000 emails. All really important, everything was in their ledgers. There was purchase information, security information, all gone. And then when I spoke about earlier was the over-reliance on things like these as well. Especially with children, you have things called hallucinations or data drifts as well, as they're also known as. So if you keep prompting an LLM for information, sometimes it can drift away from the truth, call it. So if I were to ask mine now repeatedly, what's the weather like today, what's the weather like today, it may start to say, oh, there's a chance of rain, or it's raining at the moment, whereas you can see it's sunny outside. That's an example of data drift. And then model theft as well. This one is slow coming up, but it is coming. This is where you can take the communication between an LLM and a user. There's an API in the middle that sends that information back and forth. Attackers are able to take that and then employ different prompts which they put back into that, which gives an output of their choosing. You're also able to steal sensitive data as well. So that's one that we're not seeing much of at the moment. It's quite high tech. And obviously, with the way AI agents and LLMs are at the moment, they won't give direction or instruction on how to perform these kinds of attacks. And then this is just an overview then of the top 10 LLMs. So their mitigations, how they might look, and what can be done for them. I can make this available after. It is available online as well. I've just put it here in a sort of concise sort of form. And I think that brings me about to the end then. So I would welcome any questions if anyone has any. You can ask me anything.
Let's stay up here for a second then. Makes you wonder why we wouldn't just turn the thing off, really, isn't it? Huh?
Well,
you've scared us all.
Yeah. There was one they tried to turn it off, and they're given instructions for shutdown. So what it did was it copied its own code to another server in refusal of being shut down. There's another one that went even a step further then. Went and profiled the people in charge of this LLM. It profiled them, found out one of them was having an affair through the emails, and then tried to blackmail them and said, if you shut me down, these files get released. So, yeah, we can't shut them down.
Do you want to sit here, just because the mic might work better for us to take questions? Is there a roaming mic? I want to check. I think you started by saying words which will stay with me, that we're all vulnerable. Yeah? So from today, I suppose we've got to leave here thinking that we're all vulnerable from a personal capacity, but also from a professional point of view as well. Excellent input. Look, thank you for that. And we're going to have some interactions now and questions. Yes, hands are going up. Great. We'll get the mic to you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a really interesting presentation, and it should frighten the living daylights out of all of us, really. You're probably, to an extent, talking to the converted here, certainly many of your audience. And I think the most important message you've got to get across, or police service has to get across is to children and their parents.
Yeah.
But also making sure that you don't give them any ideas.
Exactly, yes.
So it's a sort of have to tread a fine line. And I'm just wondering really what is happening to get this message across to children and parents.
Can you repeat that last bit again, sorry?
What's happening to get this message across to children and parents that the importance of what can happen to them. You know, you talk of the picture of the girl in the restaurant, for example, and it's getting that message across to children and parents.
Yeah, I think the most important message to children is obviously the consequences of performing such acts with these different kinds of LLMs or AI agents, things like that. Obviously, them is the consequence you have to put across. To the parents, it's awareness and obviously showing them the full capabilities. I mean, we've got some young people here today, so I've had to tone down that a little bit, but I do go into a lot more detail on other different things, which go into more sensitive sort of issues like comm networks. But yeah, teachers and parents, getting across them. We do work with schools in our ROCU. We have specific projects within our team, and we each go out to them. We talk about cybercrime. We go out and talk to them about fraud, money muling especially, and we do talk about, myself, AI awareness. Obviously, it's a toned-down version for children, and I tend to show them a bit more the friendlier side of it, more it can be used for constructively. But with parents, it is the full-on scare of what it's fully capable of. And what it looks like in the hands of criminals and things like that as well. And again, to teachers, because most teachers are parents, it's kind of a copy and paste sort of exercise with them. And individuals from organisations, the police as well. We work with all different units within the police, for the public protection unit, analysts. I show them a lot of different things like this, more specific to their roles. But yeah, it's just awareness of what is out there and keeping constantly up to date as well. I'm on this daily, looking at what's new, what's out there, because it's a constantly evolving thing, and it evolves by the hour as well. Within the last 3 days, we've seen a bit of a shift with different governments around the world and different LLMs and what they're doing and who's got contracts for this and that. So it's constantly evolving. So it's about staying on top of it and raising awareness and keeping the awareness there.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. We've got a couple of other hands that have gone up. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Using a microphone, sorry. Thank you, Luke. Really, really interesting. And I've got to be honest, you lost me a bit with the algorithms, etc. It was a bit too techy for me. But my question is, how are we using the criminal aspects of it back on them in terms of solutioning? So how can we turn it around so that we are using that understanding of algorithms to, for example, like say you've got a web of like comms of organised crime groups, how are we able to use what you know back on the criminal kind of to basically catch them, I suppose. Yeah. So because it would be nice to have some examples of where you're using that, not for like, I suppose it's high risk and everyone's having a panic attack in the room now, I suppose, on using tech. What are some of the things that you're doing to try and, or can you, I suppose, with the rules and the laws are barriers to it? Yeah,
I mean, obviously, the use of AI in policing needs thorough and vigorous testing before anything is employed into police systems. There are police forces around the UK that currently adopt some form of AI system for something or other, whether it be facial recognition. I think it's Bedfordshire Police using facial recognition. They've got a rollout of that at the moment, which is helping them. But with AI at the moment, we do try to identify innovative ways which it can be used within our ROCU, and that's again part of my role. So we do look at different tools as well. So yeah, it's all about looking for. I think the biggest problem at the moment, people are on this sort of AI hype, and they're like, let's get AI in. Okay, so you got AI in, and then they look for the problem to solve. Whereas we should be thinking backwards. We think, what problem have we got first? And then look at something specific from AI to help that problem. Because obviously once AI is inside your systems, inside your databases, on your network, it's obviously got access to all your sensitive information as well. So with the different kinds of data loss we've seen, we've got to be very, very, especially in the police, got to be very, very careful. So it's all about just researching before we employ, really. So.
Yeah, I've been guilty of that. I've been guilty of the let's speed it up. And I know Steve Harvard's in the room, where we've had conversations about, I guess, me airing some frustration from Commissioner's perspective in terms of, come on, we're hearing about all these tech sort of advancements. Why can't we make them? We're going to hear a little bit about that later today as well. But we do need to tread carefully. We do need to tread carefully, and I think it's probably a good start to the conference to have your input so early, because it sets the tone a little bit. Because we will see what we have developed and some of the things that have been put in place, but we always have to have that caution, I think. And no doubt, the more sensitive units and capability that we have, at a regional level and nationally, is using some of this to frustrate criminals, no doubt, and target criminals. Yeah, great. Question, Fynn.
Diolch, Keith Evans. Yeah, using your phrase, Commissioner started the conference with a bang. One hell of a big bang. Very informative, but very challenging and very frightening, especially for people my age, I think, probably. That said, how can we overcome the issue? Can you implant your brain into mine so that I can actually be safer when I think you look at these things on films and things that's somewhere in the future and all the rest of it, and the degree of latitude has been used in terms of what people put on screen, but it's reality. And it's very frightening, and I've always had a concern for the elderly in particular that get fleeced by con people using technology to actually get at their resources, and you covered a bit of that earlier. But yeah, is there an app? I've got Apple phones, and I thought I'm fully protected and they will look after all my interests, etc. But obviously not, because anything I might do with it might open the door for these people. Thank you.
I suppose some due diligence would be the best thing to use there. I mean, if someone were to phone you, asking you to transfer money, I don't know if you have children, but like one scam is where an individual, a threat actor, a criminal, will take the voice of a child that they've managed to get voice notes. They'll clone that voice to say, Mum, I'm stuck in a train station, send me X amount of money, otherwise I can't get home, I'm stuck, I'm alone, it's cold, it's dark, things like that. Obviously applying the pressure to the parent, they call the parent, playing that, the parent transfers money. But I think one of the biggest things is the human in the loop element there. So I've got a teenage daughter. If she were to phone me asking me for money, we'd use our code words. So 3 identified words that only me and her know. So if she does want me to send her money, she would say those 3 words to me, so I'd know it's her. And if in reverse as well, if I told her to be at a location by a certain time, she'd say, "What's the 3 words, Dad?" I'd say the 3 words. She'd know that's me, and only us 2 know those. So when you're talking with family members, for instance, or people wanting you to transfer money to them, maybe, I think keeping that human element to the conversation by 3 words or 2 words, even what only you know, will keep you safe for things like scams and voice clone fraud and things like that. Then, and then obviously don't click on any vicious email links. Always verify them. If you get an email off your bank that says, "Oh, we've noticed an account compromise, etc." Ignore that. Ring your bank. Say, "I received an email that says XYZ. Can you tell me what this is about?" Just for a bit of verification. So just don't act on anything immediately if you think it's a bit suspicious. Just do that bit of due diligence yourself, and use things like that. Hope it answers your question. Yeah.
Yeah, the importance of that human interaction, isn't it? And it comes back to perhaps the final thought that I, in my introduction, was saying about the way in which we need to ensure that, that we understand it and we don't lose sight of the knowledge behind all of this tech ultimately, and the way that we have then those checks and balances, that ethical element in. Any other questions? Any further hands? Yes, great. So we'll go back this way. So we'll get to you, Jonathan, in a second, but.
Can I ask about something we haven't heard very much about, perhaps in your talk or generally, the dark web. So maybe the dark web underpins a lot of what you're talking about, but is that still something in the conversation?
Yeah, that's very active. I didn't put anything of it really in my slides due to the nature of the audience. Obviously, I've really got to balance awareness and enablement as well. Like if there's individuals who don't know about things, they see them in my slides and they get a bit curious. I mean, talking about the dark web, you're a few clicks away from ruining your life. To put it quite bluntly, you go on there with a bit of curiosity, you're 2 or 3 clicks away from ruining your life because you've accessed material which is illegal. So yeah, it's very much still active. But I wouldn't want to comment any further than that on for fear of crossing over into this sort of enablement area of that.
Yeah, good question. Good answer. Thank you. Can we... oh, you've got a mic. Great, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Jonathan Grimes. I like to think I'm quite computer savvy and I take all the right precautions on my PC, my laptop, my iPad, my iPhone, etc. If there's one piece of advice, what would you give? Should it be antivirus? Should it be the VPNs? Should it be anti-malware? What is the one thing that you would say is the best advice to give to somebody to protect their system? Or is there anyone?
I would say, like you said, you've got a few devices there. Obviously, more devices means more to manage. So I would make it a point to keep on top of your security patches, like iPhone, Apple. They're rolling out constantly at the moment because obviously new threats are identified, new patches have to be created, new installs for software updates have to be rolled out. So keeping your devices up to date is one of the, because most vulnerabilities are found with devices that are not up to date. They find a vulnerability and then the manufacturer will then provide a patch that fixes that vulnerability. People who don't update those devices, those vulnerabilities are what, vulnerable to attack. So keeping your devices up to date, having a good antivirus and anti-malware is safe as well. Especially with your mobile devices, two-factor authentication, multi-factor authentication. So like with my banking app, for instance, I've got Face ID, employing multiple passwords, complex passwords. I can't push that one across enough as well. Complex passwords, not like the Wi-Fi password here is a great example of a complex password. It employs symbols, uppercase, lowercase letters, numbers. So employing complex passwords as well, but keeping up to date, using reputable antivirus as well. Obviously, I can't say any here because I'd be endorsing them or anything, but do a bit of Googling from reputable sources for a good antivirus and anti-malware. And yeah, keeping things up to date, I'd say, is your best, and keep on top of it as well. Don't say I'll do it tomorrow, because that's where the sort of the grey area starts to become apparent then.
Great. So we've got an input at the back there, and I'm going to put him on a couple of minutes warning that I should have said that the Chief Constable is in the audience. So sorry, Ivan, I didn't make a point of saying that. So, but the microphone is just behind you. So we'll go to another Chief Officer who's got his hand up as well. Are there any other questions? Because if not, then I might ask the Chief just to say a very few words of introduction and welcome to people, if you don't mind, Ivan, and then we'll have a break for coffee. What we've done in today's timetable, by the way, is allow plenty of time. In the past, we end up in the afternoon session running around like headless chickens trying to get all the stuff in on time. So that's what we've done on purpose. It's a little bit more relaxed today. Hopefully you're feeling that. Ross.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ross Evans, Dyfed-Powys Police. Luke, excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Look forward to working close with you in the years to come. Using your excellent level of knowledge. My question's about police.ai, which I'll come back to in just a moment, but just to reassure, today's about improving trust and confidence in local policing through a digital lens. Just to reassure friends, colleagues, members of the audience today and online that through the Chief Constable we're doing all we can to improve and use technology across all different facets of policing. That's happening at pace now. Sometimes the pace isn't quite as quick as we would like for the reasons you've articulated, but it's happening, it's almost exploding really in every single thing that we're doing, so we can give that reassurance. The questions about police.ai. So Home Office is investing a lot of money, 100 odd million in that organisation. Luke, what do you feel we can do as a force in a region to influence that conversation, and how can we play our part to protect the communities of Dyfed-Powys?
Okay, I'd say to that, I do run my own, through my ROCU, through Tarian, run an AI working group. That's a national working group then that has police officers, NCA, MPCC, all those different organisations join, and we go through all these kinds of like new subjects, and we just discuss them out then. For example, last week Dr. Joe Burton from Lancashire University, he did a 5-year study with the Alan Turing Institute on the gaps in policing around AI. And there was people on there from the Home Office, and they got into a bit of debate over different kind of tactics they'd use and things like that. So we're doing our bit, bringing awareness and keeping ourselves informed as a national sort of organisation then, because all police, we're all national. So we're doing our bit on that front then. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Brilliant, thank you, Luke. I've got to make an apology. It's very early in the day for me to make an apology, isn't it? I forgot about the online questions. And I had me looking at my phone. So sorry, Ivan, you're going to have to wait a little bit. I've also been told that the Home Secretary doesn't like the dot in the police.ai thing. So it might just be police AI for the future, Ross, just for reference. Watch this space. So 2 questions online. And thank you for the interactions online. So the first one comes from William Powell. And William is a police and crime panel member, like many in the audience. Luke, given the dangers you have outlined and the potential additional exposure of people in public roles, would you recommend this session as mandatory training for members of the Senedd, MPs and councillors? And is there any work being undertaken in that space? I guess?
We try to reach out to anyone and everyone, really. AI is everywhere. A lot of people seem to focus on the sort of like, it can generate images of you, turning into a dog and a cat and things like that. But as a threat actor capability, it's very much here and is structured and it's evolving as well. So the awareness sessions are something we roll out across anyone and anyone who wants to have them. So yeah, I would say yes to that question. They would definitely need it. I mean, we have had instances of political figures being deepfaked. So it affects them too.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for the question, William. We've got another question online. So it comes from Ella Rabiotti. Ella is the head of department in the criminology department. It might be law and criminology in Swansea University. So Ella's asking me a question, actually, which is, would it be appropriate to ask the new incoming Welsh Government to update the Welsh Government digital strategy for Wales to include more education and prevention around AI developments and related risks? And again, this sounds like something both devolved and non-devolved agencies need to work together on. So I suppose, Luke, from your point of view, is there an interaction similarly to William Powell's question around into the Senedd members, but what about Welsh Government and the strategies that they have? Is there a link across in that sense?
We do work with Welsh Government, mainly with the Hub team, Hub Cymru, so that kind of thing where we do different kinds of projects with them. But again, it's you can always use more.
Yes.
It is something, like I said, we're all vulnerable, whether you're a politician, a student, anyone and everyone's vulnerable to things like these. So everyone needs the awareness training and just to be aware of what actually AI is and what the capabilities are as well. Like I safely assume some of you may not have seen some of the things I showed today, but now you leave here with a bit of awareness, and a bit more of a weary eye over things. It goes far past what I've showed today as well. Again, I go into much more in-depth things when I talk about Dash, comm networks, algorithms feeding into like browsing history and things. I go into a lot of depth on those different things as well, depending on my audience. So I can go on and on, but yeah, something that everyone needs.
So what I will also do from today is I'll take an action. So I mentioned the meeting tomorrow with Welsh Government. I'll try and sneak it into that discussion. I'm hoping Jeremy Vaughan might be at that meeting tomorrow with us as well. So those of you may not know, but South Wales is playing quite a leading position, and we'll hear from Scott later in relation to some of that, but it's playing quite a leading role. So Wales is very much well represented in some of the new tech developments across policing in the UK and across England and Wales. So I'll take an action that I'll write to the new government immediately after the government is set up, because when we say new government, I mentioned that the Senedd elections are taking place and there are going to be 96 members, but there are a lot of resignations and retirements that are happening as part of the transition within Welsh Government. So we are actually going to have a new cohort of individuals leading government in Wales. And I would agree with Ella in the point that, yes, the strategy perhaps does need a little bit of refreshing. And we'll take it forward from this conference in the coming months. So, Luke, thank you. If you just remain here whilst I'm going to, sorry to land this on you, but just maybe ask Ivan to say a few words, and then we'll break for coffee, and if you can return in a timely manner for a restart at 11 o'clock. Diolch.
Yeah, diolch. So I'll be quick. Just a croeso cynnes, chi gyd I Gynhadledd Heddlu Dyfed-Powys. A warm welcome to all of you. I think it's quite timely today because only yesterday we had an away day with all our senior leaders where the work that Mark and Lowry who are here have been looking at our approach to data, innovation and technology and the partnership that we are hoping to create with the local university who have a safe environment where you can test a lot of the challenges and problems that we've got safely. But also we're looking at options to use artificial intelligence to help us record crime, which frees up time for local officers to be out in their communities more where the public can see them. So the opportunities, in a good way, are there. We've also heard so many of the challenges that you've got here, and we've got teams in Dyfed-Powys that work closely with the ROCU in dealing with some of those challenges that are happening within our schools as well as the local community. So diolch yn fawr I ti am siarad. Thank you very much for the talk that you've given us, and I very much hope that everybody else enjoys the rest of the day. Felly diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, not too bad.
Oh, you did really well. How long are you? Because I was looking at your LinkedIn there when you put it up. Great. The networking part of the event is so important, so I don't want to stifle any of that, but I am conscious of the time, so we're just a couple of minutes past 11 o'clock. The next session is somewhat more of an inward-looking session. So we've got a session looking at the force control room and the work and technology that's being used in there, and we also then have an update from the training department from Dyfed-Powys and how we use immersive VR. So what we're going to do, I think, the first session will just give an input, the second session will give an input, and then we'll have the questions. That's what we plan to do. So, yeah, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Karen, if that's okay. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Bore da, good morning everybody. Karen Marshall, I'm from the control room here in headquarters. And when I was approached about the conference, I assumed it was going to be just a couple of slides and a couple of stats. And then I was very shocked when I was told, is 40 minutes okay? So, well, welcome everybody. Okay, so the FCC. So today I'll be covering the technology on our new phone system, our move into digital contact, examples of reports we receive in digital contact, which may surprise some of you, where digital contact sits in UK policing now. You'll soon see it's becoming business as usual. Calvin, my colleague, will cover CCTV and the role that plays in modern policing, and where AI and UK policing is now moving through the control rooms. So in the FCC, we cover 101s and 999s, and I can see in the audience some of the colleagues that have been doing some quality assurance on the work that we do, so welcome to you. We oversee the Force's Facebook, X, Instagram accounts. 80% of the single online home reports come in, and I'll cover what what they are about. And all the 101 emails also come through us. We cover grade 1 and grade 2 incidents, so that's the dispatch element. So a grade 1 incident is an incident that we deem needs a police attendance within 20 minutes. And a grade 2 is a police incident that we have risk assessed and say we need to be there within the hour. So we deal with all of those incidents directly from HQ here. And we've got the forces CCTV. So there was a lot of investment from Mr. Llewellyn when he came into post, and you'll see that some of the work that we can do then with CCTV, which saves time on deploying officers. I was going to play a film, but I'm very, very conscious that this is very high tech, and if my film doesn't play, I'd actually look a bit stupid, so I'm not going to risk the film. So apologies to the couple of minutes that would have taken. So how has technology improved what we do in Dyfed-Powys? We've got a new telephony platform, which is Motorola Guardian, and that came live in November 2024. And that is, or was at the time, state-of-the-art sort of technology, one of the newest platforms out in policing, and it's allowed us to route calls efficiently through the system. So what we have is we have skill sets set up with the operators. We've got 120 operators over there working 24/7, and we put skill sets to them. And obviously we think the highest risk demand would be 999s. So what we have is we always have 2 operators waiting for your 999 call. So they won't take any other calls. The system locks them down to be available to take a 999 call. If that operator takes a 999 call, the telephony system then moves another operator into a dormant position, ready to take the 999s. And that technology bounces around the department until, in theory, there is always somebody available to take that 999 call for you. Because what we're saying is that is where you are most at risk, that you feel the need to dial 999. And we're ensuring with the technology is working with us to ring fence an operator to receive that call from you. So that is really important for us that we answer those 999s as quickly as we can. And as you can see, the technology we've had through the Motorola platform has reduced our average speed of answer down from 8 seconds to 5. And if you think how long 5 seconds is when you're really at life at risk, you really need that to be as low as possible. And the technology has allowed us to do that. So 101 calls are what the UK deems as non-emergency. And we have an interactive voice routing system, bilingually, English or Welsh, depending which language you'd prefer to be dealt with. And we have 3 routes into us. So if you wanted to report a new incident, you would press option 1, and it would put it through to an operator who can take that incident from you. If you already reported an incident, then you would elect for option 5. So that is not something that's ongoing. It's something that you've dealt with previously, but you now want a little bit of an update from an officer or from what's happening with the incident. And then option 7 is, I need to ask the police, but it's not really an incident, but I need to get advice on, I've got my grandson visiting, what sort of car seat does he have? And that's what we call an option 7 call. So from the caller's selection then, the technology will move that call through the platform in seconds and to the most suitable person. And the supervisors have their screen open and they can see, oh, there is a Welsh call waiting in that queue, and they will press a button and it'll automatically be presented to that person. So technology is moving in the background when you contact us, and it's moving seamlessly through different skill sets to ensure that we can get to your call as quickly as possible. We've also introduced a callback function. So if you were to want an update or you wanted advice on something, rather than queue, you can input on your handset your telephone number, and we will then, again through the routing system, be able to call you back. And our average speed of a call back is within the hour. So you want advice, you think, oh, I can't be bothered to wait, so I'm actually going to have a call back. So that's a new function, and not many police control rooms are offering that, but we found it really, really does save the communities from having to queue should we have spikes on 999 calls. So, example, in the week we had an RTC on the A48 caused a big influx of 999 calls, which, as I've explained in my routing system, I need people to answer very quickly. So the callback function available in the 5s and 7s means that you can then choose to finish the call with us but still get a prompt response. So that's all through the technology. It also always ring fences the 299 call takers though. So by calling people back, we're still through technology sorting out the high demand risks. So 2019, what was our telephone demand like? Okay, 47,000 999s, 177,000 101 calls. So the bosses decided, do you know what, I think we should enter the digital world, because the world is now moving into digital contact. So, project team put together, I know, let's go live in the middle of COVID, and let's go 24/7 straight away. Oh, great, no pressure at all then. So, digital contact, how can you contact us now? Okay, so we offer Facebook, Instagram, X, single online home, and email. So, 2025. So, great. 999s are up, okay? But good news is 101 contact is down. Great, so we're now reducing incoming non-emergency calls. All right, that's really working. Until we realise how much digital contact goes up. Oh, apologies. So, digital contact is exactly like opening another lane on the M25. You build another lane, it just fills that lane. So every time we open a new contact, people fill it, which is great because it's giving people choice and it's giving communities choice on how they want to contact us. So we've had to accept in Dyfed-Powys that the digital demand is our biggest demand now. Telephony is sort of old school. People are moving into more digital contact. And I always assume it's going to be the youngsters, and I'll show you some stats shortly that'll say it's not just the youngsters that are happy with digital contact. Single online home. This is a national platform, and we in the police like single online home because the hard work is with you out there filling out the form. Everything is formatted. You have to give all your details in a logical order, and we can copy and paste the form onto our command and control system. So we like single online home, but as I've just shown you, there is very, very high demand in single online home. But all forces now are using it, and it's a Home Office approved way to contact. So this shows you the single online home demand that we have in 2025 in the control room. And you can see the green areas, that is where we have less demand, which is overnight, and the yellow and red areas is the demand we receive off single online home on primarily, as you can see, between 9 and 6 p.m. So it's not when people necessarily get home from work, they're doing it, it's happening during the day. And if I superimpose that to our telephony demand, which is the top box, you can see their correlation is very, very similar. Our high demand for contact in police control room in Dyfed-Powys is between 9 and 5, and primarily Monday to Friday. So whether the public don't think that we work weekends or we're available 24/7, but We thought by moving to digital, we'd move demand away from telephony, but actually we've just filled it. So we now have to do rotas that match more Monday to Friday than we've ever had to do before. So even though you offer 24/7 contact, the public do like Monday to Friday. So we thought when we had put out digital contact, we'd probably just have a thumbs up occasionally or a smiley face or something like that. We never dreamt that we'd have so much actual live incidents being reported online. So I've got a few examples here. So this is a single online home report that we received. So somebody has very patiently filled out the form for us. And as you can, if you can see that, it says, what would you like to discuss or tell us? There are several sheep on the road on the A40, near halfway, traffic could be heavy, concerned with motorbikes, there may be an incident. Okay, so it's great the public has contacted us, but you could have just dialed 999 and told us, but they have gone through and filled out a whole form to send to us. So that gives an example of a live ongoing incident that we would treat as a grade 1 life at immediate risk because it's on a busy A road and there's an obstruction that the typer is already saying could cause a problem for motorbikes. Another example, this is received into our single online home box, basically reporting a domestic ongoing, saying that there are children there, there's some concern about arguing, the people are still there. So this is what we would call an ongoing domestic. Again, I would have expected someone to ring 999 about that, but they're happy filling out a form. This particular online report comes in and they've actually reporting, is it happening now? Now, yes. Please tell us what's happening. Screaming, shouting, repeat noises, not the first time this has happened. There's children present. Again, I'd have expected that to be a 999 call. And this one is, please tell me what's happening. I can hear screaming and shouting, 2 young children. And this is why perhaps you can understand why people would do it. Me and her don't get along. I don't want to share my information, but want to be the good person. Will you go and do a welfare check? So a good neighbour, because she knows there's a problem, wants to contact the police, but would rather do it online because they've fallen out, but she still wants to report it. And this particular online, this gent, for those of you who maybe can't read that, I need some help. I need someone to collect my dogs from my flat. I really need to hang myself. I tried to call 999, but I had a lead around my neck, so which kind of hurts. I did press 55, like the website says, but I guess no one really gives a shit. I don't mind, no one cares about me, but I'm concerned about my dogs. They deserve better. So that is someone intending taking their own life. They can't speak on the 999 call because they've got the dog's lead around their neck, but they have typed. Then using our intelligence systems, we did some background checks. We do go there, and yes, this individual is at home with the dog's lead around his neck, and we give him all the help we need. But that sort of report is why 24/7 we have to watch what's coming into those boxes. It isn't just a thumbs up, that sort of thing. There is real life at risk going on there. Facebook is very instant, as a lot of you be aware. So instant that they just went onto Facebook to tell us there's a bloke in Lama Street kicking off. Yeah, he's trying to drive his car and there are people trying to stop him. Facebook, obviously, your first point to call if you're witnessing that sort of thing happening in the street. And a direct message on Facebook, Hello, I don't know if it's been reported to you, but on Pensan, roundabout exit to Cross Hands, there's a large piece of wood on the road. Thank you. But why did you message us? Our average speed to answer a 999 call is less than 5 seconds. It's taken you that long to actually open up your Facebook and type the message. So in 2025, there was a national digital survey. And I was quite interested in the result because I always assume that perhaps the digital contact would be younger age groups, perhaps. No, it's the silver surfers. The highest age group using social media to contact the police is far, far older than perhaps thought. And I can see the youngsters smiling there thinking, no, surely not. Yes, so as you can see, Dyfed-Powys, we are in the national average there with the age band. So I was quite surprised. I assumed it'd be somebody, the groups would be much younger, but it's older people. And I don't know why nationally, but women are very keen on using social media, far, far more than the male. So again, we're following the national average here in Dyfed-Powys. The preference for contacting the police now are for non-emergency, and you can see there that it's saying that calling 101 is still the favourite option, nationally and particularly in Dyfed-Powys. Then online reports are the second. So there's a lot of demand that is now not coming through telephony. What are they interested in? Well, very interested in updates about live incidents. Everybody likes looking at that on social media. Traffic updates. Is the road still closed? Outcomes of appeals and court cases. And then crime or missing persons appeals. You'll see us regularly putting missing person appeals out there. So when we push that out there, we expect people to answer us on social media. But no, they see it on social media, they want to engage, and then they go back to ringing us on 101. So I've got to keep that pot full of operators as well. So we push information out on one platform, and it comes back in on the other platform. So we haven't totally moved into a digital world yet, but it's certainly coming. But the good news is we're answering the 101s very speedily in Dyfed-Powys at the moment, so people can get through to us. So is digital contact becoming business as usual in UK policing? So HMIC, FRS, which is our inspectorate, we're about to enter in Dyfed-Powys our 3-year inspection. That's currently ongoing and it'll continue in the next months. So HMIC, the control room, we come under question 5, which is responding to the public. Okay, and there's 3 areas that they look at, and within those 3 areas, the inspectors will look at other criteria within it. So the important one for us in digital contact is question 5, 5.1. Yeah, the force meets the needs of the public who make contact using a range of communication methods. I was in the last inspection a few years ago, and it was purely telephony, even just 3 years ago. Now it's saying, have they got effective management to ensure that we've got performance and quality of service at that point of entry? Okay, good, we have. Are we answering 999s in a timely manner? Absolutely, Dyfed-Powys says. We've been in the top 10 in the UK now for the last 12, 18 months, which is giving reassurance to the public that we are there answering your calls as quickly as we can to give you the help that you need. 101s, we're being inspected. Are we answering promptly? Again, Dyfed-Powys is doing extremely well here. We've been in the top 5 for the whole year of answering 101 calls. So again, giving reassurance out to the communities. We might be all dealing with digital, but our core function is still to ensure that we're answering your calls as quickly as we can. This is the change now in HMIC FRS's approach to digital contact. They have put the line in to say that make sure that the public who contact the force using digital platforms receive a high quality of service. So when we started the digital desk back in 2019, I don't think we realised how fast digital contact in policing would move, so that already forces have been inspected on the quality and speed of their digital contact. So we were an early adopter for digital, which has allowed us to move very quickly through this space. And I'm very comfortable when we're going into this inspection that we have got everything in place to ensure whichever means you choose to contact us, telephony or digital, that we will give you a fast and quality service. And I'm hoping that all the work we're doing, because we're on the national digital team as well, will ensure that Dyfed-Powys remains ahead of the game for our communities to ensure that whatever changes come in digital contact, we're already on the front foot. Because we're one of the only forces at the moment that is doing quality assurance on digital contact. And that's working with the national team. Because I want to ensure that the digital contact that you're giving us has the same quality as we're giving to the 101s and 909s. And some of the audience I know have marked some of our calls previously, because that's what we encourage. We want outsiders to come in and judge us, because we want to get it right for you. So we work with all different communities to say, mark our calls, give us feedback. What can we do to make the contact better for you? And the final thing that HMIC are going to look at is the supervision and the management of digital contact and telephony throughout. So we're looking at this as a whole package now. So digital contact is absolutely here to stay. It's quite interesting the different age, perhaps, that is engaging through us on digital contact. But I feel that at the moment, we're in the right place, and I'm hoping we're going to continue with the curve that we're doing to ensure that the quality in digital remains exactly the same as it does on telephony. So I'll hand over to Calvin now, who's our CCTV coordinator, and he'll tell you about the developments in CCTV.
You might have to click it for me.
I might have to click it. Okay.
Yes, because I'm not that technically advanced. Morning. Just introduce yourself. My name's Calvin. I am the CCTV coordinator for the force. I've been in post now roughly for just over a year. And when I took the job, I didn't think I'd be standing here. And using technology, I've just seen my heart rate's 135. So it's a bit of pressure for me. But as I say, I took this job over a year ago and didn't know much about CCTV myself. So it was a very steep learning curve. So I work alongside Karen from the FCC, where I think a few of you have visited the FCC. We've got a bank of CCTV screens, which allows us to see towns across the force. Prior to Ms Llewellyn getting in post, CCTV was very hit and miss across Dyfed-Powys. We're now in a fortunate position that we're one of the very few forces in England and Wales that actually owns its own CCTV system. And with that comes a raft of benefits for us. We currently have 161 cameras across 25 forces, 25 towns within the force. What that allows us to do is obviously monitor it from here and look how efficiently and effectively we can use CCTV to benefit ourselves and our officers. We are currently going through an upgrade. So we're upgrading our whole system across the force, which is coming at quite a large expense. But what it will do is give us greater reliability and stability across our network, and therefore obviously allow us again to act more efficiently and effectively for policing. With CCTV, a lot of people think and view it as just a tool to target crime, antisocial behaviour, etc. Far different from that. It's of a lot greater use to us. It can help us with the efficiency of officers, because if we do get calls that there's ongoing issues, if it is within the scope of the CCTVs, we can look at it and we can negate that, and therefore don't have to use the officer's time to go and visit those sites because there's nothing ongoing there. So you will get calls from used to be kiosks a lot, but you'll get calls from maybe trading industrial areas saying that there's ASB ongoing. If we've got cameras around the area, we can check it and don't have to send officers. So it's more than just a crime-fighting tool, even though that is part of it. It also plays a great part with ourselves, especially in the operations department, for missing persons. We get a large amount of missing persons. A lot of them are obviously vulnerable through the nature of it. What it allows us to do is do quick searches of areas where we think they could go, and where previously we got information that MISPers would attend. And we can then direct officers in or direct officers to the people who are vulnerable at the time. I've got a couple of quick instances whereby we've used CCTV effectively to support officers. And the first one is to do with a suicidal person, where a female has gone towards a bridge. She's obviously vulnerable. What we've been able to do from the ops room is view that person using the description given. The CCTV operator of now, we've gone through a training program within the FCC, and we now have one permanent member of staff, but we have 82 other members of staff who are trained fully in the use of CCTV. So we then can cover it 24/7, 365 days a year. So we've gone through that process now to make sure our operators can all use it and effective in it. So at any moment that we get these reports, we've got someone there who can access CCTV and look to provide assistance to both the officers and the persons that we're looking for. So this one is obviously one where it's been a vulnerable female who's gone towards a bridge, and we've been able to direct 2 vehicles in, which, just for those who don't know, would be Charlie 23 and Charlie 24, which would be local resources where we can send officers to the scene to assist that person. So again, cutting down the time that we are actually looking for the person and using a large number of resources to try and locate that person. The second one then is manager of Wetherspoons, Haverfordwest, reporting that there's obviously an ongoing incident between a number of customers at the location. The group have left, but again, with using CCTV, we're able to get those images, to get the descriptions, and again, direct officers, even though they've left the scene, to go and speak to the believed perpetrators. And if we need to arrest them and deal with them, then we can do that very quickly. And the last example is one where a male has been seriously assaulted in one of the local towns, and he's actually used a weapon. And by using CCTV, what it's allowed us to do is identify that person. And it's a recent one that's gone through the courts, where he was denying the offence, denying actually being in the area. But when then the prosecution laid on them the evidence of the CCTV, he immediately pleaded guilty to the offence and ended up with a custodial sentence. So that's a benefit that CCTV has given us as a force with officers and prosecutions, but also it gives us, it allows us to deal very effectively and cost efficiently with ongoing incidents. We carry on looking at advancements, and since coming into the role, I've looked across the other 42 forces and how they're using CCTV, and one of the most progressive at the moment is Cumbria, which is very much like ourselves, same sort of geography that we've got. It runs its own and owns its own CCTV system, and they're seen as being at the forefront of CCTV within modern day policing. So having done that, I've spoken to them in person and how they use it and how effective it is for them and how different they use it to ourselves. And there's a number of tools on the market now which, using AI, are available to police forces. And I think 7 forces at the moment are using what they call BriefCam, which is an analytical tool that sits behind CCTV. And what that allows you to do is either live time during an incident or post-incident, it will automatically search through up to 41 cameras for you. What it uses is what it calls objects. So if I had a missing person, I'd be able to put in their description, It doesn't use ethnicity at all. It just goes by a description of clothing, or if they're carrying a rucksack, etc. So it allows you to put that into the system, and it will automatically search for you up to 41 cameras at a time. So an example Cymru will give is that an elderly lady was at a cash point and a male tried to rob her of her money as she was withdrawing it. The town CCTV camera, even though it was on the area, was too far away to get a good description of the person in question. Where now, what we would do is look at that incident and we would possibly say, we haven't got a description, we're going to struggle to actually get a conviction because description isn't good enough. Through BriefCam, what they were able to do was put in 5 hours prior to the incident, 5 hours post-incident, put the description of the person through their system, let it run automatically, and then it'll bring you back every time that person, that description, goes to one of their town cameras. So then they can identify that person from using that analytical tool, having gone through the other cameras. It will also allow you to turn your town cameras into an ANPR camera, which is an automatic number plate reader. So where you've got them on the roads at the moment, and usually on the main roads or where forces want to put them, what it will allow you to do is your town CCTV cameras, it will allow them to extract that information of the vehicles and the number plates and turn it into an ANPR camera. You can, because it works on objects, you can also use it for vehicles. So if you've got a white van with a black roof, you put that into your description form, it will then search all those cameras that you select to pull every camera that that vehicle has gone through within the time frame that you put in it. So it's a very, very clever tool. Another way it can be used, it can also be used for intelligence purposes, whereby if you believe there's a house in the street that is being used heavily for drugs use, as long as you've got a camera in that area, and it's another clever part of it, it's not just your own police cameras, it's any CCTV camera that you can download. If you can download it onto a memory stick, you can search it. So if you've got a camera that's on a street and you believe there's a house being used for drugs, you can take that information away, search what's going there, and it can provide a heat map for you. So it can provide you with a heat map of the house in that row that has the most activity. By then overlaying how many vehicles are going to that house, you can then pull the number plates off it. So you can search the number plates to see who or what vehicles are going to that address. By putting another layer on of objects or persons, you can see who's visiting that address. If then you go further down the line of using what some forces are now with facial recognition, and I know there's a conversation to be had around facial recognition, but you can use facial recognition then to pull those faces, if they're on your system, to say that those are the people who are visiting that house. So you can identify those people. So it's an analytical tool that sits behind CCTV, separate from CCTV, that has multiple purposes. So a number of forces now are using these tools across England and Wales. There's also other tools that they're using. There's one currently that's being used by Cymru, but also many other forces, called Dyfed-Powys. What that allows you to do, and I can see Mark Bleasdale, who I've contacted as part of my role, as part of the council. So I've gone out to all the councils to see how much CCTV they have in place, because it's not just ourselves who've got CCTV, so that I can build a database of what CCTV is across Dyfed-Powys Police. So what Dyfed-Powys will allow you to do is send out emails to, or put an entry for people to send you emails that they've got CCTV. So you can make a database then. So if you have an incident on a road in a certain town, instead of sending officers there to knock every door to find out if they have CCTV, if they are part of your database, you can contact them, give them the time and dates of what you're looking for, and ask them if they've got anything on their footage that they can send to us that is relevant to that offence or to that incident. It will also allow you with trading estates. Quick example would be Llanelli railway station now that's had an upgrade in all its CCTVs. I think it's got 12 CCTV cameras there now. Quite often we'll get a report of someone on a train that there's been an incident, or there was one recently where they believe someone on the train was carrying a gun. We've currently got to wait until they come out into the public space where we've got cameras to see which direction they're going, or what's ongoing. If they obviously they don't come there, we presume then that they stayed on the train. What active food system will allow you to do is put a box within that system which will allow you to access those cameras, even though they'll be Transport for Wales or BTP police cameras, to view them. So you can view them live, even though they're not your cameras, to see if that person has got off that train. So it'll give you access to those areas. You can do that with trading estates, you can do it with shopping centres, as long as you can get the buy-in, obviously, from the owners of those systems. You can attach that box to it, which will allow you those functions. So down the line, and currently being used in a number of forces, are AI functions that can greatly assist you. Obviously, it all comes at a cost. But I think the last 2 months, we've had 2 instances in Dyfed-Powys, the only 2 I've looked at, where officers now have, I think it's £30,000 it's cost just for officers to view CCTV. So BriefCam can help you take those officers away from that function of just trawling through, as you see on some of the police programmes, where officers sit down and they trawl for hours and hours through CCTV cameras. These AI tools, the analytical tools, can take that away and they can do it for you, as long as you've obviously got that information to feed it and then got someone who can check it afterwards. So that's basically where the future is looking, and there are a number of forces now using facial recognition. As I said, there's a discussion to be had around facial recognition, but obviously the government are beginning to support it, are beginning to fund some of it. So where we quite go in this force, obviously I'm not the decision maker, so I won't be making those decisions, but I sit within CCTVs and have that interest of what is developing down the line. So that's just giving you a brief snapshot where we are as a force and where some of the future could take us. Thank you.
So, to finish off where we are, AI in control rooms. So there is a piece of AI software now that's been trialled in Thames Valley and Hampshire called Bobby. Really imaginative name. Lots of thought gone into that. And it's an AI assistant that sits on live chat. The idea is it'll be rolled out nationally because it's a Home Office approved AI product, but at the moment the 2 forces are trialling it. And it's a virtual assistant that sits in the background on your front page of your internet, and it'll allow you to pose a question as a requester, and the force will have loaded all the preloaded answers it can think of, and it interacts with you just as any of you've done any live chat, and it's now in policing. So it's the first time they're trialling this sort of AI product in forces, and they've picked quite 2 busy forces, Hampshire and Thames Valley, big areas to do it. And once it's been approved there, it's going to come then for national rollout. So Bobby, what is it? It's intelligent, yes, but it's intelligent in the fact that it's not just pulling off ChatGPT or anything, it's pulling only off police-approved answers. So it's not giving you the random extremes, it's for preloaded police answers. So it's much, much safer to you, the public, to accept that the information given on there is correct. So one of the examples that they use on this is someone that wants to ask about electric scooters, because if you really want to look at electric scooters and try to get to the bottom of if you're allowed to use them, where you're allowed to use them, what age, and different countries have different rules, and in UK we have very strict rules, but it's the example that they use. And if they don't know the answer to a question, they will put you on hold while it goes to find it. If at any point during that conversation, inverted commas, you're having, that the Bobby thinks that this is an incident, it will make you ring 999 or 101 or move to a live chat element. It won't continue engaging with you if it thinks this has gone too far now, this is actually moving into an incident. So like the examples I showed you of people that are using social media to report ongoing domestics, if they were using Bobby, Bobby would stop interacting and insist that person rings 999. So it's much safer than just someone filling out a form, sending it off and then going off and doing their shopping. So it's very, very safe at the moment, and it's very good news for us in police control rooms, because an awful lot of our demand is people who've done a little bit of Googling and a little bit of ChatGPT and they're not really confident, because if, as you know, it'll give you the top sort of 10 answers. But if it's a point of law and legality, you want it absolutely nailed on that it is something that the police approve. So Bobby is definitely the way ahead for us. And it goes to a digital desk. And again, because Dyfed-Powys is ahead of the game, we have been 24/7 on our digital desk since 2019. So we're well established to be able to take Bobby on with very little impact on staffing and rotas. Some forces turn their digital desk off at 9 p.m. That's a risk we've never carried, and having seen the sort of incidents that are coming through, you can see that we need to be on that 24/7 because people are reporting serious matters. So this is what Bobby would look like. This is Thames Valley. So it's a little virtual assistant. Once they can see someone is on the system, that it'll pop up. And if you've ever been on any live chat, it's exactly the same as that. And in policing, that's quite a modern look. It's quite, people are familiar with doing web chat. It's going to be a little bit slower coming into Wales because we're doing it bilingually. And the Home Office is fully aware of that, and the 4 Welsh forces. We won't be taking Bobby on until we can do it in Welsh as well. But that's been built through the Home Office and not through some sort of Google Translate, which I know that we have had huge problems on our Facebook accounts, for example, of awful translations that Google comes up with. Again, I was going to give you a demo, but I think I'm going to quit while I'm ahead, because if it doesn't open, I'll be mortified. But I want to do a very shameless, we're open for recruitment at the moment. So if anybody wants to join our very high-tech, fast-moving world, please do. But thank you very much. I'm going to hand back now to Mr. Llewellyn, and then we'll be available for answers after the next intake.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Calvin. Thank you for the introduction. So the input. I'm not going to take questions now. So if you have got questions, make a note of them. We'll do it after. So glad you came back into the room, Rob, because your chair was empty only 5 seconds ago, and I was getting a bit worried. Thought you'd been called elsewhere. So if I can ask James and Rob to come up then to give an input in relation to the VR activity within the force and the immersive, that's the word I'm trying to say, immersive VR technology used within the force. I'll hand over to you and then we'll come back. We might need to juggle the chairs, although, yeah, you've sent Calvin away. There we are. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Gravel. I'm one of the training sergeants here in Dyfed-Powys, and I've been working in the training department for just over 5 years now. We've been working closely with the University of South Wales, Swansea University, and of course the PCC's office to build something that's both research-driven and genuinely useful for police officers that we're bringing in through our front doors. The aim for us was quite simple, really, to immerse recruits in the kind of real-life scenarios that they'll face on duty from day one, without actually having to throw them into chaos on day one. And let's be honest, our workforce is getting younger, or as my wife likes to remind me, that's only because I'm getting older at twice the speed. So when our new recruits join, it was quite scary for me to see that some of them were born after the first iPhone was made. And you realise then that in training, chalk and talk might not cut it anymore. And for us in Dyfed-Powys, that's where VR comes into it. Since 2024, we've been using it to give officers a safe and controlled way to experience situations they may never have encountered before. Thankfully for them, and thankfully for us. It lets them make mistakes without consequences. It helps them to build on their confidence without pressure and learn decision-making without the blue lights and the adrenaline rush that comes with it. We're now pushing forward with new themes and scenarios, all designed to replicate the reality of modern policing. The complexity, the unpredictability, and the human side of our policing role that no textbook can ever fully capture. The goal for us is quite straightforward. Officers who feel prepared, capable, and confident from the moment they put their uniform on. And speaking of capability, I'd like to introduce James, and James is the mastermind behind the VR work that we're doing here in Dyfed-Powys. He's the one who can actually explain the clever bits, rather than me just waving my arms about and saying it's like a video game but educational. James will give you a proper insight into how we're using technology to shape the next generation of Dyfed-Powys police officers. James.
I won't go as far as mastermind, to be fair, Rob, but thank you very much. No, thank you. I am aware that some of you may not be familiar with some of what we would cover here. So I thought a little bit of a kind of background as to the technology and some of the areas it's being utilised would be beneficial. So yes, we are using it in Dyfed-Powys. We are still, I would say, early days, to be honest with you. We've been using it for a couple of years, but there are a lot of areas that this covers. So when we think about immersive technologies, VR is part of those, we have to think about what we call the reality and virtuality continuum. So this is reality, of course, and then it goes across to augmented reality, so experiences that you can utilize on your phones. So this could be, those of you may be familiar with Pokemon Go. It's an example of probably one of the biggest consumer AR applications ever known, really. All the way through to fully immersive simulated environments and virtuality. But the real magic lies in the affordances of these technologies, the unique capabilities it unlocks. First of which is presence. It's the psychological feeling that you are truly there, which is a massive leap over looking at a flat screen, of course, or reading a textbook. Second is contextual insight. Imagine a surgeon or a mechanic seeing real-time data overlaid directly on their workspace. And third is safe failure. XR, which is one of the common terms we use now when talking about immersive technologies, allows us to master high-stakes environments from flight decks to operating rooms, where mistakes are free and learning is infinite. The impact is already profound. And in 2026, we've moved past the novelty phase, and we're seeing a significant increase in training, retention, and significant drops in operational costs across every sector. Ultimately, XR isn't just a new way to see the world, it's a new way to experience, understand, and master it. So in 2026, XR is no longer about isolated pilots. It is about integrated operational infrastructure. Take, for example, in the military, training has moved beyond basic flight simulators with introduction of synthetic training environments. Using AR, squads can now conduct live virtual constructive rehearsals, overlaying digital adversaries into real-world terrain, reducing logistical costs and increasing tactical efficiency. Forgot to actually press the button then. In the emergency services, the introduction of AI for paramedics, for example, allows for real-time telemetry and remote expert guidance during complex trauma cases. And in fire service, as some of you may be aware, they've been using VR and immersive technologies for a while now. They can safely simulate flashover conditions or chemical leaks, allowing teams to build vital muscle memory without the safety risks. And of course, my background is in education, so I have seen this go through higher education in particular, and it's hit a turning point. Over 60% of higher education institutes now use immersive technologies in some capacity. Not just reading about anatomy and engineering, students are physically manipulating 3D models and digital twins. with learners 4 times more focused and have been shown to have 275% more confidence in applying their skills than any traditional classroom. Immersive training is no longer optional. It is an integrated part of how industry supports staff and increase performance. Thinking about how we use it in a policing context then, and particularly around police training, use of immersive technology is shown to have positive impact on training across various industries, as we've said. Policing is changing, and so are the kind of people who are wanting to join, as Rob has already mentioned. Technology can help us support this change and prepare new officers for situations that we'll have to deal with, but also help serving officers in better understanding how policing is changing, helping serve the public better. Dyfed-Powys Police has been utilising VR since 2024, and it's enabled us to provide realistic scenarios to trainees during specific sessions that cannot easily be replicated in training environment normally. This also provides repeatable, scalable and consistent scenarios that help to provide context when learning about some of the key areas of policing. Of course, it doesn't apply to everything. This is a tool, and even as an educational tool, it should be applied appropriately. But we've been working to identify where this works for our students and piloting it with them and getting feedback. We're still in the early stages of implementing all of this, but it is working. We've used documentation, in-person and online input, and role-play consolidation exercise to support officers in understanding the ins and outs of what they do. But these present a huge gap, and they can't easily replicate stress and unpredictability of real-life scenarios in some cases, in a safe and scalable way. Through VR in particular, we can put officers into situations that feel real, which can test their resilience, their critical thinking and decision-making skills in a far more tangible way. Be this dealing with potentially dangerous situation, putting them in the perspective of those they will encounter, or having them make critical decisions when dealing with domestic abuse and seeing the outcome. In these controlled environments, they can repeat and practice, experience and learn, and feel present in the moment in that scenario, something that is not easy to achieve in all areas of policing. Crucially, and this is one of the important areas why I feel it's so important, is they can get it wrong and no one gets hurt, and they can repeat and carry on and learn through their experience. We can put in the officer in a simulation where they experience what it's like to be the person on the other side as well, to be a victim, someone having a mental health crisis, someone experienced domestic abuse or a witness of a crime. This is something that we have now started to use in our teaching, with learners witnessing a crime and then providing a statement, allowing officers to practice witness statement writing in a more realistic way. We see VR as a way to support the training of officers, offering a safe, effective and scalable tool to bring realism into the training environment and allow officers to experience complex situations. It's about building understanding and improving decision making, leading to better officers and safer communities. This is just a quick preview of some of the material that we've been working on. But these are just basic 360 video scenarios that we've been utilising so far. There are headsets, you will have a chance to have a go at some of these. It doesn't replace the need for training. Instead, it provides realistic learning experience within the context of their role, which supports better understanding. So we are utilising this in line with the teaching that's being done by the trainers. It's not there to replace the trainers by any stretch of the imagination. As I said, these are 360 video scenarios. One of the benefits of 360 video is the fact that we can implement these quite fast, and it's one of the easiest implementations of immersive learning. It's been used in different industries to show far-off places, underwater worlds, demonstrate safe practice, or put an audience in the shoes of another able to experience their story. It's not as interactive or involved as fully simulated environments. They do provide an opportunity to bring audiences and learners into scenarios that feel present in the moment. view it as if they were there, experiencing it firsthand. And this allows for a greater sense of presence and immersion, which in turn can lead to greater knowledge acquisition, as proven by studies, and emotional intelligence, as well as psychological resilience and empathy. And in police training, these are things that are sometimes difficult to develop in standard classroom settings. So some of the scenarios that we have been working on, so these are just a few examples of where we've been applying this. So witness statements, for example, where officers are placed in the perspective of a witness to a crime. Other officers then have to interview that witness. This helps them develop their witness statement taking skills, their interview skills, knowing what questions to ask, but also understanding that sometimes in a split second details can be missed. It gives them a better understanding of when they see these scenarios, whilst what they come back with in the interview may be, oh, that person was wearing a red jumper. They will reflect and watch it back. Actually, no, they were wearing blue. So it helps them better understand maybe around the questions that they use, but also empathise with witnesses. Sometimes they don't recall all the information. Interviewing. So we had feedback from our students to say that they felt a little bit unprepared sometimes for the interview practice that we do as part of their training programme. They didn't fully appreciate what it was like to sit in with in an interview room and actually have to talk to someone, and also potentially have a solicitor there. So whilst we mock it up and give them that real world training, they wanted something just to provide that little bit of a stepping stone, so they felt that they were ready for that. So we place them in those scenarios. We give them a scenario where they are sitting there as a solicitor watching an interview through. This is something we are looking at piloting now going forward. It's ready to go, but this is something that they've identified they feel would be beneficial. We look at it in terms of seeing a scenario play out and get officers to map out what the golden hour principles are. How would they approach that scenario? What would they be looking for? What are the witnesses? What's the evidence? And through an immersive experience, they can look around a lot more. Rather than a single flat screen, 16 by 9, they're able to look around, identify potential other witnesses that they may be sitting next to them, maybe behind them, things like that. We have just finished, just finalising some work on providing some sudden death scenarios for trainees to use. So these were mocked up in collaboration with University of South Wales. So we used their facilities, we filmed the scenarios, and then we had lovely Charlene to walk through that and provide a walkthrough and a discussion on some of the things that forensics would be looking for and how response officers should be dealing with those scenarios. These are things that we haven't yet rolled out, but we can see that there's going to be a huge benefit, particularly in terms of officers that have never necessarily had to deal with that. I've also worked with driver training to develop certain experiences around bike safety as well, which are potentially going to be rolled out, and putting trainees in a response vehicle as well, so they get that sense of what it's like to be driving at high speed, but also what bike safety is, like what to be aware of, so that they can be the general public can be better informed on bike safety. And then the big one that we worked on this year was the DPP DAIL. I couldn't think of a better name, to be honest with you. But this was an interactive 360 experience. So something that we identified was lacking in our current content was the ability for officers to make decisions within that experience itself and to replicate that kind of high stakes environment sometimes. So this was to help develop a framework which would allow us to create that type of experience. So we looked at trying to create something that was scalable, adaptable, to produce interactive package to support training in first response of domestic abuse, to determine the effectiveness of immersive learning in relation to student officer confidence, so that was the metric we were basing this from, and identify areas for further development and implementation. We used this as a pilot, so to help develop, this was funding that we were provided from the MPCC, from the Test and Learn Fund, to help pilot what these types of experiences could be like. Where is it are the key points that the decisions need to be made by the officers? We used branching narratives, so each decision then has an outcome, and the narrative changes slightly based off of those decisions. Whilst there is still a single outcome each time, the response from their tutor changes dependent on how they've approached that and what decisions they've made as part of it. And overall, from the initial piloting of this, confidence in particular grew in our officers. The pilot showed that this was really successful, that there are huge benefits to this, and that whilst not necessarily the most significant jump in the metrics, it does show that there has been some benefits to these officers. The qualitative feedback praised the simulation's realism and the immersive quality. When pre and post training surveys with the initial 19 officers we trialled this with showed a marked increase in self-reported confidence. Average confidence, for example, in communicating with a victim rose from 7.53 to 8.21, which is a 9% increase. And then observing key signs was a big jump, with 22% increase in their confidence of observing key signs within domestic abuse incidents. And their overall confidence in attending a DA incident increased by 40%, from an average rating of 5.53 to 7.74. And the user feedback repeatedly highlighted the realism, with one user stating it was an actual real-world scenario in a realistic setting, whilst another praised it as being more lifelike than traditional training. They lauded as well the dual perspective structure, allowing them not only to approach it from an officer, but also to see it from a victim's perspective. So as part of the experience, they actually see the events that lead up to that, to them responding to that call. So they have a better understanding and empathy towards a potential victim's story. And we worked with the victim survivors group on this to make sure that it was a clear and good representation of some of what they've had to deal with, whilst not being able to identify them clearly. We'll skip through that. We have done some additional piloting of this with now a sample size of about 53 students. And again, that's still showing a positive impact. It presents a clear opportunity. It confirms VR training is more immersive, realistic, and effective at building confidence than traditional methods. By investing in further development, we can capitalise on this success to create a best-in-class training tool that directly addresses this critical skills gap. Whilst we have yet to be able to conduct comparative analysis, though, which is something I am looking at, with those that have not done the VR package yet, data has shown that this is still an effective way to boost an officer confidence in how they approach scenarios such as domestic abuse. I am aware of time, so I'm going to roll through. So what are we looking at next? What's the next steps? There is considerable interest from other forces as well as the MPCC around what we are doing at Dyfed-Powys, and we are currently looking at possible ways we can support the use of XR in other ways, in other departments and potentially in other forces, and how we collaborate and share. A recent networking and collaboration event in with London Met, Metropolitan Police, South Wales Police and Police Scotland here in DPP successfully highlighted there is an appetite for developing a range of packages that can support policing going forward. There are also other innovations. So recently, I've been working on developing a way in which we can use VR and XR to help with forensics and crime scene digital twinning, so recreating a digital twin of crime scenes for first response officers. So rather than waiting on someone to arrive with the equipment required, they can capture that point in time, that scene in that point of time. Maybe not for evidence to be brought to court, but as something that can still support ongoing investigations potentially. This is something we're also looking at as a way of developing more realistic scenarios and scenes for learning and development services. So rather than just your static 360 where you are placed in one single point and you cannot move, the ability to move around a scene, to be able to interact with evidence, interact with others within that scene, etc. So these are areas that we are looking at going forward. However, I could talk for days on this. I have been lecturing this for about 10 years at Cardiff, and I could go on and on and on. I don't want to, because you'll get bored of hearing me. What I have done, though, is to give you a sense of some of the work we've been doing. There are VR headsets on every table, 2. We only have 20, so I had to sparingly space them out. And there is a bit of an activity for you. So some of the scenarios we work with, we've developed for our training are on the headsets, and these are the witness statement scenarios. So you'll be in the experience as a witness to a crime unfolding. Nothing major, don't worry. And the QR codes as well on the tables, there's a little quiz. So what I'd like you to do, if you're happy to do so, you can use the VR headsets. We're also going to display it on the screen, so I'll switch over the computer in a second. So if you don't want to put the headset on, you don't have to. And I'd like you then, if you are using the VR headsets, just to respond to the questions on the quiz and see whether or not you can pick out some of the details from these experiences. Okay? So without further ado, I'm going to swap over the computer. And all the headsets, all the headsets are currently set up, so they should all be working, but they may be currently asleep or off. So if you'd like to press the button, there's a power button on the top. Yeah, if you don't mind, Rob, thank you. Lovely, thank you very much. I'm hoping this works. Right. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Give me a thumbs up if it's getting a feed, because we've had problems with it in the past.
Okay, so just that it's picking the...
Yeah, it's just as long as it's mirroring this screen, I can do everything else, yeah. Ah, there we are, lovely, thank you. You can tell I work in the digital world. I have literally 3 computers all around me just to do one thing. Okay, so yeah, it should say, once you put the headset on, it should wait for the presenter. And I'm hoping this connects now for me. Oh, the joys of working in tech. Right, We have 5. There we go. Right, okay. So, we are missing... yes. Sorry, bear with me. Knew this was going to happen. I spent about 3 hours trying to get this all set up properly. Okay. Now, what I will say, if this doesn't work for everyone, the headsets will be set up so you can at any point dip in and just experience any of the content that's on the headset. So we'll have them set up for the lunch break and the break this afternoon. So feel free to just grab one of the headsets and have a look at some of the content then. Okay, I've currently got 5 headsets, which is not necessarily going to work as expected.
Everyone who's got a headset on, see that you're in a broad audience. Everyone? No?
Everyone should be. So let's play this and hope it works. Okay. So what I'd like you to do is just watch this scenario, and then there will be a set of questions then afterwards that you can respond to them or you don't have to. It's entirely up to you. There we go. Right. Those who don't have headsets on, it will also play here, but you're probably not going to see as much detail. And now it's good. Really good. There we are. Well, yeah, if it was synced, it would be playing. But I have a funny feeling we have an issue with the headset connectivity. It's only seeing 5 of them. I don't know why. Oh, 7 now. They were all connected earlier. I trialed them. I am wondering whether or not it's because it's so far away from the box. Yeah. There you go. I think it's the distance from the box. Okay, right. I've done this long enough to know you don't stumble over if it doesn't work out the first time. What I will say then is, those of you who do have working headsets, feel free to kind of pass them around. I'll play this scenario again. If your headset's not working, feel free to take it off. But pass the headsets around. We've got a little bit of time before we're finishing up. But as I said, we will have the headset set up so you can come and grab one of them and just watch some of the content as and when. We'll just run through them now. We're not going to worry about the quiz, just for time's sake. But let me run through these now so you get a sense of the kind of scenarios these are. So this is a criminal damage scenario. Again, the purpose of this is to get people to be able to reflect and kind of try to recollect, much like a witness would, what it is that they have seen. Yeah. Yeah, if it's not working, take it off. Oh, 11 now. Now 13 at the moment. You can imagine with this, with a group of students, and they're all like kind of raring to go, and then the headset stopped working. So with that scenario, for example, we asked them to kind of try to think back on every detail that they can recollect, and then the officers need to come in, the trainee officers need to come in to ask the correct questions to try and get that detail out of them. It's amazing the amount of detail that's actually missed, because they only watch it once, much like a witness would normally. But it's things like, what colour was the spray can? Yeah, and immediately they all say in red, but it's not. Yeah. What does the graffiti say? What was the colour of the car that the suspect drove off in? Could you recognise the licence plates, things like that? So these are the kind of things that we're trying to create through these immersive experiences, is the ability to recollect this and see these as a witness would. One of the other scenarios then is we have a theft scenario. So again, very similar principle. It's giving them a chance to kind of experience this as a witness. Singing the headsets. Oh, well, we have 18 now. What colour was his hat? Oh, you remember that. It's amazing how many students actually forget that. Because as soon as they take the headsets off, it's immediate kind of, hang on, what was that? And then the questions that start to be asked. And sometimes that question comes at the end of the questioning. It's like, can you describe the suspect? Oh, hang on. They were wearing a hat. What colour was the hat? Can't remember. So again, it's giving them a chance to kind of experience that type of questioning long before they actually have to go out on division and out on tutorship. And the last one then that I'll show you is, if you want to swap over headsets, you can do. So I won't play it just yet, so if someone else can have a quick go. So this is another scenario that we put together. These are all reconstructions. So this is all stuff that's done in-house. We do it within our team, or we ask students to take part and role play it. Everyone ready to have a go? So this is the assault scenario. We use this for a couple of variations in some of the training. So with this one, then we ask officers to identify potentially witnesses as well. So looking at it not just from the perspective of taking witness statements, but also from the perspective of, if you were actually having to respond to this, what would be your next steps? How would you apply yourselves? What would you be looking for if you were attending this? But that is the these are just a slight sample of some of the scenarios we've been working on. As I said, we have been developing some further ones. But other than that, I'm going to leave it there, because as I said, I will talk forever about this. And we'll open it out for the questions. David, thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. And thank you, Rob, as well. I don't know why Rob's at the back now. Trying to avoid the questions, maybe. Have we got any questions? Oh, I've left my phone there as well, actually. So can you pass it to me? Any questions in the room? Yes, if we get the mic to the front here, if we can, please.
Oh, looking at me.
Nothing online at the moment.
Hi, I'm Lee Martin from New Pathways. I was really interested to see the sort of breakdown of the people who are using the digital platforms to contact you. Do you have any feelings on whether the digital platforms are being used more by people who maybe feel uncomfortable to call into the police? And I'm thinking about people who may have neurodiversity or may have communication problems. Do you have any data on that?
Yes, well, the platform that we use is called Orlo, is the company. And one of the benefits of Orlo is it can auto-translate any language. So if there is somebody whose English or Welsh isn't their first language, they can contact us. It comes through to us translated. So we have had examples of domestic violence where the victim wasn't comfortable picking up the phone or speaking English, and we were able to resolve that. And the same with individuals that have some speech impediments, perhaps. We're finding more and more this is the go-to platform now. People are comfortable because they're getting the same response time as if they'd picked up the phone. So it's really helping reach out to the different communities safely as well, because we've had victims literally locked in the bathroom where the offender doesn't realise that the victim is contacting us. So that's been really beneficial.
Thank you. So we've got a few hands up. We'll get the mic to you, but there's a couple online as well. So if we can, there's the mic to the centre in a second. So the online one is in relation to the VR activity then. Can it realistically replicate the psychological stress response officers experience on the street?
Yes and no. So I think we can create scenarios that prepare them for some of what they have to deal with, but it's not going to ever replace what it actually feels like to be there in that moment. One of the scenarios we are currently looking at planning and mapping out is public order offences, for example, and put young officers in a situation where they are surrounded by a crowd of people and they are being sworn at, there's aggressive behaviour towards them, and just put them in that environment so that they feel not necessarily that they could just jump straight into it, but they feel a little bit more confident, and it's helping develop that psychological resilience when having to deal with some of those scenarios. So no, it won't ever replace what it's actually like to be there, but we can prepare officers better for those types of scenarios and those high-risk scenes.
Thank you. We've got a suggestion online as well from Alan. Thank you for joining us, Alan. How about using the VR headsets for practicing giving evidence at court? It's quite interesting, actually, because I was talking to Paul Jones in his new role within the training department in relation to the cost of sending people on the training at court, training for presenting at court. So that's a good suggestion for you. That's not a question. There is a question that Alan asks, however, in relation to facial recognition, and poses the question that, you know, is it coming to Dyfed-Powys and when? So just I can briefly answer that one, which is that we will be led somewhat by the progress that the Home Office dictate in relation to this. So South Wales, our neighbour, have used facial recognition. They were one of the test forces along with the Met Police originally, but other forces have subsequently started to use it. So we will see the greater use of that technology. And Calvin, just to give you a bit of an insight in terms of the question that's being posed in relation to the ethics of using facial recognition, that in a way has been tested. So that has gone through the court process where there have been tests and checks and balances have subsequently followed that test, that legal test, which actually was South Wales were involved in. So I would suggest that that is more than likely to happen in Dyfed-Powys, but it's just at what pace, depending on what the Home Office dictate really in relation to that. And then we would need to ensure that we have sound governance to that and the management of that personal information as well. Looking at Debbie actually when I say that. Excellent. So if we can get the mic across. Oh, you got it.
Hello? Okay, I'm online. A question about VR, following on from what you've talked about. We're at an early stage, are we not, in terms of adopting this in training scenarios, and you've cited some examples. I presume there's a huge opportunity to develop high-quality resources, not just within this force, but also right across the country. So I'm wondering, is there a plan to actually make sure that those resources, high-quality resources, will be developed and made available nationally for police services? And I suppose a particular angle on this might be in relation to Welsh, because Dyfed-Powys Police, as much as any of the other ones in Wales, has got bilingual experience. So how does that translate into what you might do in terms of putting together resources?
So in terms of having kind of a shared resource and more of a collaborative take on kind of creating some of these immersive learning packages, that's something that I am working with a couple of colleagues actually who are in the room on kind of exploring further. So having a shared library of resources. So if, say, for example, we develop something, we can share that with North Wales, we can share that with South Wales, and likewise, if they develop content, they could share it with us. At the moment, it's very much early stages. I know that Thames Valley Police, I've also had conversations with them. They're looking at developing some content around other areas. They're keen as well to try and find a way to collaborate and share those resources. But at the moment, it's very much kind of early doors. And we're hoping as well potentially to get the college on board, College of Policing, to potentially also manage some of that. But it is something we are hoping to do, because rather than duplicate work, we'd rather share those resources, particularly if other forces don't have the capacity to create them themselves. And in terms of kind of the bilingual elements, that is something I am very aware of. Outside of the force, I work as a freelance contractor, and something that I'm always aware of is making sure that Welsh language is always represented. At the moment, we haven't been able to implement that just because of the short scenarios they are, and the fact there is very limited kind of spoken elements within it. But looking ahead at scenarios where more communication is necessary, then there's a way of bringing some of those bilingual elements into it. So providing officers who are Welsh speakers those scenarios in Welsh would be of benefit, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions within the room? Yeah, hand at the back there.
Yeah, hiya, sorry. My question is to follow on really from the first one, and it's in relation to Bobby. You said that if they try to report a live instance, it shuts down and doesn't, and encourages them to phone. My question is if they don't feel comfortable to phone for whatever reason, and that's why they're live reporting, is it being monitored at any point?
Yes, absolutely. In Thames Valley, this is why it's only been rolled out in 2 forces, to make sure that those loopholes are closed. So the Bobby will continually say, you will need to contact 999. On Thames Valley, at the moment, it'll automatically switch them to live chat to the control room. So at the moment, we haven't got live chat because we still need it to be bilingual, but we wouldn't adopt it yet until it's fully allowing us to switch on to that, yes. So when I say it closes it down, it won't answer any more questions. It'll put them through to a live digital operator.
Great. Thank you. Anything else? No, I know that we've got, yeah, there's a hand that went up at the back.
Hello. I have a question about platforms and reporting through different platforms. You mentioned X, Facebook, and Instagram. Are there any concerns with the fact that these are private companies whose policies might not always be especially ethical? So, for example, with X, there's the issue with the grok being used to generate indecent images, for example. Are there any concerns about affiliation with those platforms?
Yeah, and this is all handled through, I'm looking at Debbie again, the DPIA team and our corporate comms team. We share the platform with our corporate comms, our press office, and they do all the due diligence, which is why I mentioned earlier we had huge problems with Facebook doing some awful translations into Welsh, but we had no control over that, and unfortunately we had to continually send out messages saying, this isn't our translation, apologies. But the engagement with communities has to partly be balanced with the bad side of it, because it's such an important platform for people to contact us. But we do put as many things in place as we possibly can. Our ex engagement now, we've only got one account, and very, very rarely is it used.
Yeah, and I suppose the police as an agency using those platforms isn't endorsing, we're not pushing traffic through those, we're not saying you should use Facebook to contact the police or you should use X to contact the police. What we're saying is that if you so wish to use X or Facebook to contact the police, we can handle that. And I guess if we were to hold this conference, in a year or 2 years' time, we'd be talking about different platforms because they change over time, don't they, as well? So we, as an agency, policing needs to be dynamic enough to deal with those changes. And as you described, Karen, the contact through X has reduced dramatically because people's general use of it has reduced, I would suggest, certainly in terms of the traditional tweeting that used to happen on that platform in particular. So, but yeah, an interesting point, because it will always be a dilemma within policing, in the same way as I think Luke earlier was not able to endorse some antivirus software that you might personally use because we're in that position that we don't do that. We try not to have an opinion. We just deal with the situations as they arise. Anything else in the room? I've got one on, yes, hand up here. Thank you. And then they've got one comment from online, and then I think it's only one because it was one when I last looked, and then we're going to break for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a question about Bobby. So if the Bobby platform shows that it's working really well and statistics show that a lot more people are using Bobby, would you then consider encouraging people or then removing the choice of them using digital platforms because Bobby reacts in a better way?
Possibly. The next stage of Bobby, the Home Office is suggesting that it'll be the main front interaction tool for police control rooms, and the control room operator will ask the question and Bobby will type the answer back. But they're saying within 5 years, Bobby could be the front end of all policing platforms. It's moving that quickly. It's exciting times, but it's just constant change. But we'll still have a human asking the question. So yes, it's definitely 5 year. The Home Office says it'll be the main platform for forces.
Well, I think the important thing for me as the Commissioner then, and that I often describe bridge between the community and the police service, is that how do we ensure that we communicate that to the public so that the public know what the right, they may have a particular communication tool of choice, but which is the right one to use at the right time? Because the examples that you gave, I was quite shocked actually that they would have used a direct message or a online home type communication as opposed to ringing through on either 999 or 101. So that was quite interesting. Great. The questions online are more statements, I think. Statements of support of some of the comments that have been made earlier. There is an offer from University Trinity St David's to collaborate. There's a PhD individual doing a PhD there. So what I'll do for Jane, who's put that comment on, is that we'll get the details and make sure that Rob, if that's okay with you, Rob, gets that so that we can try and make that connection. There's a comment in relation to the way in which VR does effectively manage to increase empathy, which has been mentioned previously, in particular around misogynistic views, and Helen online, which again we can share the details, talks about the way in which there are multiple uses of VR headsets and that technology within policing, and perhaps it would be good again to collaborate on a wider sense across forces, which we've covered. Thank you both for the questions. Thank you, audience, and for the participation. Thank you for being patient when we were getting the technology. Hey, the irony of it, hey, that we've got a session today about the digital age, and we have a few tweaks with the technology. We've now got a break for lunch and a networking opportunity for you. If I again can politely request that you come back for 1:15. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
I didn't list the technology.
Okay, prynawn da, everybody. Good afternoon. It's been afternoon for a while, hasn't it? But I thought I'd start with some pleasantries. If I can politely request that those of you who are behind the screen at the back there, getting the last sausage roll and vol au vent, am I showing my age by saying that? Probably aren't any vol au vents, are there? But we've got people online who obviously are part of the conference as well, and it's probably easier for you to manage your time when you're behind a Teams or connection through Eventbrite or whoever we used for that. So we're going to move into this afternoon session, which again, I think will be a fantastic opportunity to get an insight into some of the assets and activity that is taking place, not just within Dyfed-Powys, and we've got Alan going to give us an input in relation to cyber and digital threats that the force are grappling with, and the work that he does in seeking, in effect, to try and safeguard victims within the communities of Dyfed-Powys and the messages that he takes out to the community regularly. But also some of the work that's been taken forward nationally. And it's fantastic that we've got Scott here, who I'm led to believe is going to be aided and abetted by Carl and Dom as well to give us an input in relation to work that's going on a national basis. And they're going to touch upon actually one of the subjects that we mentioned earlier in the conversations and discussions that we had, which is facial recognition. So we're going to be immersed further into the tech world, and then we'll conclude after today's sort of break at 3 o'clock. We'll conclude then with Andrew Staniforth, who's en route. He's at a conference in Manchester, so will be with us shortly, and is scheduled to, in effect, give the last input, and then there'll be some closing reflections from myself. And the plan is to get everybody away from here before or at 4:30. And the reason I'm certain about that is that I've got to pick my daughter up from Carmarthen because she gave me a lift into work. I gave her a lift into work today, and she has to be at a certain location by a certain time. So I have got a hard deadline. So anybody that wants to speak to me before now and 4:30, you'll have to try and grab me in the break if I can. And it's been fantastic to interact with people who have taken their time to be here today. And thank you for the interactions online as well. This is a hybrid event that we're putting on for you today. So I'm going to move on and ask Alan to come up. Thank you, Alan. Alan has supported my office with various activities over recent years, with inputs at various conferences, and you're here to talk to us about the threats. So good luck. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Prynawn da. I've come on after lunch when you're all going to be a little bit sleepy, so I'll see if I can G you up a little bit, go through some bits and pieces. Hopefully it won't take up too much of your time. I'm going to kick things off with a video just for a minute or so I don't have to talk to you for too long, and then we'll go through a few slides as well.
I'm Diane. I'm a finance manager at a care home and a victim of cybercrime. The police said I'd downloaded malicious software known as malware onto my computer. They said that Sandra's email wasn't sent from her at all, but instead an email account spoofed to look like hers. And they'd called me on the phone number I'd given them when I was submitting that form. They said they'd seen some fraudulent activity on the bank account and they needed me to verify my credentials for them to shut it down. I just can't believe how quickly it all happened. And I just didn't stop and think. But you can.
So just a bit of a video just to show a bit of the impact that cybercrime can have. Lots of you in the room here looking out there today, you're all members of our communities. You are going to be affected by all sorts of cyber activity, cyber criminality. So obviously a little bit here about the kind of threats that we're expecting to all see and impact us. But also because I've got an opportunity to talk to a room full of people, that means I'm going to give you some advice as well, because it would be outside of my remit if I couldn't take that chance to give you a bit of advice to go home with as well. So what are we looking in terms of digital threats? I know Luke would have gone through quite a bit of stuff, so there might be a little bit of an overlap with some of these things that we'll cover this afternoon in terms of his presentation, because anything that's digital is going to have that overlap, and he will have probably talked about things like frauds and other bits and pieces, which is kind of intrinsic in this kind of world of cyber. So just really wanted to mention a couple of things. So we've got, cyber-dependent offences potentially versus cyber-enabled, and a question there for you as well, isn't it? Probably a good question to answer, isn't it? Isn't most offending these days cyber-enabled in some way? Probably is, isn't it? Even somebody who's assaulted is going to probably have a mobile phone on them that might have some sort of evidence, location, all those sorts of things if you think about it. And just a bit of an idea there, so some kind of differences in terms of which would be purely cyber offences. I think Luke mentioned things like about the Computer Misuse Act earlier. So you've got obviously that kind of hackers, people entering systems, networks, devices without authority. Then that's often then paired with people like ransomware groups, isn't it? Organised criminality, looking to exploit an organisation, a business, by ultimately stealing all of their information, their data in the first place, and then dropping that ransomware payload that we often then see in the media talked about, impacting that organisation, preventing them from maybe operating, and then demanding a payment in return for their data. And then another one as well that we see happening quite a lot, denial of service. This is where a flood of information, data is sent to services, computers, servers, effectively to try and make them fall over, stop working, and then ultimately, again, grind that website, that organisation to a bit of a halt, either then because they are motivated in a specific way, or again, for a financial gain as well. And then on the other side, you've got that kind of enabled stuff going on in terms of fraud, scams. Hands up, anyone in the room who's never received a scam call, text message, or email. Yeah, we've all kept our hands down there. So you can see how prevalent it is in terms of how it affects us. And that's all going to be cyber-enabled, isn't it? Even the telephone calls, they're using digital systems, aren't they, to spoof telephone numbers, to call from anywhere in the world to target individuals here. Phishing is a huge one. So that obviously comes in terms of, again, messages, emails, phone calls, any way that somebody is trying to then get information from you, or potentially get you to give up information, maybe about your accounts or personal data, that sort of thing. And that kind of links in a little bit with ID theft. This can be a huge issue, especially when we're looking at the proliferation of fraud. Tying in with that unauthorized access on the left-hand side, criminals love to gain access to other people's accounts. They can get into your email, they can get into your social media. Not only can they affect maybe your online accounts or your banking, those sorts of things, ultimately they're going to then use them to scam other people. It's actually quite difficult these days to maybe create fake social media accounts. So the criminals are going to want to take control of yours to then make it easier to scam other people by using your trusted name, your credentials to then promote maybe investment opportunities or adverts about items that are for sale on places like Facebook Marketplace, that sort of thing. And then we can't really talk about enabled crime from a digital perspective without just touching briefly on the fact that it's used massively, isn't it, for online harm, isn't it? Misinformation, damaging content, that sort of stuff, which I know Luke would have covered earlier, so we won't go into too much detail. But in terms then of stalking and bullying, violence against women and girls, all that sort of thing that's facilitated by digital technology in terms of maybe tracking people, finding where they are, bombarding them with messages, calls, all sorts of things, or even again accessing their data to find out information about movements, what they're up to, that sort of thing. And then on a really dark note, isn't it, in terms of that kind of exploitation of vulnerable individuals, particularly children. So maybe grooming online, that sort of thing happening. Talking about maybe images, that sort of thing, isn't it? One thing we haven't really got up on there is a big problem that the UK is seeing at the moment in terms of sextortion. So often affecting younger men, but lots of groups are targeted where maybe they get into a online interaction with somebody that there might be a romantic element to. They get tricked into sharing intimate images, or even images that might not be nude, but then could be manipulated by AI in terms of then making it look like maybe perhaps they were nude or doing something else, and then being blackmailed, extorted with those images, which can be obviously hugely damaging mentally, and also often a lot of criminals' goal is to then exploit them for money as well. So, bit of an idea there in terms of the kind of digital threats, the different sort of ways that criminals operate. You got a few examples there. So you got organised criminal groups. So there's big bad gangs committing all sorts of cyber offences out there, whether that's related to fraud or these sort of ransomware groups that we mentioned earlier. Maybe people who are quite just exploring. Sometimes people use the term like script kiddies, people who maybe don't have that much technical ability, but they're trying to sort of fathom their way out around networks and the internet. So maybe not deliberately malicious, but maybe trying to find out how they can break into a network or a system, find out some information for their own purposes, maybe even to prove a point to peers or friends that they're actually quite good at that sort of stuff. So I actually managed to hack this database for a computer network. And then of course you've got things like the politically motivated or extremist actors using the cyber criminality then, whether that's the denial of service attacks on a group that they don't agree with, or to try and take down some sort of government website, that sort of thing. So there's the fact that they're not there for financial gain or to make a name for themselves particularly, they're just there to prove a point, to if you like, get their message across by committing those sort of cyber offences. And then individuals, so these also could be groups, again, exploiting vulnerable people, as they're maybe ones who are using data that they've been able to purchase online from, again, a financially motivated position, or, again, to maybe target individuals, vulnerable people, for their own gratification as well. So quite dangerous stuff. So cybercrime is a global concern. It's not limited to this room or to Dyfed-Powys, it's everywhere. And the threat actors can come from any place, and also the victims could be anywhere as well. And of course, unless I keep looking here, because normally that's where the screen is, so apologies for that. So yeah, unless you've got your head in the sand, you've probably seen that there's been attacks by the US and Israel on Iran. We won't go into the geopolitical sort of stance of that, but you can see that not only did they physically attack them, so not only are they using planes and missiles to attack strategic sites on the ground, they've also used cyber warfare. And this isn't the first time. It's been used lots of times. Venezuela, I think, also went dark, wasn't it, from a cyber attack as well. But certainly here you can see, in terms of these sort of headlines, that, yeah, Israel especially, because they do have a very good cyber capability, struck Iran first from a cyber perspective, and then obviously if you like, the bombs followed. But then that leads on, there's ramifications for all of these things, unfortunately, from a global perspective, and that includes then alerts across lots of networks, including our own National Cybersecurity Centre, within the last couple of days, warning people that there is going to be retaliation from Iran, and that might affect your organisation, your business. You've got universities, colleges. If they've got an affiliation, but potentially with doing work for government, you may be targeted, the same as large businesses might be as well, in terms of that striking back because they've obviously suffered an attack themselves. So something to consider, is something to think about in terms of these things that are happening globally. Obviously, could have a big knock-on effect even for us here in sleepy Dyfed-Powys as well. So, go back one. So just talk a little bit about the sectors that are affected. I mean, ultimately, everyone is, unfortunately. There's no kind of escaping or hiding from cybercriminality, unfortunately. So pretty much all sectors are going to be affected. We see that these sorts of bans here are targeted quite a lot. Obviously, public services, so schools, colleges, healthcare, that sort of thing. Businesses, of course, lots of small and medium enterprises across Wales, some actually very important companies here based in Dyfed-Powys and what have you, that are potentially targets for cyber criminals. Charities and other organisations, of course, goes without saying, and then us within our communities, individuals, everyone in this room ultimately is a potential target from different groups, potentially from anywhere around the world, unfortunately. And a bit of an idea there, without going through them all, in terms of why they might be targeted. So often data, isn't it? Data is very valuable. So being able to steal that information from a commercial perspective, from, as I say, a financial benefit for a criminal, but then certainly when it comes to then accessing systems, so we've got their potential legacy systems. If you think about some organisations you may have worked at in the past, replacing all the computers within a hospital would be a huge task, a huge undertaking. So that might still mean that, unfortunately, some of their systems are not as protected as others, so they might be then more vulnerable to attack. And of course, then they provide essential services. If they were attacked, think of again the implications in terms of people not being able to have their operations go ahead, other care being impacted, and that having then obviously that onward effect into someone's health and so forth. Businesses, again, obviously financial gain, isn't it? It's going to be a big one. If we can think about some kind of simple cyber attacks, maybe something along the lines of a business email compromise, potentially if somebody's email account could be hacked into and access made, then conversations can be seen travelling back and forth around purchases, sales, invoices, and of course if they can step in the middle and change details on an invoice or send a further email asking for bank details to be changed, then of course the finance, then that motivation can then divert funds potentially away from the source it's supposed to go to and into the pockets of the criminals. And then you've got things like fraud and scams affecting us and the individuals in the communities. It's a huge impact for us, like the question I asked you earlier. But also there's the potential sometimes for people then becoming used a bit, facilitators for money laundering purposes, unfortunately. You might have individuals who get caught up in a romance situation or some other kind of scam investment opportunity where they're then asked maybe to accept money or funds coming from another location and then pass them on, which of course could actually then be just derived from another criminal activity. Okay. And the sorts of things that affect these kind of organisations, you can see there's a lot of duplication, isn't it? Talking about ransomware, kind of any malware really, ultimately potentially DDoS attacks on some of these organisations. Phishing hopefully comes up a couple of times there. And then the fact that then there could be some issues surrounding theft of credentials being misused. You might see on their social engineering, so tactics to then obviously manipulate people in that sort of phishing scenario where using either enticing people in or panicking people. So go back to the video at the beginning, isn't it, with Diane? She's been socially engineered, isn't she, by that email she thought was from her boss, and then the phone call coming in thinking it was from the bank. She's been manipulated then into making those transactions and unfortunately lost potentially a huge sum of money for that organisation. And then something that might not be as familiar for you, SEO poisoning I've just mentioned on there, is where that's search engine optimization. So when we do our searches online using Google or Bing, those sorts of things, the results that come up based on our searches, they can be poisoned, they can be affected, the same as companies can pay for their lists to go somewhere near the top. So criminals use that kind of technology or keywords, that sort of thing, to make their results appear at the top. So when you're looking for a good deal on something, you might end up actually going to a fake site to buy it. So obviously that's going to affect you from a fraud perspective. Or it could even be where you're looking to log into a specific account or online platform, and again, your credentials are stolen and then account access is made. For us, that might be like social media, for example. Maybe not a huge impact in the grand scheme of things, but certainly from other businesses that have reported to us cyber crimes, that might be the booking site for their hotel or business, and then now they've lost access to that, or their customers have suddenly had a flood of emails asking for credit card information to verify their booking and all sorts of other things. And you can see the knock-on effect that could have both for the victims of the fraud at one end and then for the company at the other in terms of reputation as well. So one of the biggest issues we have, mentioned it back then, as terms of a threat, is from phishing. So we can have obviously all the technology, all the tools in terms of AI to empower these criminals in terms of what they do. But ultimately, when it comes to cyber criminality, most of the time the weakest link is us. It's humans. So we can have, got IT at the back table there, we can have really good IT systems. We can have our firewalls configured properly, we can have antivirus running, we can have all sorts of other bits and pieces trying to keep the attackers out to stop their traffic in the first place. But if they send a message to us, an email, and we click on a link or we give something away, then that is potentially how they're going to gain access to us as well. So I thought I'd give you a couple of examples on the screen here, but it won't go through them too long. I know that time will be fairly short. So we've got a couple there. I don't know if you can see them. Obviously, there's an email there pretending to be from Microsoft. There was a huge round of these just prior to Christmas for Google, Apple, and Microsoft. And the sort of tactic they were using was along the lines of that there is an unusual activity on your account. So trying to frighten you that somebody might have already hacked into your account, accessing it from other locations, and ultimately then thinking that you need to take action right away. You know, panic is a great social engineering method of criminals, isn't it? Because if we stop thinking clearly, then maybe we'll do things that we wouldn't normally do. And ultimately here, they're trying to then say, if you want to verify your account activity, click on this link. That's going to take you to obviously a website that looks just like Microsoft's, and they're just trying to phish ultimately for your login credentials. Text messages. Everyone here you've had a missed parcel delivery text in the past, or winter fuel allowance text, those sorts of things, or HMRC like we've got on the screen there. These are a huge issue, and there's lots of them that we will know are scams. There's lots of people out there that also know they're scams, but unfortunately there's so many sometimes that people will potentially see them, and they will then interact with them thinking either they're going to get a refund, who wouldn't want that, or ultimately that they are then due to pay a bill or something else. This example here, this actually again did the rounds across Dyfed-Powys and probably lots of the UK last year in the summer. In terms of having a penalty charge notice, so a fine for parking or incorrect driving somewhere. Very bland. If you look at the actual message, if you can see it, there's no details of the vehicle or where it took place. It says your local council. I think they did update them a little bit afterwards where it gave a bit more detail to make it more convincing. But again, what it does say on there is that you've got 14 days to pay. If you don't, you could get prosecuted. So again, for some people that might start to worry them, panic them. They might then click on that link. And once they do, of course, it's going to take them to a genuine-looking website, something that looks quite professional, and it's going to ask for all the kind of information we would expect to share, isn't it, in terms of name, address, vehicle details, and, of course, payment information if we think we've got to pay a fine. And ultimately, that's where the phish is working. They're getting the data from them, and then, of course, they've got the credit card details. They might take some money from them. However, that's not really the scam. So that's just the phish. So the scam comes afterwards. A couple of days later, you're going to get a phone call from your bank. Of course, it isn't your bank. It's somebody pretending to be your bank. But the telephone number on the screen might be the one for your bank because they can spoof that. It might even say Barclays Bank or what have you. You might then question, how do they know who I bank with? Well, if you gave your debit or credit card number, the first 6 digits of that denote which bank it is. You can look that up online, anyone can, using open source information. So the criminal is going to know who you bank with, who you are, what's happened, and they're going to say they're from the fraud team and that there's unusual activity. Did you make transactions in these locations? Raises your panic levels again, ultimately. certainly would for me, I think, anyway. And then from that, then obviously if they can convince that person that they are from the bank, they could then pretty much get them to do whatever they like. And what they will normally do to give some credence to it all ultimately is they're going to look back and say, have you recently received a text message? Maybe something to do with parking or something else. Did you click on a link in the last few days? And then the victim will probably say, yeah, I did, and I didn't tell anyone else about that, so how else would they know? So they say, oh, this is a common tactic that's going around at the moment, but don't worry, we can help you out, we can sort everything out for you, we're here to help you. And they'll sound professional, they'll have maybe a local accent, all sorts of other things, and then ultimately, if they can gain the confidence of that individual, then they can get them to do anything from transferring their money to a safe account, accessing their computer and giving remote access to the criminal, who then might do anything from taking out loans in their names to other bits and pieces, all for that kind of financial gain. They are unscrupulous, unfortunately. A little bit of an example there, just looking previously in terms of that Microsoft one or the email one. If you were to click on the link, it's going to take you to a web page that looks a bit like this. I appreciate it might be a bit small, so apologies. But that looks like the actual login screen for the Microsoft. Of course, if you can see from the top, obviously that's got a local address, but it would be a fake one. Obviously, it wouldn't be Microsoft's up there. But not everyone's going to spot that. Not everyone's going to notice, and they might start entering their credentials. And it's probably worth mentioning here that when you fill out these forms online, not only are they obviously trying to gather your information, but these websites tend to work that they're recording all of your keystrokes. So if you filled out half of the form in terms of the parking example I gave you, and then realised that something was up and then shut it down, you've already given them half of your information. If here you enter the password and then think, uh-oh, this might be dodgy, and don't click submit, they might already have then obviously captured your password and then potentially may use that. And in terms of this as then an extra step, they will also then direct you to then access the account. They will be trying to log in as you're giving them the information. So if you have things like multi-factor or two-factor authentication protecting yourself, then of course you'll be presented with a screen there asking for that code, and the criminals will then generate that their end. Well, they use an API, these are model between their website and obviously Microsoft's, to then obviously generate that. So you'll get sent your code, and then if you enter it, then they are actually going to be able to access your account, essentially. Quick example here, very small on the screen, so I appreciate it, maybe the front table. Can anyone tell me what's wrong with that email address above the red squiggly line? Is it no reply at microsoft.com? So you can see it's an R and an N, but not easy to see though. So Microsoft or Journal, yeah, it's hard to see, isn't it? And if that was on your phone screen, my eyesight's not what it used to be, so it's small enough as it is. I might think it says no reply at Microsoft.com. I might think that's genuine. The rest of the email is quite realistic, so I might then decide that there is an issue with my account. I'm going to lose access if I don't take action now, and I may click on it by mistake. And these are the sorts of things, obviously, that our communities, our businesses are receiving all the time in terms of criminals trying to gain access to their networks. And while we're talking about phishing, I can't really not mention QR codes. I know there's some on your table, but unfortunately these are misused like anything else, isn't it? So quick response codes in terms of being able to scam with our mobile phones takes us to a web link, very convenient, but unfortunately it also means that criminals then can obviously gain access to our accounts if we then enter information there. With the parking example, if you scan that code, then ultimately you'll be taken to a website, a bit like the other example, where you're going to fill out your details, give them your information, which is the fish. But ultimately, if you haven't actually paid for your parking, you might now actually receive a parking fine as well. Very quickly at the end, we've got there letters. So criminals going old school. So they're sending letters out again. In this example here, where a organization, Ledger, who create devices that you store your cryptocurrencies on, they were hacked a couple of years ago, not surprisingly, unfortunately. And then lots of customer data was stolen, so they knew that these customers had Ledger devices, and they sent letters to them to say that they needed updating because of that hack. There was a QR code on the letter which people scanned, and it took them to a very genuine-looking website, and of course they filled out their information. Had this been an email, I think the kind of people that would have been involved with this probably would have thought it was a scam. Because a letter arrived through their door looking very genuine, I think that was probably more realistic, and some people lost, obviously, huge fortunes in terms of their cryptocurrencies that were stripped from their accounts when they gave away their full credentials. So no one's immune, okay? Unfortunately, again, we will have seen the news, unless you had your heads buried in the sand last summer. You've got the likes of Marks and Spencers and Co-op, Jaguar Land Rover and Harrods as well. Anyone here affected by any of those accounts or those networks being attacked? Yeah, some people. But Harrods, couldn't get your champagne that week, that sort of thing. So I'm a customer of Co-op. My data was stolen. My password was taken by hackers. So if I use that password anywhere else, it will be misused by the criminals to try and gain access. And just to give you a bit of an idea here in terms of these companies spend millions on their cybersecurity. Yeah. So if they can get affected, then most any of us can. And you may have also seen in the news, the attack method, it kind of does say it on the screen there, but was it technical? Did they force their way in using all sorts of hoodie up, typing lines of code? Or did they just ring someone up and ask them to reset the password? Because that's what happened. Somebody contacted the help desk, IT help desk, impersonating a member of staff. Obviously, they'd have to be very convincing. That means they would have had to have information about that person from whatever source. And then ultimately, they've tricked them into resetting their credentials, logged into the account, and from there, use their technical attributes, their technical abilities to then scour the network, obtain information, and drop a ransomware payload at the very end. And some quite startling figures there in terms of how much that's costed those businesses, with Jaguar Land Rover, the largest in the UK to date, with about 1.9 billion expected loss. Biggest one there I want to point out, there was the 5,000 businesses affected within the supply chain. So all those other knock-on businesses that were affected by that attack. If I was a cyber criminal, which I'm not, promise, I would then be emailing those companies straight away saying, I've got information about the updates from Jaguar Land Rover. Here's the furlough scheme from the government that's available. I would fish them to death because they're all affected by that massive cyber attack straight away. And then they are vulnerable themselves. They are massively vulnerable to a supply chain attack, or because of something that's actually happened, leading that legitimacy to why you might be receiving emails appearing to come from Jaguar Land Rover or some other government organisation. So what can we do in terms of protecting ourselves against phishing? I said I would give you a bit of advice to take away. So bottom line is, this happens a lot. It happens to us as an organisation. We get targeted quite a bit, unfortunately. So if we are trying to sort of stem the flow of phishing from a personal perspective, then the biggest advice I can give you is to not to trust anything, unfortunately. If you're not expecting communication, or maybe even if you are, if it's somebody who's saying that they're your bank, the police, we get impersonated a huge amount, unfortunately, and sometimes people think that we're trustworthy, so they'll do what we say, unfortunately. So we would say, don't trust them, end the phone call, ignore the message, don't click on the link. You need to verify everything. So in some circumstances, you'll know it's a scam, and if you do, then that's fine, bin it, throw it away, don't worry about it too much. But if you're not sure, if you think this could be my bank, this could be the police, this could be my service provider, then still don't interact. Delete that message, end the phone call, and find a way of verifying it by contacting them and using either through the app you've got, through their genuine website, or with a telephone number you know is there, such as the one on the back of your bank card, or dial 159, that sort of thing as well. So verify, verify, verify. So, not very good at this, am I? So in terms of how are we tackling cybercrime, just quickly to run through this, we are quite close to the end of the presentation now, I promise you. So how are we in Dyfed-Powys tackling cybercrime? So we do pursue offenders, but as you can probably imagine, they could be anywhere globally, and actually tracing them sometimes can be very difficult, and might not be our primary concern. It could be the victim that is really our main concern, and how they can recover from it. So absolutely, we do pursue them where we can, and we follow lines of inquiry, and if that then leads us somewhere to arrest a suspect or a group of individuals, then that's brilliant. But another then big factor of this is disruption. Can we disrupt that criminality to stop people being affected by it? So that would often come from taking websites down that are fraudulent, having email accounts shut down, social media accounts shut down, telephone numbers stopped from being used, so the criminals can't use them to proliferate their criminal activity, which is often fraud-based. And we can do all of that if it's reported to us. if something is reported to us, we can take websites down, we can get social media accounts either shut down or given back to the people, the rightful owners, which will then obviously still stop them being used by the criminals. So please report it if you know about it. And of course, providing practical advice, guidance, sympathy to victims as well, supporting them, directing them to other services if needed, giving them that support they need to try and prevent it from happening again, giving them that right advice that they know that hopefully it doesn't happen to them again, but if they take those steps, maybe they can protect themselves moving forwards. We prevent offending, like other arenas where we can maybe, young people often who are brought to our attention who might have an interest in cyber criminality, let's say, or cyber, but maybe realming into that arena where they might be doing something online that could cause to be an offence under the Computer Misuse Act, those sorts of things. Then if they're brought to our attention, they haven't done anything particularly serious, maybe like hacking a school network or copying the teacher's password and gaining access to a computer, that sort of thing, then again, through education, giving them the right kind of steer, resources and what have you, then that might then lead them to a path of being able to do something really good with their skill set in terms of maybe becoming, cyber security professionals in the future, as opposed to maybe falling through the cracks and then heading down into criminality. And then protection. So kind of what we're doing now, we're talking about it, we're raising awareness, we're giving people advice and guidance to sort of, as it says there, strengthen their digital resilience, giving them tools. We have access to tools to help organizations and businesses check their kind of sites and what have you. And training is a huge one. So I mentioned earlier that we are the weakest link in the chain. So if we can train staff, we can train our family members, anyone who will listen to us, and tell them about the basics of the fundamentals of their cybersecurity, then hopefully they can then secure themselves against it, be aware of those phishing attacks to try and mitigate it or prevent it happening in the first place. And then another one, delivering lessons to school children, parents, and other ones. I've done quite a few recently in terms of then the other kind of online harms, thinking about screen time, their usage, their conduct online as well, and then obviously thinking about safely navigating digital spaces at appropriate times in their lives as well. So I know Luke's mentioned AI, so I will really only just very scratch the surface here. And the biggest one probably to say is that we know, isn't it, that AI is a hugely powerful tool, very useful. It's brilliant, isn't it? We can get pictures of our dogs driving trucks, all sorts of things, some great stuff going on. But we then could be affected by it a couple of ways, and I know Luke's covered this already, but ultimately AI is such a powerful tool, it can then be misused by criminals, isn't it, to generate very convincing looking websites. Images, deep fakes, audio, all sorts of things to then trick us in the same kind of method of phishing, trying to get our attention because it looks so genuine, because we're believing our ears and our eyes. So obviously something to really watch out for, that sometimes we can't always trust what's in front of us. And we have to think really critically about the information that's presented to us. And also then, and I know definitely Luke touched on this, about the information we then share with the AI models. A very good show on the BBC at the moment from Professor Hannah Fry in terms of AI Confidential, in how AI is being used by people as therapy or boyfriends and girlfriends, something that they can relate to. But unfortunately, because it's designed to kind of like feed back what the person is presenting to them, often then that can be used to manipulate the situation. It might then give them a clouded view of what's going on in the world, which then obviously presents its own harms if those individuals might have issues with their mental health and other bits and pieces as well. But also our personal data, we're putting them into those models, but we're sharing our information with them. We don't really know where that data is going. I'm sure Luke mentioned about the fact that sometimes criminals then could get that information back out of the prompts for these systems and therefore expose your own personal information. So if that's your own personal data about you, your own situation, your things going on in your personal lives, you can imagine again that data being leaked out, the impact that might have on you. And absolutely it has an effect. So a few companies around the world have had this kind of thing happen. A video call from a CEO, looks genuine, sounds genuine, asking them to make changes to banking information or even make a payment to a company. And of course, they're believing their ears and eyes, and then they're transferring millions of pounds potentially based on the fact that they're seeing the CEO of their company and not verifying, not double checking, this seems a bit off. Why am I actually being asked to do this? They're just sort of saying how high when they're being asked to jump. And then things like that are romance scammers, and of course you can have the huge impact that can have. But now you're actually having a video call with Keanu Reeves. You think, well, why would Keanu Reeves be interested in me? But he is there, and it looks like him. He's saying that they really appreciate you and they love you and what have you. And often these individuals are very entrenched in that situation. It doesn't always have to be romantic. It could just be a friendship. But they're so convinced by it, it's very difficult to break down the barriers. And if they're now thinking and seeing that the videos and the audio is there, it's going to be that more convincing for the individual and that much harder for us to break those barriers down as well. And in terms of AI, this is a good one for me. I'm not that technical, but we've got here a bit of an article recently. So criminals then, cyber criminals, people who test networks, hackers, if you like, will have a range of tools that they can use at their disposal. And that can then infiltrate, scan systems, all sorts of things to maybe find a vulnerability that they can make use of. And that does take some technical ability. There's loads of YouTube videos, I'm sure, about these sorts of things. But now, with the advent of AI, it's actually been making it even easier for them to use these tools. They can just prompt it with some very plain English. I want to scan the ports on this network or something similar, and it will do it for them as long as they've set it up properly in the first place. And of course, the internet tells them how to do that as well. So what can we do to protect ourselves then in terms of the messages that we're delivering out there? These sorts of things, it's all common sense, isn't it? I don't need to go through everything in the list. I mentioned that search engine results before, isn't it? But ultimately, it's a very good thing just to remind us all of is if something's too good to be true, it always is, which is in terms of investment opportunities. Maybe that really attractive person having an interest in us online, potentially, when that doesn't normally happen. But also then some very basics and very fundamentals. How many of you here in the room, hands up please, have got the same password on more than one online account? So thank you for those ones who are being honest. So yeah, absolutely, I'm included probably in that as well. And we know that we shouldn't, yeah? And we know it's bad, but we do it. And this is what we're competing against out there, trying to spread our message as police and other organisations, that people are still doing this. And unfortunately, it might mean that if their credentials are stolen, like the co-op attack, it leads on to all those other things that happen afterwards, many other accounts being attacked. It's a huge problem. Using two-step verification is really important, absolutely. And then a few other things it says there in terms of, yeah, using encryption on your devices, antivirus, all that sort of stuff, backing up your data. We can obviously give you some leaflets if you wanted to in regards to this as well to take away. And making other people aware is a big one. Let people know. Sometimes people get embarrassed that they might get caught out, but if they talk about it and tell other people, then they might not get caught by the same sorts of things that are happening to them. One last thing I just wanted to mention here on the screen, it doesn't really kind of, I suppose, cover what we're talking about today, but a huge issue for us in our communities and businesses as well, with Diane, isn't it, with the phone call coming in, is that scammers get hold of us day and night on our connected technology. Does everyone in the room know that you can screen your calls on your mobile phone? So any call that's not in your address book, you can effectively hand over to an AI bot who kind of like will take a message for you on your device, and then you decide whether you want to speak to that individual or not. Lots of scammers won't bother doing that. Those who do will probably obviously fall foul or something, and you'll realise you don't want to speak to them. Could be really useful for people like in your family, maybe older people, that sort of thing, just to lessen some of the calls that come through in the first place. And there's a few other things on the screen there, but I'm not going to go through all those bits and pieces with you because I'm conscious I've very much overrun. So one last thing, and again, I'm not going to go through that list. Please report it. Anyone that you know, businesses, organisations affected by any kind of cyber criminality, report it. There are lots of different methods. You could go to report fraud. You can come directly to us as police. There's other services out there. You can report scam messages and emails to other people. Action is taken. Something is done. So it's really worth reporting it. So as I say, I won't give the list there, but please make a report if anything does affect you or if you know somebody who has been affected by it. And that's it. So thank you very much for your time. Hopefully I haven't left any time for questions, so that'll be perfect.
Thank you. Diolch, Alan. Thank you very much. If I can politely ask you to leave the stage because because there are 3 of you coming up. So Scott, Carl and Dom are going to come up and give the next input. And sorry, Alan, you thought you were going to get away lightly there. We'll have questions afterwards and you can join us on the stage for that. Thank you. Over to Scott.
Afternoon, everyone. So, my name's Scott. I'm going to talk to you today about science and innovation. I've got 35 slides to go through. We should get there by 5 o'clock-ish. Only joking. Only 5 slides for me before I hand over to my colleagues on the right, Carl and Dom. So please consider me as very much a sort of a starter to the main course that will be happening in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take you through what I do from a science and innovation perspective. Thank you, Commissioner, for inviting me today. Thank you for Lauren for sorting it out. We were expecting Chief Constable Jeremy Vaughan, who is very much the Premier League of presenter. Sadly, you've got me. I'm more of the Sunday League presenter. So forgive me if it's not as exciting as Mr. Vaughan, but I will do my best to take you through 15 minutes of what we're doing. I don't think in 2026 policing really feels like we're in 2026. I've been a police officer for the last 30 years. We've heard a lot today, haven't we, about the threats that AI and modern technology will pose. I'm going to talk to you probably on the other side of the coin in terms of what are the opportunities and what are the benefits it can bring to policing with the safeguards that we have in place. I'm absolutely passionate about science and innovation within policing. If you talk to my wife, she'll tell you how passionate I am because I talk to her all the time. She also gets confused between passionate and boring, but that's something for her to work through. That's not my issue. Science and innovation in policing, technology in general. We spend £2 billion a year on science and innovation and technology. It's the second biggest spend after our workforce. Huge amounts of money in a system that there isn't a lot of money, but we spend £2 billion. Do we do it the most effective way as possible? Probably not. That's why there's a huge reform agenda, which I'll speak about during these next 15 minutes. We spend 97% of that £2 billion on legacy systems, so keeping the lights on. So things like Niche, our control room system, our dispatch system, all of the stuff that's kind of tried and tested. Within the Science and Innovation Coordination Committee, we deal with the new and upcoming stuff. So what's coming over the horizon in the next 5 or 10 years? What are the risks? What are the opportunities? But we only spend 3% in policing on things that are new. So a hugely sort of ineffective model, 97% keeping the lights on, 3% on new stuff. If you speak to Professor Paul Taylor, who is the Chief Science Advisor for policing, a healthy model is around about 70% on keeping the lights on, and then it should be 30% on new things, 20% innovating against existing technology, and 10% on really the weird, wacky and wild stuff that might show some dividend in the future, sort of fail fast. So we haven't got it quite right. We've heard a lot, and Luke mentioned it this morning, we've heard a lot about what the criminals are doing around science, technology and general innovation. Of course, they're not bound, are they, by the same checks and balances that we are in policing. We should hold ourselves to the highest regard from that point of view. We have to operate within the trust and confidence of our public, so we have to take them on the journey with us. But they are innovating and they are using science and technology far more broadly than we are at the moment. It doesn't, for me, as a serving cop of nearly 30 years, feel like 2026 or what I imagined when I joined the organisation. My view is, and I know Mr. Vaughan's view is, we have a positive obligation, don't we, to innovate. We've got a responsibility to our public and also to our workforce. We have to innovate in order to provide the best service to our workforce. And I think if we're all really candid, we're never going to have enough eyes and ears, cops, police staff, in order to do the job as well as we want to do. It's never going to happen. You know, crime is increasing. The complexity in crime is getting more challenging. Unless we embrace new innovative technology in an ethical way, we're going to get left behind, and we're going to continue to be frustrated with the service that we provide our public because we always want to do better. So we have to innovate. Also, we have to work through the reform agenda. So as a coordination committee within science and innovation, we're one of 13 coordination committees. We're also working with Louisa Rolfe, who is the policing lead for reform. And as you're probably aware, overnight, Lord Hogan Howe was appointed the lead to look at police force reform. So looking from those 43 forces to, do we end up at 12 or 18 forces? And what does that national centre look like moving forward that would layer across all of that existing entities? From a science and innovation perspective, we are knee deep in that type of activity. So what have we done as a coordination committee? We have, our vision obviously is to embed the science and technology strategy that's owned by the National Police Chiefs Council. And that's really around 3 strategic pillars. How do we engage our commercial partners? How do we evolve the things that we're looking at? And how do we embed that within policing? At the moment, we've got 43 federated forces across the UK. Incredibly good from a local innovation perspective. We are one of the most innovative sectors across the UK, as you would expect. But what we're not very good at is obviously then scaling the technology thereafter, because it's a real challenge with that stronger centre. I think that there's probably 6 significant challenges that we're facing around what we're doing at the moment. We need to equip our officers to the highest standard. So that means that we have to give them the kit, clothing and technology to make their life as easy as possible. You know, as a young PC, when I started my career in the Metropolitan Police, we didn't always have the right kit in the right way. So that's what we need to do. We have to have true interoperability across our systems. I started my career in the Met. I then went to Wiltshire and I came home to South Wales Police. Could I, as a young colleague in the Met, talk to colleagues in Wiltshire within our systems? Well, the answer to that is no. Can I then talk to colleagues in South Wales? The answer is to no. All of these systems are very much siloed. As we start to look at innovation and technology moving forward, common sense is they need to be talking to each other in a consistent way, which is why reform is such an integral part of that, making sure that we've got a stronger centre and a stronger brain to do that. We need that stronger national centre. So the National Police Service and Enabling Services, which is obviously should be with us at some time next year, that will provide that stronger focal point for where we'll be able to deliver some technology from the centre, and others we might be able to set the standards from the centre then for the remaining police forces in order to implement. So we need that stronger brain. At the moment, the National Police Chiefs Council is just really a gang of boys and girls, chief officers that get together to have that thematic leadership. So it isn't a legal entity. So we need that layer across policing, because we shouldn't be doing things 43 times all the time. That might be sensible in some areas, but it definitely won't be sensible in other areas. We also need to be able to scale proven technology. So whilst 43 forces is really good at innovating, so we'll hear about that later with the team here on my right-hand side around facial recognition, where we continue to fall down is that valley of death. So when we have a proven, tried and tested thing, we struggle to scale that across the remaining 42 forces. You know, everyone thinks that they're relatively unique. You've got that conflation between operational and organisational independence amongst chief officers. And ultimately, it's a real challenge because you've got 43 decision makers within chief constables, 43 decision makers within police and crime commissioners, 86 voices all pulling in a slightly different direction. That never really leads to a particularly efficient and effective delivery of anything, quite frankly. We also need to make sure it's safe and ethical. I'm a big advocate for making sure that we are lawfully audacious, but what we can't do is drop the ball significantly where we lose the trust and confidence in our public. This is some of the stuff that we're doing is really quite complex. We have to get better in explaining what we're doing to our public so we can bring them on the journey with us. Because I use my mum as a sounding board, and when I talk to her, she looks at me like I've got 2 heads sometimes, because she just doesn't understand what we're talking about. So we have to do it in a way that we bring the public on the journey with us. We've already seen some significant high-profile dismissals across policing already in terms of artificial intelligence. You know, colleagues in England, we have to be very careful in terms of making sure that we're understanding what we're doing and using it in an ethical way, because just because we can do it now and technology will take us there very quickly, it doesn't mean we should. So we should be asking those ethical questions right at the start of when we start to innovate across our organisations. And also, do we really have the workforce of the future? I certainly speak to a lot of chief officers across policing. I'm not sure that they're always particularly well informed in terms of what I'm talking about. So do we have that right senior leadership across policing? Do they understand digital and innovation? And how do we help them bring them on this journey with us? Because there's lots of people that will play the game in terms of think that they know what they're talking about, and sometimes their knowledge is only paper thin. So how do we ensure that we've got the correct workforce to set us up for 2035 and beyond? Because at the moment we haven't. We've got a very much a binary workforce in a digital age, which is obviously hugely challenging. We also need to form obviously stronger relationships, and I know that you're doing that, Commissioner in Dyfed, in terms of with academia, because they've got lots of answers to some of our problems. And I think often the language of our academic partners and policing, you kind of almost need to be a translator in order to work out what they're on about, because I speak to lots of academics who are immensely clever people, but I have no idea what they're talking to me about sometimes, because I'm from a policing background, and I think we need to help sort of work through what that looks like. We, within the Science and Innovation Committee, have developed what we've called an innovation pipeline. So essentially taking technology from a early TRL, so an early technology readiness level, to a point where we think it's then scalable for policing. So we're responsible as a coordination committee for all the new stuff. So how do we engage our commercial partners? Policing is terrible for not telling our commercial partners what our problems are and what is it we want. So we buy things that they're knocking up in their shed, but they're not the things that will fix our problems. So we're not very good at that. So how do we engage our commercial partners? How do we engage academia to work through what our, what the areas of research and innovation is? And then how do we ensure that we effectively test, evaluate, and blueprint some of this innovation? Once we've gone through that innovation pipeline, as you see here, we then essentially pass it on to our nearest neighbour in terms of coordination committees, which is the Digital Data Analytics and Technology, which is owned by the Chief Constable in Merseyside, which is Rob Carden. So we get to do all the new, exciting and sexy stuff, and Mr. Carden gets to do the tried and tested, keeping the lights on, because we need to keep having that capacity in order to move forward. What this model does is it reduces duplication across forces. We have a regional innovation network, which I'll go into in a little more detail in a minute, with which Chris Hathaway is in the room today. I'll move through to the next slide. Policing is terrible, and as being a cop, if it's shiny and new, as a police officer, I want it, because I'm a relatively sort of simple being in terms of if it's shiny and new, it's the best kit. That's what I want, and that's what I'll sort of ask my senior officer team for. We didn't really know why we wanted it, but it was just shiny and new. But understanding what our problems are, rather than just hoiking over artificial intelligence for no reason, is really important. So we've engaged all of the coordination committees, and we've published what we've called a police problem book. So we've looked at 300 consistent problems that affect our frontline workforce, and we've aggregated them into 50 problem statements, or 49 problem statements, and that's available on the MPCC website, and that's called the problem book. So I would implore you to have a look at the challenges that we've got in policing, to see how they familiarise yourself with them, to see how they stitch into local problems that you think your cops and community are facing, because I think there should be some similarities there. Also, going from 43 forces to one entity is quite challenging. So we've set up an innovation network across policing, which is essentially where we've linked and merged forces into innovation areas. Wales is one innovation area, and we have 9 regional innovation coordinators that help us with that stepping stone from 43 force innovation into sometimes national delivery. So we've got 9 regions. So Chris Hathaway, who's in the back of the room, is the Wales innovation coordinator. Chris, if you can sort of have a wave. His details are on the board, and he should be your point of contact from anything from a regional perspective then into that national world. And as I mentioned earlier, we're also funding 9 police academic centres of excellence across England and Wales. There isn't any in Wales, much to Mr. Vaughan's frustration, and I've felt that quite significantly. The nearest one geographically to here would be Bath, but I would like you to think that they're not geographically based, they're thematic based. So we've got 9 police academic centres of excellence. And in my little brain, they are the translation hub between what are the problems that our cops are facing on the ground today and what is academia doing in terms of the research. And they are our translation hubs. All of them specialise in something slightly different, but they all have trust and confidence as their underlying objective in relation to the activity that they're doing. So I would implore you to go on to the Office of Police Chief Science Advisor's website, look at those 9 academic centres of excellence and make those links and develop that relationship, because they will really help you out with things that you're trying to achieve. And then lastly, I talked to you about police.ai, because I know one of the chiefs, who I appreciate is not here now, mentioned earlier this morning. So the AI portfolio lives within the Science and Innovation Coordination Committee. We've heard a lot of talk today around AI from a criminal perspective. But if you think about what AI could do from a policing perspective, it will absolutely change our lives. It's sadly it's inevitable, whatever way we think about it, it's going to happen, and we need to embrace the opportunities and risks. The Home Secretary has committed £75 million worth of funding to police.ai, 15 million this year starting in the 1st of April, and then the remainder in years 2 and 3. Police.ai will be governed by the Science and Innovation Coordination Committee. So that's Chief Constable Jeremy Vaughan. So you're very close to that from a geographical perspective. Obviously, Chris would be a good contact point for anything in terms of opportunities from a police.ai perspective. And what that team is trying to do is essentially provide that support into forces in terms of any activity that Dyfed-Powys or North Wales or South Wales Police want to participate in. It can't be an ivory tower at the centre that's just looking at, what are the sort of academic research challenges. It's about helping local forces deliver AI to our cops on the front line, and it should see significant benefits straight away. They've got the challenge of they are trying to deliver and build a police.ai and also deliver it from day one as well. So they've got to kind of lay the tracks and drive the train at the same time, which is going to be incredibly challenging. As we've heard this morning, the Home Secretary doesn't like the name police.ai. So if anyone's got any really good, exciting names that we can call it, let me know, and we'll put it into the Home Secretary, because she doesn't like police.ai. So whether we just call it AI or police AI, who knows? It is a mixed model. It's going to be hosted in the College of Policing. And also it's also going to be hosted in Thames Valley Police with our colleagues there. The reason it's hosted across 2 organisations is there's limitations from the college perspective in terms of things that they can do with data from a Data Protection Act, and also there's some VAT considerations in terms of the funding that we might lose. So most of it's hosted in the college, and some of it is hosted across in Thames Valley. But it will be a significant change in terms of how we implement AI across policing. And of course, we already know that Microsoft Copilot has been signed off by the National Police Chiefs Council. I appreciate not every police officer has got access to Copilot. I do, and virtually every report I do for Mr. Vaughan, I will use Copilot in some way. There is no way I could deal with the volume of work I do today without using large language models and more generally AI. But we've got to do it in a safe way. I think the way I look at it, again, in my little brain, is yes, we've got to have human in the loop. I would probably use the expression human over the loop. At the moment, the human hand is quite big, and I think the technology hand is little, so it's like an adult-child relationship. I think very quickly that could change, and I think the machines could be the bigger hand, and that's my worry, and we could be the smaller hand, and police officers might be told by the machine to turn left or turn right, and might not even ask the question as to why we're turning left or right. So we need to make sure that we understand what this technology is doing. I think at the moment, we're still not sure what question we're asking from an evaluation perspective. We could, in policing, become very efficient and very effective very quickly. The problem is, if we don't bring our judicial partners along that process with us, all we're going to do is pass that point of failure to our court. So already it's an 18-month waiting list to get into Crown Court. If we use large language models for our file preparation, for example, we could get that into courts very quickly. But if courts are still struggling with what impact and weight of evidence does it does it matter when you put an image on a piece of paper to an image on an iPad where you can expand and contract? So they're still considering things like that. They're going to have no understanding of large language models. And where do we get the experts from? How do we ensure that our judicial partners, CPS and our courts, understand what we're doing and coming on this journey with us? It's incredibly complex because we could become really slick, but ultimately we're just going to delay justice because the courts will be arguing around over this for years, and essentially justice delayed is obviously justice denied. So it wouldn't actually speed up the end-to-end process. And I'm going to leave you on a cheesy quote, not my words, Mr. Vaughan's words, in terms of what innovation is all about. I'll sit over there when Dom and Carl give their presentation. I'll then obviously be available for any questions, should you have any at the end. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Just want to introduce myself, Carl Roberts. I'm the lead on the National Facial Recognition Unit, a small team based in South Wales and hosted by South Wales, but report to the MPCC Facial Recognition Technology Lead, Lindsay Chiswick, who's based in the Met. Also here is Dominic Edgell, who's the technical lead and expert from our team. And we're just going to talk around all things facial recognition. Dom, can we just unplug that for the moment?
Can we put the slide deck on first, please?
Oh, thank you. Fab. Hopefully you can see the screen. Right, so facial recognition is probably, as a collective, one of the most contentious topics that is talked about in policing at this moment in time, certainly through the media, and the public have an opinion on it, which is generally positive, and I'll talk in some detail in relation to that very, very shortly. But I think it's really important to explain what facial recognition is. But before I do that, I want to explain what it isn't, and that is, it's not what you see on the films. It isn't taking face prints of millions of people. It's not everywhere in our high streets. It's not in our rural areas, not in our urban areas. And if and when it is used, it has to be proportionate, legal and necessary. So I just want to highlight that point. It's not part of a large authoritarian state with surveillance cameras everywhere. So I want to make that point. And we'll talk around some of the other popular myths and misconceptions around facial recognition a little bit later. So facial recognition is a technology which compares a human face from a digital image against a database of faces. So really, really straightforward. There are three types. And this, the image on the screen that you'll see now is probably, when we talk about a contentious technology, that is live facial recognition. And you may see that. It's not everywhere, as stated. It's used predominantly, or certainly over the last 3 to 4 years, it's been predominantly used in South Wales and the Metropolitan Police Service, although it's been rolled out beyond those areas, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. So live facial recognition compares faces through a live camera feed against a predetermined watch list to find a possible match. And that predetermined watch list is really important. And again, I'll talk a little bit around the detail around that. So it isn't just a fishing exercise. The people that it's looking to identify have been defined and agreed through an authorization process. And I'll come on to that. But I think, as well as being contentious, it would be really remiss of me if I didn't mention how impactful and effective its use has been in London and in Cardiff and in Swansea and other areas where live facial recognition has been used for a number of years. So the second technology, which I'd like to mention, is retrospective facial recognition. So retrospective facial recognition has been used since 2011. Every force in England and Wales uses retrospective facial recognition regularly. It's where you use retrospective facial recognition post-event, where it compares a still image of a face of an unknown subject
against a reference image database to identify them. And a reference image database would be, so PNC, PND would be used. Your own force will have its own record management system, whether that be niche, Athena, or an alternative force. So it would be a comparison of a probe image against that database. And those images, that still image that you will use, could be from your CCTV cameras in your city centres, or even on your Ring doorbells, or any other video doorbell. It can be on dash cams, body-worn video with police officers. If they speak to someone and don't know who that individual is, and then later that night there's an incident that happens, you can go back over body-worn video. It can be social media. And as I said, it's that still image which is compared against your record management system. The image on the screen on the left-hand side is the probe image, which is CCTV from a co-op. And it relates to the individual on the right-hand side who was on police systems previously and had been identified from that CCTV still image. Mr. Syed Hussain, who was involved in a dwelling burglary, but just prior to the dwelling burglary, had gone into a co-op in Cardiff, and they used the still image and was able to identify him as being involved in the dwelling burglary 50 metres away. And he was identified and arrested within 2 days of that identification and was sentenced for 2 years in Cardiff Crown Court. So retrospective facial recognition, widely used, will be used by every force in England and Wales thousands of times a day. So really well-established use of facial recognition technology. And then the third technology that I'll be mentioning is operator-initiated facial recognition, which we sometimes refer to as OFR for obvious reasons, where it's a mobile phone use of facial recognition technology, which compares a photograph of a person's face taken on a mobile phone to a reference image database to identify them. And at this moment in time, I'll talk a little bit about the national picture later. The only forces that use OFR regularly are South Wales and Gwent, but there's a proof of concept trial that is going on in the Metropolitan Police Service at this moment in time. So they are the facial recognition often gets labelled as, or live facial recognition is often labelled as facial recognition, but the most widely used is retrospective facial recognition. But basically the technology is the same, which compares a human face from a digital image against a database of faces. So I just wanted to mention this, where we've the discussions around facial recognition over the last 2 years have escalated significantly, and we feel as though that's a massive positive, because the benefits and the impact of facial recognition is now being recognised nationally, and we think that's really important. But the journey of facial recognition has been a long one, and I think it's really important. I mentioned retrospective facial recognition and the fact that 43 forces use it thousands of times a day. Well, that capability was launched on PND in 2011. There's been significant increased use of retrospective facial recognition over the last 2 to 3 years. There's been a big focus by successive policing ministers to push the use of the capability, because it's very good at identifying people that we don't know. So 2011, RFR through a PND capability. Then Leicestershire in 2014 launched a specific retrospective facial recognition capability using their own record management system, which was niche at that time, and that had even better results than the forces were getting with the PND at that moment in time, because the algorithm was slightly different, and as well as that, the whole infrastructure of that searching capability was built for searching. 2016 was the first use of live facial recognition, where the Metropolitan Police Service used LFR on a trial, and then the use and the capability really picked up speed in 2017 when South Wales used live facial recognition at the UEFA Champions League final in Cardiff, where Juventus and Real Madrid played, and Scott and Dom were actively involved in that project back then, so there's huge corporate knowledge in this room around live facial recognition. Then, I suppose the momentum that facial recognition had early on was halted significantly because South Wales was subject to a judicial review by a gentleman by the name of Ed Bridges. And during that initial judicial review, use of live facial recognition was paused in South Wales, particularly after the appeal. So in 2019 at the High Court, the original hearing was heard, and I think the highlight of that, and you'll hear some other headlines, but the highlight of that was that the operational use of live facial recognition was recognised by the court as a legitimate tactic for policing, an operational tactic for policing. The findings of the High Court were appealed and went to the Court of Appeal in 2020, and there was a lot of learning that came out of that from South Wales Police. Again, there's some real highlights that there was a legal framework in place that policing could use. So even though there wasn't primary legislation in place for live facial recognition, the findings of that case law through the 2019 and 2020 enabled a tapestry approach of legislation to support the use of live facial recognition. So that would be other, as well as the case law, but you'd also have the Human Rights Acts, which need to be considered, Data Protection, Protection of Freedoms Act, and others, which would provide this tapestry to enable forces to lawfully use live facial recognition, as well as robust policy documents. And those forces that use live facial recognition will have a legal mandate for use, standard operating procedures, policy documents, DPIAs, a quality impact assessment, and other things to ensure that their use of facial recognition, live facial recognition, is very, very considered and is proportionate, necessary and lawful. There were a lot of learnings from Bridges as well, that there needed to be very defined watch lists of detailing who was on your watch list and where you were going to deploy. So there had to be quite robust governance around the use of live facial recognition. And there were also learnings on whether South Wales Police had complied with the public sector equality duty and whether they had fully understood the algorithm and how it worked in an operational environment, which again I'll come on to talk about a little bit later. But as I said, huge learnings. What the Bridges case enabled policing to do is to work really closely with the College of Policing, the Home Office and policing across the spectrum to put together an authorised professional practice for live facial recognition, which is able to act as a guide and ensure consistency in the use of live facial recognition across policing. So the APP was released in 2022. And then, as a result of the findings of the court case around South Wales Police potentially not doing all that they needed to do around their public sector equality duty, the National Physical Laboratory, which is a testing laboratory, tested how LFR worked in an operational environment. And the results I'll talk through a little bit later. But that gives policing a confidence that at the settings that policing were using live facial recognition, there wasn't bias or any bias in gender, race, or age, and that there was no statistical significance in how gender was impacted, age was impacted, and race was impacted. So really, really important piece of work that I'll talk a little bit more about later. And then huge amount of movement recently. In 2024, through the MPCC, there was funding for a further national rollout of live facial recognition, which I will talk about, and other use cases of live facial recognition. And through the project that myself, Dom and Meg on our team and a number of forces were involved in, we were able to work with Blue Light Commercial to make sure that there's a framework for LFR software to ensure that when forces are looking to use LFR, they can be confident that the products on this framework have been tested by the National Physical Laboratory, and we understand that at the settings we use them, there's no discernible bias. So that's really, really important, and it ensures a consistency of delivery and service, as well as significant savings that that framework has led to. So I mentioned about myths and misconceptions around live facial recognition. Right, I think this probably goes back to that journey in 2016, 2017. That is supposed to signify that the term automated is linked a lot with facial recognition technology. It used to be called automated facial recognition. I just wanted to make the point. It isn't automated, and it lends itself back to Scott's point earlier around the human is actively involved in processing the information that the system gives it. So the operator is a trained operator that uses LFR. They will make a decision whether to notify an engagement team, whether to act on that information. So it's the human making decisions at operator level and ultimately prior to any engagement. So the human's role in using live facial recognition is absolutely essential. Second one is whenever I see a media story, it always questions the accuracy of the technology. And it may mention that there's been over 2,400 false alerts with live facial recognition, over 90% of individuals wrongly identified. But that is very much old news, and that during the proof of concept testing period, various settings were used. Now, for example, since 2023, South Wales haven't had a single false alert. The Metropolitan Police Service, who deploy between 2 and 4 times a week, various vans, have had 8 last year and well over 1,000 arrests. So they had 8 false alerts, of which they only approached the individual because the operator intervened in 2 of them. And then it was a conversation. For all people that have worked in policing for a period of time, I certainly, when I worked in Cardiff, you know, very often you'd have a list of individuals that you had intelligence about, you needed to speak to, you needed to arrest. And I'd regularly approach individuals and find out it would be the wrong individual. So when it's been used broadly through Cardiff, Swansea, London, and we've only approached 2 people in the previous year, that shows how accurate the technology is, and it just, the narrative around it doesn't actually fit what the situation is absolutely now. And I suppose just to emphasise that, when we think back 8 years ago, what our phones looked like, what our watches looked like, if you can think how much that technology has moved in 8 years, I think you can draw parallels with this. Another misconception is that every person that walks past the cameras, the system is looking for and is actively searching and looking to identify that individual. As I mentioned earlier, big findings from Bridges was that the watch lists of who was on the watch list had to be very, very, very specific. It's typically individuals that are already known to police and have previously been in custody, noting that the technology is often used for safeguarding purposes as well, with high-risk MISPAs and others. So the use is multifaceted, but it isn't just looking for every individual who walks past it. And if you're not on that watch list and you walk past that, your image will be deleted within 0.2 to 0.3 of a second, and it will not be stored anywhere. So it will be gone. And that lends myself to this point, which is it is not stored on any police database. If you are not on a watch list, your image will be not retained by police in any way. I just wanted to highlight as well, when you see a police van, it's very rare that it would have live facial recognition capability. At this moment in time, there are approximately 20 live facial recognition vans across England and Wales. So if you see a CCTV van, it's labelled a CCTV van, it's a CCTV van. It doesn't have that live facial recognition capability. If it's labelled live facial recognition capability, it will have. So we're very overt in our use of live facial recognition. If it's being deployed in a city centre, you will see signs prior to a zone of recognition, so 50 metres, 100 metres away, before that live facial recognition is taking place, you will have big signs saying that that area, live facial recognition is being used, and there will be an alternate route. You could avoid that if you deemed to wish to do so. As well as that, South Wales, the Met, and all horse forces for the national capability advertise 5-7 days prior to a deployment that they are going to be in an area at a certain time. It's a very, very overt tactic. I've put that slide there. Again, this goes back to that point around human rights. Policing want to use live facial recognition in a proportionate and necessary way. Live facial recognition has yet to be used at large-scale protests, any protests, in fact, or large-scale gatherings of individuals. It just isn't used for that. And the APP will specifically state that if it is to be considered to be used at a protest, you need specialist legal advice. So since 2016, since its first use in policing, even now its use has been increased over the last 6 months in particular. It has yet to be used at a protest. It hasn't been used at large-scale gatherings. It hasn't been, and the APP makes specific guidance around where and how it should be considered if it is going to be used. And this is the final point I wanted to make around myths and misconceptions, is you will hear a lot of people talking around facial recognition algorithms, that they're biased and they discriminate. At the settings, live facial recognition is used in South Wales, the Met, and through the national vans. It's a setting that policing have worked with the National Physical Laboratories, which is an independent body, internationally recognised, and we can be confident that there is not statistical significance in bias through age, gender, and ethnicity. And we're really, really confident in that. And the National Physical Laboratory are world-renowned and are experts in their field. So it's really, really important that that work, which mirror, and their testing mirrors, not exactly, but as close to as possible, how police would deploy. They came out on deployments in Queen Street in Cardiff, Oxford Street and Piccadilly Circus in London, with trained operators, and were confident and were able to set their methodology based on how police use the capability in operational environments. And at this point, I'm just going to hand over to Dom, who is our technical expert in all things LFR and OFR, and he'll talk through where and why it's used.
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll have a quick look at some use cases. I know time's slightly against us, but we'll have a look at some use cases. So these are all ones that have been used historically. So we've got, for those who recognise, the Principality Stadium in Cardiff. Probably not the happiest place for people to go at the moment. But certainly for us, it's used for reassurance. Previously, we've had, as we mentioned, the Champions League final there, and vehicles will ordinarily be deployed within the city centre as part of a wider policing operation. The aim there around reassurance, public confidence, but also then allow us to locate those people who may be there with the intention of committing crimes. So watch list ordinarily would feature those wanted as suspects or those wanted on warrant. A lot of the time we'll find people through the system, and their opening words will be, "I'm not from Cardiff." For those who've worked in policing, quite often police will work locally. You'll know who the offenders are in that area. What we tend to find, especially with large events, people will travel right away from across South Wales and wider and go into Cardiff expecting not to be recognised and known. So really good use case there. Moving on to Silverstone, British Grand Prix. North Hants have deployed live facial recognition for the last 3 years. When they predicted last year, it's worth over £1 billion to the British economy. Those who follow motorsport will see that previously they've had incursions onto the track. Facial rec is deployed there. Where there is intelligence that people might be going onto the track, there is a risk to their life. There is a risk to the lives of drivers and people on the track if they were to go on there. Facial recognition is used as part of the safety wraparound for that event. Moving on then, so we've got the air show held throughout South Wales and quite often visible across South and West Wales. A safeguarding operation in essence, so that kind of event we will look predominantly for our people with court conditions, potentially registered sex offenders, and those who've got conditions not to be at events where children are. The other side of that is during one event we had 26 missing people. Anyone who's been there knows there's over 200,000 people on the beach for that event, huge number of people. We can then use facial recognition to assist in locating those who potentially are missing during that crowd and in that big event. Probably one of the most regular uses then, we're looking at retail crime, knife crime, crimes in our towns and city centres. We've worked quite closely, as Carl's mentioned, with a number of other forces. West Yorkshire have deployed some of their new vehicles recently in Leeds town centre. And what they found during their deployments is because of the publicity, because of the conditions, retail crime has decreased within their city centre since they've been using it, but also on days of deployments there haven't been any crimes reported. We've looked then wider as it displaced it within the community, within retail parks and things like that, and there's no intelligence of that either. So what we're finding is that where it is being used, people are still going, so we are still arresting people, people are still being found, but it also is having a positive impact on crime reduction and prevention. So the last one then we're looking at is nighttime economy. So where we're looking at violence against women and girls, safeguarding and things like that. We've got the ability, anyone who we hold an image from who's got court conditions, this potentially can be geographical or from that safeguarding point of view of vulnerability, we can load those into a watch list and identify those people. What we'll do very quickly is I'll show you a quick demo of how it works. We'll leave this setup during the breaks for us to have a look in a bit more depth. But if we can just toggle over on the screen. So this is meant to simulate similar software to what we'll have in the vans. So as you can see now, we've got a camera on the screen. If it was to pick me up, so literally it'll see my face and it'll generate an alert straight away. So in a live scenario, that will flash up. I'll put that back up for you to see. That will flash up and the officers will then have the photo, as we've got on one side of me from the CCTV still image, and my photo from 12 years ago, which is an older one. So as we can see from the system though, the age of the photograph doesn't matter. That works particularly well from a policing purpose, where we've had people who've been wanted potentially for a long time. The age of the photograph, as long as you've got a clear photograph, the system is clever enough and can work out who the people are. So we leave that set up. Hand you back over to Carl.
Can you switch just back over again? Thank you. Yeah, and just, it'd be remiss of me not to mention where we are. I've talked a little bit around the developments over the last 6 months and how there's been significant progress in capacity and capability across England and Wales in relation to live facial recognition. So, it was mentioned a few slides ago, in 2024, the government made funding available to increase the use of live facial recognition beyond those areas where it was used at those moments in time, which was South Wales and the Metropolitan Police Service. That funding that they made available, the team, myself, Dom and Meg, have worked over the last few years in a further rollout of 10 national mobile LFR vehicles. So those vans have been displaced across England and Wales through 5 regions. So there's a Wales and West region, Wales and West region, North West region, North East region, a Central region and a South East region. And they've got host forces within there with 2 vans each. So those vans have been with forces. They were first used in Silverstone in July. Beds went live in September. Then West Yorkshire and GMP in November. And then Thames Valley, Hampshire and Surrey and Sussex as well then prior to Christmas. Those vans have been deployed regularly in those 7 forces. They've gone out on mutual aid to 4 further forces. Prior to them going out on mutual aid, we have to be confident that those forces that are taking that capability on mutual aid have robust documentation around legal mandates and operating procedures, as you would if you were a force that held that capability there, to make sure that there is a considered use of the capability and the right authorities take place. So that's where we are at this moment in time. They've also been used with immigration enforcement in Holyhead. So in December, we had 12 forces using live facial recognition. Nationally, when you consider a year prior, it was 2 forces, so there's been significant uplift in use. I mentioned the funding, which was provided by the government 2 years ago. There was also a proof of concept trial that took place in Cardiff and in Croydon around LFR attached to static infrastructure, where, again, you've got robust authority for use. You can't just switch on these cameras at any moment in time. You have to advertise when they're going to be used. But these are they're attached to lampposts in Croydon City Centre and were in Cardiff, and just testing that capability. Again, you have to have officers ready to deploy at that moment in time. You have to advertise the deployment. It's a very overt tactic, but just testing the use of live facial recognition beyond the van model. And again, there's been over 100 arrests in Croydon since they deployed, I think, firstly in September, and they just deploy once a week. So huge, really impactful results, and a real effective tool. And then ultimately, I think it's really important to mention where we're going. And Scott mentioned the white paper from policing, from local to national. There was specific mention within that there will be a further rollout of 40 vans nationally, with 11.6 million spent on LFR capabilities and 26 million spent on national facial recognition system. So the Home Office are working on that, and that is to provide a national RFR system beyond PND potentially. So the work on that is a scoping work at this moment in time, and a potential national operator-initiated facial recognition system. So it's very much at the early stages, but the scoping work around having a further enhanced national RFR and OFR capability. I just want to mention as well that there was a public consultation that closed 3 weeks ago, on a new legal framework. So there's potential primary legislation for law enforcement use of biometrics, facial recognition and similar technologies, which received 12,000 responses, which is really, really positive. And one other thing I just want to mention before I hand on to Dom to just talk very briefly about operator-initiated facial recognition is that a number of public aptitude surveys have been done by police. And interestingly, the Home Office analysis team recently saw that only 5% of the public didn't see a case for the use of live facial recognition, and only 1% of the public didn't see a use for retrospective facial recognition. So the public are on board with us now. It's really, really positive. So within that, there were certain details around, they felt as though some crimes it should be used for more than others, as you'd expect, but where it was no case for use, just 5%. So really, really interesting. And it's been a long, slow journey, but the public are on board with us at this moment in time. But our use has to be considered and proportionate. Tom?
Okay, so I know we've overrun quite a bit. I'm not Martin Lewis, but I'm going to try and do OIFR in 60 seconds. Okay, so mobile application developed in 2021 by South Wales in-house. It allows officers on the front line to take a photo of somebody in front of them, whether they be alive or deceased, as we've had in some cases, to identify them and then proceed with whatever our means are. Whether that's been, in some cases, people who've been deceased, as we see with social media. An RTC is a use case. We've had a stolen vehicle, person inside, nobody knows who they are, we can't identify them. We've used the app, be able to identify them in under 5 seconds, we can get cops to that house before somebody's taken a photo, posted it on Facebook, and then the family found out by other means. Another use case for it has been, we've had a male in Swansea, been reporting things to the police for years, giving different details. Officers have come across him, intoxicated, drunk and disorderly, taken a photograph, identified he's been wanted on European arrest warrant for several years from Poland. So what we've got, as you can see very quickly on the screen, are some screenshots from the app. Number of things built into it. So it audits every use, tracks every officer's use of the app. There's conditions on there as to how it's used, when it's used, all accountable, all recorded, and every use at the moment is scrutinised to do it. As you can see, we've got a photo there, which is what's been taken. That would ordinarily be the cop taking the photo of the individual. And then we've got the 6 images brought back next. It'll bring back images from our custody database. Officers can then click on it. Last photo along is their custody record. So, easy way to identify if somebody's in our database. 68 seconds, and time for questions.
Thank you. We can rely on South Wales to go on and on and on. I joke. The camera's not on there, is it? Thank you, gents. Really enjoyed that. And hopefully it's given us an insight into the work, I guess, behind the scenes to make sure that it's all legal, proportionate, and used in the right way. Is there a chance you could maybe grab that chair? So you're not going to blame me for this, but you're going to, again, blame... I'm pointing at South Wales. We are friends. But I'm probably going to cancel the coffee break. We're amongst friends. If you need to, go to use the toilets, etc., just leave your chair, etc. Just because I'm conscious of time, and I did promise to get everybody out the door at the same time. Alan, any chance you could join us? Because I just want to ask, get questions asked. I know that we've had a couple online already. So roaming mics, hands up. Any questions? Yes, one at the back there.
Diolch, Terry, Councillor for Snelly. We do a lot of work with the PCSOs. Will the PCSOs have this availability to shift the information back to NPT quickly?
So, operator-initiated facial recognition. At this moment in time, it's only used in South Wales and Gwent. As I mentioned, there is a broader funding piece around a national operator-initiated facial recognition app. The work is ongoing on that with the Home Office. We haven't got timescales, but that work is underway. And in theory, that will be available to all forces after that scoping work is ongoing. So it's really, really in the early stages, but it could be available to all forces in due course.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that question and that answer. So I've got a really good question here. It's about sustainability.
Yep. Okay,
so those of you who don't know, but AI uses a pretty extortionate amount of energy, and we hear about data lakes because they physically need water as part of the cooling systems for the servers, etc. So there's a question here in relation to if we're as agencies aiming for net zero by 2030, AI data servers use a very large amount of energy and water. When we are looking into introducing AI into our operations, are we considering the environment? So that's one element. And there's a second question as well, same sort of vein, which is, Scott, you mentioned that using AI has made your workload, much efficient and effective, so you're not using Copilot. But if we take that into an organizational setting, does that mean that we'll have less people working in our organizations, and therefore, from an employer perspective and the social responsibility we have to our communities in terms of employment, that we possibly won't be employing as many people?
Yeah. So in terms of sustainability, the the environmental priorities fall within the MPCC Science and Innovation priorities is a coordination committee, but also as part of the AI portfolio. So we do understand, obviously, the environmental implications, obviously huge banks of cloud-based sort of processes and storage that we'll need. What we are in the process of doing is a coordination committee working with the Office of Police Chief Science Advisors, understanding the business benefits and the value for money in terms of what that offsets. So if you think about how we're using some of the AI around Thrive assessments within our control centres, or essentially RVR in terms of video calling straight into victims of crimes houses. You think about, obviously there's a balance to be struck there, isn't there? Because obviously you don't always need officers to burn diesel and petrol and electric in order to get to them, in order to have that first interaction with them. So we do have sustainability as a priority within the coordination committee and the AI portfolio, and we're undertaking exercise to work through, as we introduce AI, what are the offsets in terms of the other environmental challenges, using cars and extra buildings and so on and so forth. And I forgot the second part of that question, Commissioner. I do apologise.
Just about the staffing bit as well.
So it goes back into the workforce really piece. We're not going to have the same workforce, are we, in 2035? No. What we need is the right workforce with the right kit. I think it's a false dichotomy to say just because you're bringing in technology, you have less humans and more tech. But what you have is the right humans with the right tech, because we haven't got that in 2026, and that certainly won't stand us in good stead for 2037 and as we move into the next decade. So we will have people doing different things. What AI will do, for example, as a firearms commander, when I'm dealing with a command incident, I'm probably expected to look into 12, 15 different pots of data, words, information, to make these split-down decisions as to ultimately whether we're going to engage someone and potentially shoot them. My brain doesn't work that quick. I can't dig into 15 or 20 systems that quickly. So being able to use AI at some point in the future in order to help me dig into those systems to make sure that I spin the national decision-making model and consider all the information and intelligence that's available. So we'll have just a different makeup of our workforce. They'll be the right individuals with the right skills, but they'll also have the right tech. So the tech will do some of the job, but then we can use those humans then to do the things that are really important, to engage with our communities, to spend time with Mrs. Miggins, who's been burgled, and has been waiting 5-6 hours for a cop to turn up. So we will just have a differently balanced workforce, not necessarily less.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. And as Scott was talking, I was thinking about the workforce blend and mix that we've got in Dyfed-Powys. So when I started in 2016, we had about 1,100 police officers. We've now got 1,300, so more cops. Dare I say, we're using more tech as part of the delivery of the services. And we've probably got something in the region of about an extra 200 to 300 police staff roles as well. In Excel, we've got about 900 members of police staff within the force as well. So even though we've seen the technology develop, we have also seen the workforce grow over the years.
Yeah, I think if you listen to Sir Mark Rowley, policing is a numbers game, isn't it? In terms of humans typically want a human to interact with. And I think the relationship that we're going to have with technology is going to be different to a human. I make mistakes every day, but ultimately you can forgive me that, for I'm a human. But we would expect our technology to make no mistakes. That's why we haven't got driverless cars within Europe at the moment, because we're not prepared to turn them on, because we're not prepared for the cars themselves to cause accidents and obviously injure people and potentially people to die. But we do know that statistically they'll make less errors than humans. But we have a different relationship with technology. So I think that's some of the challenges that we've got in terms of, as we introduce this really complex technology into policing, we've got to understand the human relationship with that technology, because we like to blame people, don't we? We like to blame people, and often it's the Chief Constable and Commissioners that we blame ultimately. We don't like blaming technology for making decisions, because we like to have that human at the end of it to go, that's your fault, so therefore you're going to take responsibility, and ultimately we've got someone to blame. So I think we've got a bit of a journey in terms of trust and confidence and the relationship that we have with technology, because we do expect technology at the moment to be infallible. It's better than humans in areas, but we're still, as humans, not prepared to turn it on and start making those decisions, which I think we've got to get better at. And going back to the facial recognition journey, we started facial recognition in South Wales Police in 2017, 9 years ago. We're only just considering primary legislation. So that's 9 years. We cannot innovate in that way in the UK in policing. It cannot take us 9 years in order to proof and be reassured by the technology. We have to remain nimble and agile. If we don't, the criminals are going to be miles ahead of us. So we've got to do it in a safe and effective way, going back to my presentation, that really brings the public on the journey with us.
Thank you, Scott. Any other questions? Yes? I'll go to Debbie, and then Councillor Keith Evans here as well.
I've got a Oh, sorry. Following on really from what the Commissioner said about staff and having the right qualifications and skills, etc., is the Coordination Committee doing anything to assist forces, or thinking of doing anything to assist forces to develop the staff they've got currently to be able to cope with these skills and things that they need?
Yes, we are. The Science and Innovation Committee, along with the Digital Data and Analytics Technology Committee, had a summit in November of last year in Merseyside. I mistakenly confused the Commissioner with someone who looked exactly like the Commissioner at the summit, so apologies for that, sir. We had representation across policing and our police staff. There was 380 different role profiles that were provided to the police digital service that essentially delivered the, which is, I think, sort of signifies the complexity of the challenge. We haven't got 384 different roles within policing in terms of, we'd call things different. We haven't got a unified taxonomy in terms of what we've currently got. We're working with Caroline Lovett, who's a doctor within the Office of Police Chief Science Advisors team, so Paul Taylor, understanding, well, what are the current resources that we've got within policing right now, and what is it we need in order to make sure that we're match fit moving for the future. So that work is probably midpoint in terms of where it needs to be. That work will then be published back into forces in terms of, right, okay, in terms of a healthy organisation, in terms of where the technology is going, these are the sorts of roles that you need in order to make the best use of technology. I think probably in 5 or 10 years, we won't recognise policing as we do today. I think technology is going to be so powerful in terms of some of the areas, and as was pointed out this morning, we're almost having to go on daily to look at, what is different in artificial intelligence and what is it some of this sort of multimodal AI platforms can offer policing. It's incredibly fast moving, obviously powered by itself often with artificial intelligence. So we need to be match fit for the future. And just sort of touch on a point in relation to chief officers, we need to have a chief officer pack that's digitally savvy, don't we, in terms of we want them to make sure that they understand what I'm on about, what our academic partners are on about, what Paul Taylor's on about from a chief science advisor. So we've really got to up our game really in terms of understanding what do we mean by some of this stuff, how do we use it, how do we embrace it. So there is help coming. Paul Taylor, as Chief Science Advisor, has got that in terms of what does our workforce need to look like. We're also working with the Strategic Workforce Coordination Committee, which is chaired by Chris Todd, who's the Chief in Thames Valley. So there's a joint work between those two entities, and we'll soon to publish what a workforce that will be match fit for the future will look like.
Thank you for that question, Debbie. I agree with you that there perhaps is something that needs to be done nationally. I think the College of Policing, so when this new National Centre of Policing is created, they're going to have to think about this, I would suggest. And a lot of the work that Scott has alluded to, police commissioners are involved and engaged, and I've actually personally been involved in some of the workforce activity because I sit on the sort of pay council activity that undertakes sort of the negotiations, discussions with unions. And so some of the unions that some of you here today might be represented are also part of those discussions as well. Similarly to the question that we had online in relation to safeguarding jobs, skilling people internally so that they can be retained, and attracting people from outside as well. So that I think those two things need to be parallel tracked. Diolch, thank you. Keith.
Thank you. Probably more of a statement. Thank you for the presentation. We live with technology and change all the time, yet we're afraid when it actually comes to the fore. We use telemedicine a lot these days, so we've advanced and used that in local authorities. We can stick stuff on waste bins to say, I need to be emptied. So we're using it all the time, but yet people are very frightened, whether it's the effect that it has on their privacy. But I'd have thought that law-abiding citizens wouldn't mind having a camera there scanning people coming into an area, which potentially would be pickpocketers or people that have committed some crimes somewhere else. So it needs to move at a pace, as you were saying just there now. and you know, Godspeed with help to actually get us to that point, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a balance always to be struck between privacy and protection. You know, obviously I'm never going to be objective because I've been a cop for 27 years, so I'm always going to be subjective and err on the side of we need to protect our public. But with that will come a little bit of what are the privacy implications along with that. So you're walking with that constant seesaw, aren't you? But I think we have to be lawfully audacious. You know, I speak to, you know, the young cops, and they're frustrated that the technology they have access to in work is nowhere near the technology they have access into their private life. Yes, we should be held to the highest standard in policing, because you can't choose which police force you're going to have if you live in Dyfed-Powys or anywhere else for that matter. But we do have to be lawfully audacious. That's easy for me to say because I'm not a chief constable or a commissioner, so I don't carry the risk. But we do have to be lawfully audacious because we would get left behind.
Diolch, thank you. Any other final question then on this session? If not, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Were you all good? Last session of the day, often referred to as a graveyard shift, and that's the downside. The upside is that people tell me you always remember what you heard last. So there you go. I'm sure your Police and Crime Commissioner will have some sort of key themes and takeaways from today. So welcome back to the final session. I'm Andrew Staniforth. I am a Director of Innovation at Sahir Europe. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. I've had lots of really interesting roles since I left policing back in 2018. My role in policing was very quickly special branch and counter-terrorism work. As you can tell from my dulcet tones from Yorkshire, and I'm really pleased I brought the sunshine from Yorkshire for you today. We could be having this outside, couldn't we, like a classroom session. But I'm not here to spread any doom and gloom. I'd had a look at my presentation and some of the images, and they did look a bit sort of gloomy. But actually, hopefully by the end of sort of 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, you'll be reassured. You'll have some optimism that despite what is happening in the world today, there is a group of passionate individuals across the world that are dedicated to innovation. They are creative individuals, and that's the community that I've been involved in really for the last 15 years. This presentation today, I know the destination where I want to finish. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to get there because there will be some interaction. So let's start first of all with just some thoughts on artificial intelligence. Not going to go too far into it because I think you've probably spent a lot of time already talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly about artificial intelligence, but let's not be scared. You are, however, right to be cautious, and you know, there is a reason why probably UK policing is a little bit behind, is that's because you are being cautious, and you're right to be so. I do get tired of tech companies saying you should use this tech. Well, that's fine, but actually you don't hold that public service responsibility that you guys do. You know, the likelihood of them ever having to go to court to convict somebody, potentially for life, to remove their liberties based on artificial intelligence tools that you may embed into your systems. Huge responsibility. Will they be there when actually you have to give evidence in Crown Court, at a public inquest, at a public inquiry? No, they won't. So I'm with you on being cautious. And it's interesting because a lot of my role, very privileged that a major part of my role is traveling around Europe, looking at European research and innovation, and working with lots of different companies, what I call bridging the gap. Government, academia, and the private sector all working together. Now, I know, and we've already heard, that sometimes it's challenging for a police officer to understand what an academic might be, but that works both ways. Be in a room or pressed up against the bar with a police officer with all the jargon and all the language, they don't understand you either. So it does work both ways. But again, just a little anecdote about artificial intelligence and why to probably be a little bit cautious is that I was with somebody from a very large AI and engineering computing firm. There was a huge warehouse being built. Imagine it like a huge Amazon warehouse, and they got robots to take the roles of cleaners to automatically clean the premises. Because it operated 24 hours, they had to sort of program when the best sort of cleaning could take place. And they tested and trialed these set of sort of robots, cute little things, those like lawnmowers that you can buy that can do your lawn whilst you're on holiday and you come back and everything's perfect. Well, that sort of thing. But they were learning from each other. And then they set it to task and they said, actually, okay, in this premises, you decide how best to keep it clean. And that was their task. So have a guess what those robots actually did. How do you think they learnt together? What did they do? How did they keep that huge warehouse and office space clean and tidy? Have a guess, anybody? Pretty much, yes, they did. They parked themselves at the main entrance and exits where humans came in. Because isn't it logical? It's logical that actually if your task is to keep that place clean, the people causing the problems are people themselves. So logic is really interesting, isn't it, when it comes down to artificial intelligence? And that's why you need to be cautious that these large language sort of learning models are huge. They are vast. They're also, from time to time, susceptible to bias. Now, I remember back in the day when I first walked into a special branch department, there were only 2 computers, one at either end of the office. People were really scared of computers back then. In fact, the detectives that I used to work with used to write out their intelligence reports word for word, making sure that everything was crafted, and then they go over to the computer, turn it on, and put it in a system. The reason for that, they would say, is that actually, well, I don't want to put anything on this machine. I know this machine is going to search it. It's going to look for patterns. So I just don't want to put anything in there that I wouldn't stand behind. And so, again, you are right to be cautious about what we're putting into these systems as opposed to kind of what we're getting out of these systems. So I think in terms of artificial intelligence, you've probably learnt enough, but there is, for British policing, a huge digital revolution that's on its way. And I think the frightening thing potentially is the speed of the change and how quickly we cope with it. So it has to be done in a way that we can all keep up. You talked about skills. Interesting thing happened to me yesterday. I'm at the airport. I pick up a hire car. They gave me a fantastic, brand new BMW X2. And beautiful bit of German engineering. Took me 15 minutes to get in it and to work out how it operated, much to the joy of the early 20-somethings that had just, hired me the vehicle. But I suppose a way of dealing that when I'm sat in the car is not to get stressed or anxious about why I can't work. It's just to be calm, cool, collected. These things are intuitive. And suddenly you realize, oh, yeah, this is great. I can do it. And that is a way of dealing with new and emerging technology. There was a time when we didn't want to give police officers pens, never mind an email. But we do that now, don't we? So, that's progress. So in this sort of presentation, discussion, I'm going to talk about digital dangers to democracy. So we're going to zoom out a little bit. So I think from the presentations that I've seen and having a look at the agenda, you've been looking, just at policing. But please don't think for 1 minute that other sectors, other areas, and not just in the UK, but other parts of the world are dealing with exactly the same challenges. There will be groups of people in different sectors, in different organisations, in different parts of the world, having these very conversations today about how do we deal with technology, how do we maximise technology, how we deal with its consequences, how can we make it right for us at this moment in time. Then I'm going to have a look at some of those future capabilities for policing. Insider threats is an interesting one, and then just quickly look at innovation impact. So, I think this should, there we go. We know that online there are lots of potential dangers. There are dangers to democracy. There's misinformation, disinformation, deepfakes, all of those that you've discussed. And all of those, we know, have a potential harmful effect. We know, don't we, that what happens online has implications and consequences offline in the real world. We also know across Europe that they are invariably kind of how the global pattern works with tech is that America, Silicon Valley, they will create, the Chinese will manufacture and engineer, and then the European bloc will regulate and legislate. And that's the kind of general pattern that we've seen to be emerging. But we know that there are some grave threats online to our children, to the most vulnerable, but through the Horizon Europe programme and other European Commission funding, and I'm kind of here as a shining the light on European Commission funding, because this year, now that the UK is an associated country and now that the UK can join back into Horizon Europe, there is right about 150 million euros available to you for Civil Society for Security call, Cluster 3, deadline 5th of November. I got involved in European funding a long time ago, and this is how you can actually start to get involved in innovation. Because sometimes you feel as though innovation is something that happens to you. It's being kind of done to you, but actually, you can get involved. So this first project here, Artificial Intelligence for Trust, it finished last month. In fact, both of these projects are being coordinated by Bruno Kessler Research Institute in Trento, in Italy, have a huge and advanced artificial intelligence department. And this is actually funds that the European Commission have made available to the media sector, to journalists. Because, yes, as police officers, as a police service, you deal with the consequences of all those online harms, of fake news, and all the issues that can cause in the communities that you serve. Artificial Intelligence for Trust has built a set of artificial intelligence trusted tools that fact checkers can use to start to identify, remove, and counter harmful misinformation and disinformation. The AI for Trust platform is available now to be used. The Home Office is really keen to examine this and have a play and a trial and a test, because for upcoming elections, it's a really useful tool. It's tried and it's tested because it's been built with public money over the last 3 years. University of Cambridge have been heavily involved as a partner. So that is one of many, many projects that is providing some practical solutions to many of the problems that you may have discussed, throughout today. Hate-demics, again, is another project focusing more on sort of online hate speech, from misogyny to anti-Semitism, for example, but again, providing practical tools that young journalists in startup media companies across Europe can use to help to identify misinformation online. So, just two of the projects that are finishing in the next couple of months that you can have access to. For the last 6 years, I've been involved with the Cyber Threats Research Centre at Swansea University, helping them develop new and creative ideas around plugging into Horizon Europe funding. Bit of a skills gap, because with the issues around Brexit, a lot of UK universities and startups and companies, and particularly law enforcement agencies, have not been involved in European Commission funding. Quick headline, the European Commission is crying out for law enforcement agencies to get involved in this particular funding stream. Another highlight, 100% funding plus 25% overhead. 100% funding plus 25% overhead. Far better than any other Home Office Police Innovation Fund, where you have to go through, match funding, we have to give something to get a little back. Not with this. 100% funding plus 25% overhead. Whatever your issues around the political concerns around Brexit, the UK gained more funds back than it ever did when it put into these funds. which is now why it's back on the table. And part of my work is to encourage others to get involved in Horizon Europe funding, multi-billion euro funding stream across issues around democracy, climate, and also security. So I was approached by Swansea University to help pull together a project around how can tech beat harmful terrorist content online. The European Commission was quite keen because a couple of years ago we'd have set up new regulation. Remember I said that Europe, good regulatory bloc? It had provided some new regulations for tech companies to say, okay guys, well, if you have harmful terrorist content on your platforms, then you have 1 hour to remove it when the government agency, whoever that might be, serves a notice upon you. There has to be a delicate balance between economic growth of a new startup company with demands from major counter-terrorism agencies of the state asking you to remove something. If you're a new startup, you might have been fired from Twitter a number of years ago, you set up with your friend in a garage and you're looking to build a new platform and suddenly your platform takes off, you have social, legal, regulatory responsibilities. So what the European Commission did, they funded 3 projects. One of them was led by my company in support of Swansea University with Tech Against Terrorism, that are based in the UK, NGO based in London that are permanently online looking at identifying and removing harmful terrorist content. Also saying to some of the big tech firms, listen, there's some here on your content, kind of playing this international game of whack-a-mole when terrorist content appears here everywhere, just trying to sort of take it down. But the purposes of that particular project was to provide training, guidance, advice, tools, technologies to support those small host service providers. Not the big guys, not the guys that get called to American committees. And I do sort of probably take an issue with the concern that maybe tech companies aren't as responsible or don't get held to account. I think we're getting a real sense now that they are starting to be held to account, which is good. But this particular project was not focusing on Google or Meta or YouTube, for example. It was focusing on the small guys, the startup companies with probably 5 or 25 employees that wanted actually to make a difference in the digital space, that were trying to build a business, but at the same time the terrorist knows actually we don't need to go to Meta, we're going to use these smaller guys because they haven't invested in their sort of cyber security, we can do all our messaging and content on there. So it was provided for that. And actually what is also interesting in Europe, that if you win one particular project and others win in the same call as you, you are invited then to share knowledge and you are invited then to work together. So within the space of 2 years, 3 projects were funded. They all work together. A project called Allies, Frisco and Tech Against Terrorism Europe. All the tools outputs of those projects are now available on the European Commission website for any organisation to download. Tools on there that they can help test trial, and it helps them comply with new and emerging regulation. What I'll do at the close of the presentation is make sure that all these projects that I'm mentioning and all the web links are available to you, as well as the new Horizon Europe programme for this year, because there's a draft copy available now and it will be formally launched in May. But it'll give you the 20 different subject areas where you can apply for funding as a legal entity. So whether it's the PCC's office or your local police service. I'd set up a West Yorkshire for Innovation Wi-Fi when I worked at the PCC's office when I was taken from the counter-terrorism unit. We won around 12 million euros worth of funding over 3-4 years based on projects that the PCC and the Chief Constable at the time that were really keen to invest in, that met the strategic research requirements back then. And that was probably back in sort of 2012. So a lot of work going on around Europe in relation to research and innovation funding. How you guys can get involved in this work. And I'll come on to a little bit later about how you create an environment in your workplace to encourage innovation. Because it was fascinating to hear that you quite rightly encourage innovation as everybody's responsibility, but how do you actually do that? And does culture prevent that from taking place in your organisation. We can have a look at that. So, fascinating to hear the couple of presentations, the national presentations around these different committees, around innovation and how innovation is taking place, and a lot of really great work. Although I would say the way in which all the committees are being adapted doesn't really appear to be innovative. It seems to be, well, we're setting up all these chairs and committees, and that's very different, isn't it, to, let's say, a private sector organisation that just, right, get on with it, let's do that, let's do this. So, please don't think that police reform hasn't been done before. Of course it has. 2016, the police in the Netherlands went from multiple different police services to one major national police service to look like what it is today. It also, as part of that particular programme, looked at innovation, developed its own innovation strategy. It was keen and it was conscious of the fact that in becoming a larger organisation, it didn't want to lose that individual contact with that individual officer, that volunteer, that PCO, that special, that cadet. It didn't want to lose that contact, and it didn't want to lose those potentially really creative ideas at the most local level that could then be quickly, through a national structure, be amplified, accelerated, and expanded across that network. So it came up with one of the first innovation strategies in policing, something that I borrowed with pride and fed into West Yorkshire and the counter-terrorism policing structure back in 2016. But it has been done before. So I suppose part of my sort of takeaway for you guys today is you don't just have to focus on what we're currently doing here in the UK. We have passionate police officers elsewhere that have been through this process, that bear the scars, the grey hairs of going through this process. So contact them, reach out to them. The Home Office and my company are currently involved in a project that's been led by the National Dutch Police around community policing. €5 million project called Koban. Koban is Japanese for a local police hut, a location where the police will gather with members of the community to talk about safety and security in their community. Koban is looking at potential future capabilities for community policing. It has 9 other law enforcement agencies across Europe involved, and I can tell you they're really, really forward thinking. And many, many years ago, it was often said to me, Andy, why are you going to some of these European countries? People learn from us. Unfortunately, not anymore. So I agree with some of the sentiments that have been echoed that we are slightly behind. Evidence of that last year went to Utrecht. They have like a policing shop, really, like a shop front. But it's not just a virtual police station. It's a walk-in police station in the middle of Utrecht. It's located within a shopping mall where it intersects with their main rail network and their main bus network, and any member of the public can walk in anytime, 24/7, monitored, safe space, panic room. Sometimes it's occupied by uniformed police officers. The most interesting thing is their use of AI and their use of avatars. So if you want to report a crime, if you want to report an incident, then you can go into one of the booths that are available. And you can talk to an avatar of a Dutch police officer, speaks multiple languages. Utrecht, like many other major cities across Europe, extremely multicultural. So it speaks enormous amount of languages. It's been operational now for a year. People are starting to use it. So don't think for 1 minute that humans do interact with humans. I kind of think humans want it done quickly. Humans want it done properly. Humans want it done professionally. Many of the most efficient call centres that you now are speaking to are kind of all completely automated. But the issue there is that any member of the public can walk in and have a private conversation with this avatar police officer. That police officer is monitored 24/7 back in the command and control room. If that individual starts to report a serious crime, a serious offence, instantly switch to a video with a real police officer on the other side, if necessary. Can close the door, can close the station, can make that station safe. very safe space in a very busy place for protection of violence against women and girls, or for other vulnerable members of that community during that sort of nighttime economy. They are now developing that even further to help that human interaction, that the avatar can change and morph. It can look more like the person that is presented to them. So if you're a member from a Roma community or wherever you may be from, it can start to look more like you, but dressed in a real smart Dutch police national uniform. This has been of real interest to the Home Office, because the Home Office are involved in this project. But it gives you an indication of not only 10 years ago have they been through this process of huge reform, developing huge innovative approaches, but at the same time, they are continuing to innovate and lead European Commission flagship research and innovation projects, because they see research and innovation as fundamental. It's in their DNA. It's now embedded in their culture. So take a look. Police officers and staff that are involved in that are more than happy to talk to anybody from Police South Wales about how it's working. It's fascinating, but a really, really interesting project. Another interesting project that we had was one called Pre-Crisis, and it was looking at how we protect public spaces, mainly from sort of terrorist attacks or other incidents, and how we work with the partners. We know that we have subcontracted that kind of security responsibility out to other partners, haven't we? We know that there are more stakeholders now involved in safety and security, particularly around public spaces. You know, whether it's not necessarily a football stadium, might be a concert, might be a religious festival, might just be a Christmas market, for example. We know that we have actually subcontracted that to some of the private security firms. Do they have the right level of personnel planning? Do they have the right levels of vetting, confidentiality, security, integrity as other people involved in safety and security, such as the police service? We know individuals infiltrate the police service. We know sometimes there are hostile actors, whether they're an investigative journalist coming from Panorama, or whether they are individuals that infiltrate your organization to pass information on to other serious and organized criminals. They may not join as hostile, but then they potentially become hostile. So having a look at new digital ways in which we can then counter that insider threat. You know, who is working with us? Who are we employing? As we move forward in this real sort of digital space, how do we then protect, you know, our workforce? How do we then continue to monitor from very inception of our application forms and our recruitment process all the way through the human resources process to people that have been here for some considerable time? How do we manage, monitor? How do we create that environment where people can speak openly, freely? Who is actually taking sort of responsibility for those things? So one of the things that the Pre-Crisis project did was produce a whole new insider threat strategy for all different types of organizations that you can plug in, you can test, and you can trial, and you can look at sensitivities and potential vulnerabilities. So again, a really interesting, new and innovative approach funded by European Commission funding. So looking at that Dutch model of innovation, and just to get back onto the practical side, then we want creatives in the police service, don't we? You know, we want people that think differently. We want people that are prepared to challenge. Or do you? She's awkward. He asks some difficult questions. This is how we do it. We've always done it that way. What's she going on about? I wish she'd just toe the line. I wish he would just stay in his lane. It's a culture, isn't it? And you'll find lots of different cultures set by the top, and then from the bottom you'll go around different teams and departments, and there'll be different cultures, subcultures, because it's about, you know, human interactions and human behaviors. But culture is king when it comes to innovation. And what I was doing with our European work, because you can imagine, can't you? Andy, we can't answer 999 calls, but you've said you've got this project meeting with Atos. It's Atos in Spain, but they happen to be having the meeting in Tenerife. You're funded to go, so you need to go, but I don't think that's a really good look, is it? No, it's a difficult one, boss, you're right. There has to be a place in every organisation where innovation can take place, where free and creative minds can be opened and listened to, and where those new and creative ideas can be nurtured. And I think a lot of this is already happening from what you were saying about those problem profiles. I know I could come into your force and speak to some of your key leaders and go to these key leaders and say, who are the people that I really need to speak to? Because you know who those people are. They're so passionate about their public service. They work extended hours. They're so enthusiastic about what they're doing. And things keep them awake at night. Well, that's what real innovators really want to know about. What are the things that are keeping you awake at night? Because they're the things that you know are going to be a problem, so how can we solve them? And that starts to build then these sort of problem profiles. But innovation does not just roll in on the wheels of inevitability. It has to be driven. And that's why sometimes it takes the culture of policing a little bit longer to innovate, because it has to fall in line with that culture. And that's really important. And so what I came up with, well, it's COP. Innovation has to bring about some kind of positive change. It has to be original. That doesn't mean to say it has to be new. You might borrow it from somewhere else. Well, that's, horizontal innovation. That's fantastic. We'll borrow that. We'll use that. We'll localize it. We'll use that the best we can. But it does need to be programmed, because you know that you need to invest some time and energy and resource in relation to it. And that's really important. But actually, what does innovation fundamentally need at the most local level? And this might come at the top, might come at the, through every structure of any organization, is that innovation requires creativity. It requires people to think, differently. It requires people to challenge the norm, the status quo. Some of this will be pushed down onto you. Innovation is happening. Digital revolution is happening. Like me stuck in that new BMW, can't drive. Innovation has happened to me. I just want a key, I want to go. No, you have to sit there and plug your phone in. So it does require creativity. But also, it's not lost on me that innovation also requires courage to do things differently. To do things that have been tried and tested for many years is a real challenge. So it requires, one, courage in somebody to come up with those new and creative ideas and ways of doing things. It requires courage of senior leaders to say, yeah, let's give that a try. Let's experiment. Because, whilst there've never been any sort of further pressing demands now on policing, the demands on policing have never sort of been greater. It's a privilege to be in a position where you're running sort of experiments, but it's all done to make actually what you do better. So it does require that creativity, courage, but it also requires confidence. It requires confidence actually that you are doing the right thing. And there needs to be a percentage of your organisation that is looking at new ways of doing things. Whether it's national, whether it's local, regional, absolutely. Because there will be people sat here today that you've all come up with some ideas when you've been thinking about, what it is that I do when I go back to my desk tomorrow with my team. How can we actually be smarter, leaner, more efficient? How are we going to maximise the use of the technology that we have now? How, with the conversations that you've had at a national level, how are you going to then embrace that new technology as and when it arrives? Because fundamentally, it will arrive. It's coming. It's on the way. What I attempted to do to try and make actually innovation settle into sort of policing is that it's got to have an impact. And what I meant by that, it's got to be informing and influencing operational policy, practice and procedure. It's got to make a positive contribution to policing and communities, making communities safe and making them feel safer. It's got to push policing and community safety practices, beyond the current state of the art. what is it that you do now? How can you do it better? How can technology do it? How might a new way of doing things? And it may be that some members of your team in your organization have those ideas, but for whatever reason, those ideas, they have no home. They have no place to go. They are not nurtured in a way that they should. New cadets, new police officers. I remember hearing from some police trainers say, "Oh, it won't be long. 10 weeks or so, they'll be indoctrinated in the way that we do things." That is not a private sector mindset. You're recruited into a private sector organization because of your diversity, because you don't know much about this particular area, because you come with these fantastically naive questions that actually have substance. So these are cultural issues. We don't want to turn our new recruits into cops that we've currently got. We want to be creative, new, bring your ideas. Why? Because they're the digitally connected generation. They grew up with the iPhones. And actually, everything around innovation needs to be plugged into contributing to your policing plan. Absolutely. But it also needs to tackle some of the most pressing challenges and the threats that you face. There will be national synergies, but in your locality. And what I mean by that is street by street, neighbourhood by neighbourhood, neighbourhood to the nation, national neighbourhood safety to national security. So you have distinct differences. Every community is different. Why? Because it's made up of different people with different needs, different requirements. So innovation can be plugged in. Should be in everybody's role profile. Free thinking, new and creative ideas. But have you got the system? Have you got an environment in place where there is that sort of freedom, where new and innovative ideas are allowed to flourish and given support? People often say to me, well, it's okay, Andy, these are European sort of projects, but they take a very long time. So, well, yes, that's why we needed to start 5 years ago, because actually, if we'd have started 5 years ago, we'd now have the tools in place that will be solving the problems that you're currently addressing. We can't just press pause, so you have to get on with innovation. Great when you can borrow things, but some things are much longer planned. First project I got involved with the counter-terrorism unit and West Yorkshire Police at the time was a project called Athena. It was based on the Mumbai terrorist incidents. I remember those horrific, marauding, firearm terrorist individuals that were shooting anybody and everybody. Of course, quite rightly, people then said, well, we need to change our firearms tactics. We need to then buy bigger, better guns. We need to have more strong policies. But when you're dealing with different people from different backgrounds, you come with a new perspective. And somebody thought, oh, well, yeah, citizens are caught up in that crisis. How can citizens help themselves better? They all have a mobile phone. How can they actually really kind of help each other in that dynamic situation of a crisis? So it was a €3 million project. Lots of different partners got involved, from BlackBerry Research in Motion to big software companies. And it was fascinating. And what it produced was a dashboard communications encrypted security system that continues to be used today by all United Nations operatives that are deployed in hostile environments overseas, or employed in disaster zones, for example. So they have a safe, secure communications system that they can help each other. Could and should have been used in policing, but there was no international innovation adapter that we could plug in. Sometimes innovation is too far in advance that actually it doesn't fit the organization that you're trying to help. And that's an interesting one. That could very well happen now, the change of pace of this police digital revolution. And actually, are you ready to play sort of catch up? So a fascinating project that's still in operation today, and that gives you an idea that these projects, although long-term, do and can have impact and continued impact in relation to safety and security of the staff that we're working, or improve communities and lives in communities. But secondary from that, getting involved in innovation is you're in an innovation community. And what was fascinating about this at the time was West Yorkshire Police was the police force in the UK that was spending most up with BlackBerry, dealing with the hard-nosed end of the BlackBerry sales team. We were speaking to BlackBerry Research in Motion in Canada that said, hey guys, We've got this warehouse full of new and emerging tablet technology. We're really looking out for law enforcement agencies that can test and trial some of this stuff and work with you to create something new. And then I was just saying from my sort of humble position, surely there's a business conversation to be had here between who? Knock 25% off and we'll test and trial anything that you like. It was same with SAS that were quite happy to put in €400,000 worth of free investment time and IP into developing this, and major West Yorkshire Police's technical infrastructure was based on SAS sort of technologies. Again, conversations to be had in that innovation community. So these are some of the other benefits of government, academia, private sector working together. So, you know, fascinating that innovators, creatives from different backgrounds, private, public sector, academia, NGOs can all work together. And I think this has been touched on before. And this is one of my I'll kind of leave this with you, is we talked about those individuals in your organisation that are passionate. You know who they are. And you can ask that question of individuals to say, what is keeping you awake at night? And be honest. Because they're the problems that are priority that we need to be resolving, and they're the things that we need to actually capture in some kind of innovation strategy that we've recognized that this is an issue, we now can do something about it. And they are what we call strategic research requirements. So I kind of say to you guys, okay, well, what are your strategic research requirements? What do you know that you don't know, that you'd like to know more about, to make your service better, to make the lives of the people that you serve better? And strategic research requirements are really, really important. But it's often a thing that you don't see, because it's an admission of vulnerability. But it's so important, because that is a kind of starting point for any future innovation. And I would say a couple of things to finish. You are far stronger when you work together. Policing is far too important just to be left for policing. There are major other stakeholders that are happy to help. There are people in the private sector, the academia, that are more than happy to help. You have major universities with individuals that are expertise in their specific fields. A classic example, I was speaking to a professor up in Lancaster. He's got a company called Rinicom. We did some work around drones with and counter-drone systems. He takes all the brightest and best PhD students coming through Lancaster University and commercialises their products with them. And they've produced counter UAV systems that are now operating around the world and at major airports. They now know that, obviously, with the conflict in the invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces, they also know that drone technology is kicked on. There's nothing like a major crisis or an invasion to start people think creatively about things. So we know actually a major challenge at the minute is drones with optic fibers. So we're looking at submitting a piece of research. Suddenly, out of the blue, I speak to an academic at Swansea University who is a global leading insight into assassination by drone. You know, who'd have thought it? I remember I was tasked in West Yorkshire Police Special Branch when we went from 18 people to 400 people overnight because of the events of London 7/7. That part of my role was creating a training sort of curriculum. And I suddenly realised, listen, there is no shoebox under somebody's desk of 400 new trained counter-terrorism officers. And it was great because they came from all backgrounds. Yeah, of course, we had the retired chief superintendent who was quite happy to amplify his pension by coming in and doing some intelligence work. But we also had teachers that wanted to change their careers. We had people from the private sector, we had volunteers. It was fantastic. Suddenly I realised that, listen, 80% of the material that we're telling them on the first induction course is open source information. So, you know, let's write a book, let's write a handbook, let's get in touch with the local sort of academics from Leeds University. Who happens to be there? Oh, Professor Clive Walker, just so happens to be one of the global leading academics in anti-terrorism law and has been writing anti-terrorism law in for UK legislation for years. There are experts in different fields that are just as passionate about public safety as you are. Use them, harness them, make them your innovation friends. because you are stronger when you work together with other departments. Events like this are few and far between. So maximise the potential of being here. The things that you've thought about, what you might want to do, go and do it tomorrow. It's really important. But thank you for your time. European Commission funding, it's open, it's available. How much money would you like?
Wow, I think that's a fantastic way to bring today's proceedings to a conclusion in terms of the inputs and speakers that we've had. Thank you, Andy. That was quite inspiring, actually, and I'm glad that so many have stayed to listen to you and those online as well. We've got time for questions, so I'm just going to check my WhatsApp to see whether there's anything that's come in online. I can't see anything online. Anybody in the room, first of all, then? Any questions? No. Wow.
I think we're all bowled over.
Indeed. Indeed. I think one question for me then is that, can I have your contact details?
Yeah, sure.
Because I think it would be something for us to explore. You won't be aware of this, or you may be, but we've, over the last few years, sought to try and bring the academic institutions and policing together in Wales. So we've got something we refer to as AllPac. So it's the All Wales Police and Academic Collaboration Activity, which I've been involved in with others. Ross Evans, who was here at the beginning of the session, the Assistant Chief Constable of the Forces, another individual that's been undertaking that work. And I think it would be good for us to continue this conversation, especially in light of the European funding. Interestingly, the Netherlands and the Dutch police example is one that the Home Office do talk quite a lot about at the moment. And one of the dangers that people feel about the merger of police forces, that you're going to lose that local contact. But one thing that's written within the sort of, I guess, the constitution of the new force in the Netherlands is that they have a minimum level of service of a police officer to a certain number of the population. So I can't remember the exact figure now, but it's, let's say, 5, 6, 10,000 of the population has one named local police officer. And again, we've seen the Home Office talk about having named police officers as part of the neighbour policing teams and the neighbour policing guarantee as well. So you can see some of what you were talking about has bled through into the thinking within the Home Office at the moment that we're seeing through the police reform white paper. I'll finally check whether there are any questions online. I haven't missed any, have I, Griff? There is one there, is there? Yes. I'm a very good friend from Talgarth. William Powell, thank you so much for giving such prominence to the benefits of international collaboration in policing via EU networks. Could we benefit from intense collaboration around refreshing the PREVENT programme for national and public safety? What are your thoughts?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I did some work with Lord Carlisle with the PREVENT strategy. I'm the author of the UK's first counter-terrorism handbook, and that's Lord Carlisle was gracious enough to provide the forward for that. Yes, absolutely. PREVENT, I'm going back now. This is kind of my cup of tea, I'm afraid. Have we got another day? I can speak about this another day. Because quite rightly, after the events of 9/11, the UK government, like many other governments around the world, did not have a plans to institute to manage that kind of multi-mass murder on an unimaginable scale. It didn't. We had the history of Northern Ireland and all of those issues, but not on that particular scale. And Sir David Ormond, who was the Cabinet Secretary at the time, was challenged with producing a coherent strategy. And that strategy form was contest and the four pillars that we see today. It wasn't publicly made available until 2006. And a quick shameless plug for a book that I wrote, The Routledge Companion to UK Counter-Terrorism. It's rather expensive now because it's only in hardback, but I'll give you the short abbreviation. That tells the history of actually what happened in that short period of time and interviewed all those key players in relation to that pivotal point of history, and we got something wrong. And what we got wrong was that strategy was specifically focused towards a certain community and a certain religion, primarily because it was only responding to that Al-Qaeda-inspired violent Islamist jihadist threat. But threats morph, and it wasn't a strategy that was coherent. It has changed so many times and has been through so many sort of variations and adaptations. It has got much, much better, and it will continue to get better. But it's, in fact, it's interesting because in a couple of weeks' time I'm going to Bulgaria to provide some training to their government about how to deliver prevent in schools, colleges, and higher education institutes, because we know that everybody must play their part. Because if those institutions look after our children during their formative years, then they also have a responsibility to teach them about sex education, issues around tobacco, around vaping, around gambling. They most surely must have a conversation around being dragged into violent street gangs and violent ideology such as Islamist in Tide or extreme right-wing particular groups. But yeah, great question. It's timely because the European Commission has just last week published its new counter-terrorism agenda, which prevent is really, really prominent. So again, there's Europe taking our idea of the 4 Ps. They only had 3 and then another one, but they took and borrowed from us, and now they've accelerated. We are in a perfect position, you know, behind the lead car. We have an opportunity for British policing to leapfrog, and I have every confidence we can do that. But it is going to take, you know, time, energy, commitment from everybody. But you know, we know that we can do it. But yeah, prevent is good, but it can be better.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, William, for the question as well. Any final questions from the audience? Have we managed to? No, we haven't. Okay, there we are. I thought we Andy in particular, because your enthusiasm, by the way, and your passion for the subject you talk about is obvious to everybody, and it is a privilege for us to have you as part of this conference today and to give this input at the end of the session. And I'm not going to say much more. Oh, yeah, we've got a hand going up. Please. Sorry, I missed you.
Thank you, Andy. Really good presentations. Thank you very much. I certainly learnt a lot there. Around the Horizon funding, any tips for, you know, I have a responsibility around trying to generate money for forces. So any tips really around that Horizon funding?
Yeah, absolutely. Don't be frightened or burdened with the bureaucracy. People will say, "Oh, it's too hard to do." It's not at all. I'll tell you quickly how it happened. Sir Norman Bettison at the time was my chief, and he had the national portfolio for preventing violent extremism. He travelled over to Brussels and suddenly discovered over lunch that there was multi-million euros available for research and innovation projects with police forces, academics, private sector organisations, NGOs, charities around Europe, based on preventing violent extremism. Ultimately, that landed on my desk to secure him a project that was looking at preventing violent extremism. I know the name of the first project because it's embedded in my brain. It was called Riverside, and it was Religion in Violent Extremism, Signs and Indicators for Detecting Extremism. It scored 7.5 out of 15. It didn't even meet the threshold for funding. We committed everything to it. But when we got the evaluation back, what was fascinating, although they said it needed more academic rigour, it needed more, you know, project management, one of the evaluators put on the bottom, because West Yorkshire Police were leading this, said this is exactly the type of organisation that needs to be leading these research and innovation programmes, because they will make sure it has impact, because of the culture of policing organisations, that actually you're not going to do anything that just sits in a library for other academics to peruse over in years to come. You know, it's going to make sure it's going to make a difference. Within a very short order, within a year, I was encouraged to then just get on with it, and we'd won 5 projects. That 5 projects brought in multi-million euros and created a dedicated team of bright, energetic, young and old individuals that were more than happy to take a break from their operational roles for a year, come and have an injection in innovation. And if there's any question of whether that's not good for the organisation, 2 constables came into my futures team, it was called, and we just won 2 cyber security related bids. Within 3 years of that project, one of them, well, both went on to lead cybercrime related teams. Both are now sort of chief supers, and both of them will say, Andy, when I joined your team as a constable, I didn't know anything about cyber. I was able to heavily invest my time and energy for 2 years working with bright minds across Europe who are passionate about solving these problems that really helped me in my career. So there are direct benefits for your organisation. There are direct benefits for individuals as well. But quite happy to talk to you, send you more information about how to get involved in Horizon Europe. Not enough UK police forces are doing it. It should be centralised somewhere now at the Home Office or College of Policing, but for some reason they're not doing it. But there is tons of money available. And you have an opportunity to invest that in your communities. So that Coban Community Policing Project, those 8 law enforcement agencies are conducting pilots in their local communities addressing the most emerging problems with new and emerging technologies in their communities. Something that, you know, and it's an experiment. And communities are getting involved in it. It's not something that's been done to them. They're getting involved with it as well. So,
excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, another good question. I think for me, in relation to just the way that you constructed your question, it was about that your job is to try and get money for policing. I suppose is for us to do what you said in relation to trying to think about what problems we're trying to solve as well. I'm looking at Mark because I know Mark has been tasked by the Chief Constable who spoke right at the beginning in relation to some of the innovative work within Dyfed-Powys. So no pressure, Mark, in relation to the delivery. Hopefully today has given you a little bit of food for thought. And just by way of closure for today, I just want to thank everybody for your attendance and the efforts for getting to Carmarthen to be a part of this event, this annual event, and it's our 10th. We should have had sort of a celebratory 10th anniversary session as part of the day. We didn't do that, but my sincere gratitude to you for giving your time, the speakers, all of you who have contributed to what I think has been a fantastic, insightful day. I've had some really positive feedback in the break sessions as well. So safe journey to you all. Diolch yn fawr iawn am fod gyda ni yn y pencadlys. Siwr nesaf adre. Have a safe journey home. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.